And we're live. Edgy you there?
Yeah.
The
Okay.
FNCS Global Championship game number 1 starts right now. Kanata will have to go head-to-head, toe-to-toe. No! Kanata falls! Malabuka comes out on top. It's all or nothing now. The end game is already theirs. The clutch is possible. And Vino wins the game!
This is starting to look a pretty familiar monster. Queasy and Venom. And just like that, we are right back in it.
Stain and Datus landing directly on top of Seti and Cammy. Cammy finishes the job. They strike back. J-Cord, he knows he's got a couple opportunities here. It's all or nothing now. One shot will be it, but no. And Shari take home the second game now alongside Giras. This sounds like you are ready. I am too.
This is looking like Acorn and Cold's game for the taking.
Larpax is still going, but NA takes the game. Acorn and Cold, the shrug.
He's making it look like it was easy.
It just takes one big game to get yourself inside of that top 25. It's Malabuka who does it yet again. Oh my gosh, what did we just witness from King? Does he go back to back? This man is on fire. Sphinx and Poyo drop them into the palm of their hands, and they take the game. NA on top, thanks to Poyo and Sphinx. Let's get this last and final game underway. On the high ground, it's Yamzo and Rise, but Threats does it yet again, trying to go ahead and keep him and Buga's dream alive.
And we are seeing one of NA's finest with a victory royale for the day closed.
Remember, we want to end the day in top 25 to go straight on through to Sunday. Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Global Championship. This is day number 2. Yesterday, we watched the upper bracket face off, and from there, the bottom 25 moved on here. Not only will we see them compete, but the 25 duelists from the Last Chance Major will also take the stage. And once again, the goal is the same. Top 25 to make it to Grand Finals. Joining me here on the analyst desk is Vivid, it's Mini Minor. My boys, how are we feeling in day number 2?
FNCS Global Championship. We have officially made it. Of course, day number 2, the lower bracket. Manny, I don't think I could have asked for a better day number 1, right? We pretty much got everything that we really wanted, right? A lot of action. Those 5 games were just packed full of stuff that we talked about all day long, and I'm excited to run it back.
I had high expectations of the Global Championships, and it delivered on every part yesterday. Today's going to be even more crazy. We have the lower bracket, the final chance for these teams to qualify to the Sunday finals. I cannot wait, because the energy in here already is electric.
Yeah, the fans here in the arena, y'all have been absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for coming out. Not only have you made the experience amazing for the players, but for us and everyone back home, they can feel your roar. So if you guys get hyped, all the viewing people from home, they will get hyped as well. Especially, you know, some of our French community over here in the stand.
There they are.
That's right. Y'all feel free to go wild. We love y'all. We appreciate y'all. Now, as we start to kind of focus in on the competition, many names looking to try and make that top 25. I wanted to ask you guys, before we kind of get rolling, how do we feel about the competition coming into today? So obviously we had a bottom 25 yesterday. Is the pressure different coming into the lower bracket?
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Yesterday, it was like, hey, you know, if we didn't make it through the finals, we got tomorrow. Now, there's no more of that, right? We have an elimination day on our hands. The bottom half of the teams today will be going home. And of course, the top 25 going straight into those finals. Can't wait to see what our final 50 looks like.
Yeah, and of course, we have some teams that did play yesterday as well, so they have had experience under these lights in this arena and in this environment, so they might have a little bit of an upper hand onto those that just came in today. I'm excited to see how that dynamic works throughout the day. Will we see some teams doing better because they have that experience, but they have an entirely different lobby here, an entirely different drop map. Anything can happen.
So much to talk about, but first, we wanted to make rounds. We got to see what is going on around the arena. Let's head on up to our casters for them to say hello.
Thank you so much, Zeke. This has been amazing so far, and it's only day 2. It's going to get bigger, it's going to get better, and this lower bracket, I guarantee you it is not going to disappoint.
We keep talking about the stakes that are involved with trying to make it into that Sunday Global Championship final, but for these teams today, if there's anything that day 1 was able to teach us, it's the fact that that top 25 pretty much unpredictable. Anything can happen just about, and sometimes all it really takes is one good game.
Yeah, literally only takes one good game. We've seen teams qualify in Game 4. We saw teams qualify in Game 5. There's actually a couple of teams waited to the last minute to qualify. It was like a buzzer beater type finish, and I don't expect anything less here today.
And I think one of the most fun aspects as well, aside from the fact that this crowd has been absolutely electric all weekend long so far. I mean, the games haven't even started yet. You can hear MA and the Fresh community going absolutely ham. They're not the only ones either. So many fans in the stands just cheering on these players. It is an absolutely phenomenal sight to witness.
Yep, and there it goes. We got our expectations here, but there's more around the arena. Frankie, what's going on down below?
So much is going on down below, my friends. I can hear the French fans behind me in full voice. And really, this truly is the FNCS Global Championship, because I've met fans today from all over the world, as well as mes amis de France. I have met someone from Italy, in fact, a whole family from Italy, a family from Kenya. We've, of course, got so many Danish fans who've turned out for Lucia and Steno today. Also, just across the pond, well, across the Brunn, we've got fans from Sweden, from the UK, and I can't wait to also hear what the fans from Japan and North America are going to say when their favorite duos take to the stage in just a short while, because everyone here is united by their love of Fortnite. And earlier, before the show kicked off, we had a practice of some cheers, and I think we should have a practice right now, Royal Arena. Can you give me a cheer for my friend Levin2k, please? Should we see if Levin2k heard you, Copenhagen? Because I believe he's in the Creator Lounge. Levin, are you there? Can you hear us?
I am in fact here. I am in fact here, Frankie. The cheer was all right, guys, but I want to hear a bit louder later on in the show. Look, it's exciting to be here right now. I'm chilling in the Creator Lounge right now. I'm going to be talking to some of your favorite creators who have come from all over the world to speak to us today. Very, very exciting times for sure. But even beyond that, right? Yesterday's competition, wow. I was absolutely blown away. The fans were electric, like Frankie's been saying. People from all over the world coming up to watch this competition. The players themselves were super hyped. Some of the high-level play we were seeing, Akon and Cold blew away the competition throughout the day on the mid-ground, low-ground layers, what they were doing. But when it comes to today, everybody I've spoken to so far in the crowd is saying, we want to see clicks, we want to see clicks, we want to see Mr. Savage. Everybody's waiting for their favorite creators and pro players to show up big. And I really think those guys will. You know, when you look at how they've been able to perform throughout the year, they've had their ups, they've had their downs, but they've shown that they can perform under pressure. And there's so much pressure today. You know what they say, right? Pressure either makes diamonds or it bursts pipes. And there's a lot of pressure to be dealt with, but these guys can do it better than anybody else can. I want to see more hype from the fans, of course. We've already shouted them out. I feel like we shout out the same people. The M8 guys in the crowd, unbelievable. I want to hear them making some noise. But look, for me, it's at the Creator Lounge. Back over to you, Zeke.
Thank you so much, Levin2k. Yeah, I mean, as Frankie stated, as all of us have stated, this is what this is all about, right? Coming together on one stage, six regions represented, players from just all over the world, different walks of life, all coming together for one thing, their love and their passion for Fortnite. And on top of that, at the end of the weekend, we'll have global champions.
Yes, we will indeed. And alongside a global champion, there's a lot of money to be handed out, Minnie, and I cannot wait to see who actually walks away with our first place prize pool. $1 million for the duo that rises above the rest.
$1 million. I haven't let that sink in yet somehow. $1 million going to our first place team. $500,000 each is absolutely incredible. $4 million total prize pool. But it's not just a prize pool.
Nah.
It is this. It is majestic. It is gold. It is glistening in all of its glory,
That's nice.
right in the center of the stage. Oh boy, this is something to play for.
As always, big shout outs and thanks to our friends at Swarovski. But yes, every time these players sit down, they can look up and they can see that trophy. They are so close. Now today, it's about making it into the top 25. 5. And this is a task in and of itself. Let's take a look at some of the players we'll be seeing compete today. Remember, we had the bottom 25 from yesterday and 25 from the last chance major, so they will take the stage today. Just look at this list of names. Just the first 25, I mean, crowd, come on. Mr. Savage and Vidil. Thank you for being awake, crowd. We appreciate it. But so many names on this just first page. I mean, what does that say? Clicks? Clicks? An epic whale?
Clicks? Anyone know Clicks? Anyone? A few people, 1 or 2.
1 or 2.
Absolutely amazing stuff, right? We're looking at the list of the duos that will be competing today. And you know, there's a storyline here for every single one of those duos. We got to think about the year to actually make it here to the lower bracket, to Elimination Saturday. 3 majors, right? Your opportunity to get into the upper brackets all past. Last chance major. We'll see some of those duos compete for the first time on the stage today. But the elimination aspect of it, it's got to be weighing so heavily on the players' shoulders.
Yeah, and definitely. Every single player has a different storyline. Every single team has a different storyline as well, all doing it for different reasons under different circumstances. But the goal remains the same for every single one of these duos. Make it into that top 25 or you're going home. That's all that matters.
Well, let's start focusing this up. Let's talk about some duos. Let's start with BR. Why not? Bison, Kitos will be competing here today. Talk to me about what their journey has been like coming out of yesterday.
Bison and Kitos, we got to talk about them.
Yeah.
This is one of only 5 returning duos from the FNCS Invitational, right? We talk about experience all the time. Oh, it's going to play into them, right? It's going to be helping them so much with the lights, the fans, being on the stage and stuff like that. And this is one of those duos that decided to stick together. And they had one heck of a year to justify sticking together, right? A 1st place, a 4th place, and a 10th place in each one of those majors. I mean, they've been doing very, very well. And then it slowed down with the upper bracket. That was the first time they've seen any sort of that happen. 35th yesterday. Can they pick it back up today?
I mean, this is one of the most experienced duos in the lobby. They have 7 FNCS titles to their name, the most out of any duo competing this entire weekend, not just in this lobby. So I think it was a bit of a disappointment yesterday when they didn't make it into that top 25. There was a few issues that they were having. Those early Storm Surge tags weren't quite working out for them. Their rotation just to the east of that Eclipse Estate area, they were getting a little bit into a little bit of battles with Robin and Axe also saw there. So it was a really, really difficult environment for them to play in. Hopefully today things will be a little bit different because we do have a completely different lobbyist to play.
Yeah, that's got to be my favorite part, right? You take a drop map of day number 1 and then of day number 2 in the lower bracket. You try and slam those together. It's chaotic. We continue the conversation about duos, though. Let's go on over to NA. Peterbot and Byla.
Strengths as a duo is our chemistry. We know each other's play style. We know how to play well off each other. We have good communication, and we're just always ready.
Yeah, I know him. He knows me. We're always ready for anything.
Peterbot and Byla. NA, of course, listen, I always throw in a little bit of a bias, so right now I'm going to do that. Love the story. I think it's one of my favorites coming into today, especially because this is a duo that has won an FNCS together back in Chapter 3, Season 2, over a year ago, actually. But after that, they were like, nah, we don't really want to duo anymore. And throughout this year, actually, Majors 1, 2, and 3, they were not a duo. And when you think about the timeline of the events this year, right after Major number 3, a weekend later, we had the Last Chance Major. So somehow, in between those 2 weekends, they were like, you know what, let's join forces again. And they paired back up for the Last Chance Major, and Mini, they absolutely crushed it.
I mean, what a performance that was. Watching that is absolutely insane. They came out in 1st place, and for Peterbot, he's been playing with a different teammate every single major. So to come through in Last Chance Major and absolutely pop off, it's absolutely insane. He's gone, he played with Booga in Major number 1, he played with Quanti, he's played with Larson. He seems to be playing with every, might play with you soon, Vivid, who knows? But that is what it's all about. I like this, though, because of course they're going back to what they know best. They won FNCS together. Why change things? Why split up? So now they're back together. They're playing good, and they're landing at Sanguine Suites. So we know the Booga and Threats qualified from there yesterday. If they do qualify today, could we see a little contestation in Grand Finals?
Man, I hope so. That's all I want. As much battling, as many off-spawn fights as we can see. That's what we're here for, is action. Now, crowd, I think you guys will be excited about this next duo. Mr. Savage and Vidil.
For me and Vidil, I think it would mean the world if we managed to win the global championship. Since we called Last Chance Major as well, so it'd be like crazy comeback story, you know?
Yeah. So yeah, it's crazy, man. I don't know. I get the trophy. I'm happy then. This is like
yeah, the gold trophy.
yeah, the trophy.
Gold trophy.
And then
Do you like gold?
I like gold, yeah. Then we get. I think I go vacation after. I feel like no. This is a hard.
I'm going vacation no matter what.
Big cheer for Mr. Savage there, wasn't it? Quite a loud one, and for good reason. Both of these guys have such great experience in the game, such a great fan base across the world as well, and a fantastic duo to highlight here, because in Major number 2, remember, they only just missed out on qualifying by a single place. There was so much hype about this duo going into it with the amount of skill, the amount of experience that both of them have. It didn't quite happen for them in that major. Major number 3 didn't go well either. So this is an important one for them, because coming out of the last chance major, they had an incredible performance. So hopefully for them, they can continue that momentum.
Yeah, winning that last chance major on the European region. I actually checked into a little bit of a stat. You know, Mr. Savage, he's been around for a while. I was like, you know what? How many in-person events has he been to? 13, the most out of anybody competing this weekend. So if we're going to talk about experience, we have to mention Mr. Savage. And honestly, I just love this duo so much because, you know, throughout life, there's a lot of things that work on paper. And we think about Mr. Savage and Vidil. Mr. Savage, very, very smart. Let's say, you know, he has the whole 200 IQ thing going on. Vidil, very, very good mechanically. And it just sounded like it would work. And I'm so happy that it has so far.
Well, you know what I'm excited about? It's an interview, because guess what? Frankie is standing by with Mr. Savage right now.
I am indeed, and there are so many fans in the arena here in Copenhagen that, of course, we had to talk to Mr. Savage. 13 LAN appearances to your name so far. Do you feel like the experience of playing on LAN has changed much in the years since you've been competing?
I mean, obviously, yeah, the game keeps changing all the time, but yeah, I'm just excited to be here.
And tell me about your relationship with Vidil. He also has, I believe, 7 LAN appearances to his name, so you have so much experience under your belts. Has he taught you anything about performing well on LAN?
Well, I mean, Vidil has been a great duo. We've played together for a while now. If he's taught me anything to do on LAN, I think I have more experience than him, but, you know, yeah, he's a great duo.
There's always learnings to be exchanged. I want to ask about this year. It seems like sometimes in game you've been splitting off solo apart from each other, and it hasn't always worked in your favor. Can I ask about why that's been the strategy?
Well, it's just like claiming space on the map, trying to get surge on different people. So, I mean, that's basically the play we're going for, but, you know, it's risky. So sometimes it doesn't work out.
But the thing is, you don't like being contested. And if you are contested, you can get those Storm Surge tags early. Are you hoping to be contested today at Naughty Nets?
No, hopefully we're uncontested. I've been contested way too much. I'm done with it, so yeah, hopefully nobody lands on us.
Yeah, I think I remember you saying 10 grand finals you've been contested at. If someone does drop near you today, would you consider swapping the spot?
No, we're landing Naughty Nets no matter what.
And what happens if someone comes to contest your spawn?
I mean, do I even need to say anything?
I think you need to look down that camera and give them a warning.
Hey, Anon, Sons, you better not be coming. That's all I'm saying.
There you go.
I feel like everybody needs to drop Naughty now.
Himself. Don't come his way.
Oh, man, crowd. I mean, Mr. Savage can hear you guys from up here. Make some noise for him. That is right. We will be seeing more players and, of course, more Mr. Savage as the day goes on. Now, of course, as we're kind of talking about today, don't forget, tomorrow, Grand Finals.
Kidding, what's up, man?
Very special friends
Still not seeing enough movement, though.
Show, so you do not want to miss out on that. Let's talk about the format. What does this look like? So if, in case you missed out yesterday, we watched the upper bracket play. Today, we'll watch the lower bracket. From today, the top 25 will move on to tomorrow's Grand Finals. Again, pressure is on. For some of the duos, they're already coming in saying, okay, we didn't make top 25 yesterday. We have to go into tomorrow. Players in the lower bracket are thinking, we've now watched you play. So when you come to our turf, we have advantage. Do you agree? Disagree?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a lot of things to kind of consider. Obviously, all of the gameplay that happened in the upper bracket, it's all out there, right? Can be VOD reviewed in any sense. So a little bit of an advantage there. Anybody coming from the last chance major, we haven't really seen them play on the stage yet. But honestly, the one thing that I learned from yesterday is that since we are playing 5 matches and 5 matches only, it makes it come down to the wire, right? We saw many teams actually jump up into the top 25 just because of their performance in the last game.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen that. And we also saw how big of an impact these mid-match objective points had. We saw that make a massive difference today. And why not take a little look at the format as we do that? Of course, first place, 65 points for the victory.
That's right, 4 points for each elimination, and you'll get something for hitting that top 25. But I love that you call out the mid-match objectives. Yesterday was a bit of a weird one, right? A lot of these players didn't really play for the mid-match objective. I mean, yesterday we saw a solo player claim Rift Island, just completely uncontested. Why do you guys feel like this isn't prioritized more? Is it maybe just more of a grand finals thing?
I mean, yeah, throughout the majors, right, we saw a lot of teams actually being willing to contest for it, but it seems like now there's just a lot of respect given. Maybe the strategies haven't really been built around Rift Island because they don't want to go for something that is as risky. So usually whoever's the first one up there, they just get it.
It just comes down to experience, I think. It just comes down to experience on that island. You don't want to be trying to do things new. You don't want to think, oh, that's an island. That's worth 15 points. Should we try it? Should we give it a go? It's not worth trying to do that right now. I mean, we saw it yesterday in game one. Malibuka and Thomas HD went for it straight away. There was no hesitation whatsoever. So for this day, I'm expecting a little bit more hesitation because a lot more is on the line. They don't have another day to fall back on. It's now or never. So maybe we'll see less contestation on the line. We'll have to wait.
I'm so curious myself. Of course, we have players and they are excited. So let's go ahead and meet a couple of them. Check this out.
Qualifying through last chance major really put off all the pressure off our shoulders, and we were really happy. Yeah, I actually started crying right after we qualified because I was so happy.
We qualified through last chance because he solo clutched a big game where we had absolutely nothing, and we kept it consistent from then on.
Leading up to the last chance major, I wasn't that nervous.
وكنا موافقين بزيادة إن راح نتأهل لأن احنا من أفضل أيامنا ذيك تأهلوا لللاست شانس فاينلز.
Qualifying through the last chance major was definitely a sigh of relief. All year round, we were kind of close on the edge of it, and finally winning the last chance was a great feeling.
I was in my seat, like shaking. I'll be honest. Like I was like, all right, like this is actually about to be over if like he gets eliminated right now. And you know, my duo, 6 FNCS wins.
Well, solo clutch.
The solo clutch brought it home. You know, the coach could get all mad, but at the end of the day, we qualified. We went to got some cookies, and he fed me the cookies. I fed him the cookies, and yeah, that's about it.
I think the advantages of being on day 2 definitely would be watching the games and seeing how they play, seeing how the lobbies would be, you know, trying to like plan out the day before after watching the games.
E ver o primeiro dia, como vai ser o primeiro dia, a gente consegue ver como os players vão estar jogando, como que vai ser o meta, como que eles vão estar se posicionando, e a gente já vai entrar com uma visão pouco de como vai ser o campeonato no segundo dia.
I think a lot of people in the lower bracket can do a really good job. People like Clicks and Epic will definitely have a chance of winning the whole thing.
We're definitely in it to win. I mean,
I didn't fly 12 hours to 10-hour layover, another 12-hour flight to not win, you know.
People have never seen us, even if we are on top, people have always called us either lucky or just a one-time wonder, anything else. But I just know we are basically better than any of them, so that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the biggest tournament, so it will be the peak of my career if I could take this one home.
Coming from the lower bracket, people might underestimate us. Anything can happen, and I'm planning to win.
You saw him there. Clicks, of course, as many of us are fans of. Let's talk about what it looks like for him over in Mega City, going up against Jamon, who played yesterday, but was in the lower half, the bottom 25. How can we expect this matchup to go?
It's going to be very exciting, right? We have two teams that are used to landing here. Of course, Clicks and Epic Whale have made it their home since coming together. We've seen this duo have a little bit of ups and downs in the cash cuts when it comes to being contested or spawn. They haven't actually been performing too great, but sometimes when they make it out of there, they're actually able to find so many Storm Surge tags to make it to that end game well. Whereas Jamin and Yuma, yesterday, they had a very, very interesting strategy. They decided to land there uncontested on that northwest side. They didn't take very long there, though, Vivid. They didn't spend very long there at all. They were actually rotating out straight into the center of the map and trying to find Storm Surge tags as they go along. So I'm excited to see what they do today.
Yeah, I love the fact that you kind of bring up that point, because in order for that strategy to really work, you have to be uncontested, right? So I love the fact that you're bringing that up. But also, Clicks and Epic Whale, also in major number 3 and the last chance major, they were used to being uncontested as well. So I feel like the most recent experience for them also kind of involves that sort of scenario. I feel like both of these duos are kind of going to be thrown off their balance a little bit when it comes to this fight at Mega City.
Yeah, two duos that are used to being contested. It's going to be great to see. And from Yuma and Jamin's perspective, I want to see a little bit more confidence from them. They were getting really, really good Storm Surge damage yesterday. 800 above, fifth zone around that sort of stage. They were staying on the edge. In that particular situation, I want to see them getting more towards the center, being a bit more risky where they're positioning, because so far, although their rotation is a little bit uncharacteristic for a lot of teams that rotate around there, it seems like it's working out very well. So why not go the full way?
Well, guess what? Frankie is standing by with an interview with Jamin. So why don't we hear from him himself? Frankie, what you got?
I have got Jamin, and also I've got Marinus, who's going to be translating for us, because Jamin is from the Asian region, or more specifically from Japan, where all of our Asian duos have actually come to us from. First of all, thank you for joining me, Jamin. I would love you to tell us a bit about the playstyle from the Asian region.
日本代表のプレイスタイルってどんな感じですか？
日本代表、安定した立ち回りが一番大きいです。
It's a very stable region.
And so you're very balanced, and that's good to hear. It's your first international LAN. How are you finding your playstyle match against the other regions?
今回はその初めてのオフライン大会で、その他のリージョンの選手と比べてどうなると思いますか？プレイスタイル的に。
やっぱでも他の地域一発でかいのが大きいので、それをしたいです。
We'd like to kind of just get a lot of points in one go.
Yeah. And so, how about the games today? So you'll be playing for a spot in tomorrow's Championship Sunday for the trophy. How will you change what you're doing today to make sure you qualify?
進出するために昨日と比べて今日どう変えますか、プレイスタイルを。
そうですね、リプレイとか見て研究してきたので、それを変えてやっていこうと思います。
We've watched through a lot of replays, and so we've kind of used that, and we will kind of use that to change our play style today.
Well, Marinus, thank you so much for talking to me, and arigato, good luck. I can't wait to see how Yuma and Jamin do as they take to the battle bus later today.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Jamin, focused, right? Playing after yesterday, he knows what they have to do here today. They are aiming their target, top 25. Now, as we kind of continue, there's a couple more Ospawn fights we wanted to highlight here. Hamstu versus Datus. Now, Datus, same situation, played yesterday, but found himself in the bottom 25. What can we expect about from this head-to-head?
Yeah, over at Frenzy Fields, it's a very similar situation to the one that we just checked out, right? One team coming from yesterday, one team just coming in very fresh from the lower bracket, that last chance major in Hamstu and Fetch. And I'm going to be excited to see how this one actually plays out, because if we look at how Datus and Stain performed yesterday as it pertains to the all-spawn situation, game number one, they won against Cammy and Seti, right? And that was actually the only game where they actually made it into the end game and got any amount of points. After that, we saw in game number 5, they tried to switch it up as well, in which they tried to split the drop, but that didn't necessarily work out either.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult to split Frenzy Fields like that.
Yeah.
It is just going to be a full-out 50-50. We've seen Hamster and Fatch winning that a lot of times, been putting a lot of practice into that drop spot. The only issue that they have so far is the third parties that could be rotating on over. It's a very, very 50-50 drop spot. Even Hamster and Fatch, they've tried landing in different areas in previous seasons, previous Cash Cups and weekly finals, and I think it was North Slappy that they were landing. It just didn't work out for them, so I do not see them giving this landing spot up because they know it so well.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, not to mention as well, Hamster and Fatch, also a returning duo from Invitational. They played together in every single major, and we've actually heard it, right? They had to suffer through an injury throughout the year, which, you know, they lost some practice throughout some of the majors. All in all, though, I'm excited to see them perform today.
Yeah, they qualified for the last chance major. This could be their moment, right? They just need that top 25. Guess what? Frankie is standing by with them now to get their thoughts. Frankie, over to you.
Thank you very much, Zeke. I was so excited when I heard that these guys had qualified for the Global Championship. I know, Fats, that you were not happy with your final result at the Invitational. So how does it feel to be getting to compete again here in Copenhagen?
It's nice to have another chance now to prove ourselves again, and like we got to qualify today, being contested probably again, and we've been con the whole chapter, so we're pretty confident on our abilities off spawn, and then we just gotta do what we know how to do, and like we got this. Like,
are you expecting to be contested at Frenzy Fields today?
Yeah, we are, but I think we're very ready for them to contest us, so we're not really scared or anything.
How do you practice for being contested off spawn?
I think it's just by winning a couple of 2v2s at Frenzy. We did that last night, so I don't think we're gonna have a problem today.
The two of you have been playing together for nearly 2 years, which is actually so rare in the Fortnite competitive scene. What is it that's kept you together?
I mean, we both speak the same language, and like we like each other, we play well with each other, and now like we're at some point being played together for like 2 years that we can like play with no comms and we'd be okay for like good part of the game. Of course, like at some point you gotta give information to your teammate because games are different every time, but yeah, we've just been playing together for so long, and it's weird to do a change now.
That sounds like we're Quebecois and there's not many of us, so we have to stick together. But I know that there's genuine love between you two as teammates. Can you tell me, Pamstu, about what it was like when Thatch did start to get his wrist injury at the end of last year, because he had to take a month out, but you decided to wait for him?
Yeah, Thatch had a wrist injury like around December. When he told me about it, I was kind of like upset, but I just knew that Thatch, when we will come back, he will always be good, so I wasn't really stressed or anything, and I just waited for him patiently.
And now here you are in Denmark, and I know that you would like to say something to the fans watching around the world, and there are some French fans in the audience, maybe you could win them over, and I know you'd both like to speak, so if you'd like to take the middle spot, I'm going to let the two of you speak to your fans.
Let's go les Québécois et les Français, on va gagner pour vous. On va essayer de mieux vous représenter au Québec, puis envoyez-nous de la force, puis les Français aussi, si vous pouvez nous aider un petit peu à passer aujourd'hui, ça pourrait aider. Merci.
I think you might have won the French fans over as well as the ones watching you at home in Canada. Thank you so much for talking to me. I do believe our friend Levin2K right now is in the Creator Lounge, so let's see who he's got.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, we are in the Creator Lounge, and I'm here with Squatting Dog. But he's here. He is. There he is. Squatting Dog, such a funny fella. Such a funny fella. It's actually your birthday, right?
It is my birthday, in fact. Yes.
How are you celebrating your birthday?
Hopefully with Mama Benji Fishy and Kanata, because we're all sharing it.
Oh wow, wow! Lots of birthdays today. Well, hope you're having a wonderful birthday. A great place to be on your birthday. Tell me, how's it been so far? How are you finding the atmosphere here in the arena? All the fans, you met any crazy fans so far?
So many crazy fans. Everyone out here is fantastic. All of you. So fun to be around. The screen is massive. And, like, I think this is going to be an event that we will all cherish for a very long time coming. So if you are here, we're so stoked you're here. This is a blast.
It has been really, really fun in that. I have to ask you though, is there anyone in particular you're supporting? Anyone you got your eyes looking out for? Of course, today is the lower bracket day, right? It's a lot more on the line. You know, some teams are going home after today. How you feeling about that? Who you supporting?
There's a lot of pressure on the players. I think I'm looking for Kanata up there, a fan favorite of mine. And then I think when I talk to a lot of people out there in the crowd, they're saying Clicks, you know, and I think that's a common answer as well. So we hope the best for him as well, yeah.
100%. Clicks is, you know, the guy that everybody wants to see well. I have to ask you though, right? You know, people want me to ask this, so you know, this is coming. It's a very important question right now. How do you think you'd fare in a competition like this one?
Like this one?
No more funny business. Let's get to the serious. I'm back to you on the desk, Zeke.
Dang it, Spawning Dog. Oh, Levin2K.
Yeah.
What a guy. What a character, that guy. But as you can tell, vibes are high here today. There is quite a bit of seriousness, of course, as some of these players are kind of looking to start getting themselves prepared. But it's good to break things up with a nice little laugh here and there.
Yeah, I mean, you put those two together, you're bound to get a laugh, 100%. That's why we love them. Levin, he's tough to be around sometimes. He's always trying to throw a joke.
He's tough to play duos with as well. So I think if they duo together, yeah, that'd be fun.
Wow, Levin, way to not play duos with me. That's cool. Anyway, guess what? We are getting ever closer to starting the competition. Why don't we send it on up to our casters to get us prepped?
This has been phenomenal. Just to even start the show, the fans all over are erupting. And honestly, I expect the Royal Arena to open up at some point because they are going to blow the roof off this place.
And to be completely fair as well, I think most of us would have the same reaction as Squatting Dog if asked that question, because these guys that
that are competing here today, I mean, we might be looking at the lower bracket matches, but these are still some top competitors.
Yeah, and I don't think any one player has kind of an upper hand here today, because if we seen yesterday, I think there's a couple players that we're seeing today that everybody would have predicted to be at the top of that leaderboard, taking a break on this Sunday, and that's one thing everybody has to get through their mind. Nothing is guaranteed, everything is earned.
And just like that, though, you have to keep in mind, everything has been building for this moment. These players have been waiting for their opportunity to find their seat on the battle bus for Global Championship Sunday. So we've got the stage set, ready to go.
And we're off.
Just 25 duos can make tomorrow's grand final. We have so many players nervously lining up behind that stage, ready to meet their fate. And Copenhagen, I think we should lend them your voices right now. Are you ready to meet your players? I said Copenhagen, are you ready to meet your players? Let's bring them on.
It's not about how hard you fall. It's about how you pick yourself back up. And these guys plan to do just that today. They want to continue their dream. They want to continue that journey to the Global Championship Final.
What happened yesterday doesn't matter. This is a new lobby with new competition. And if there's any takeaways from their day one, it's that all it takes is one good game to break through.
And this is what they plan to do. Take a couple of those moments from yesterday, the experience, everything that they have learned, and put on a show for the Royal Arena to keep it all going.
Second chances do not come often. Everyone wants today to be the start of something great, and it all begins with this competition.
And this is it, lower bracket. Everybody's ready to take their seats. They're ready to start to play the game. You hear the chants of the crowd going loud. They're ready to make some noise.
So take it all in, enjoy the walk down. You've taken your seats one time before already, but this time, you don't want to make it your last.
You can feel it. You can feel it in the air. The tension is real. Yesterday, those players were a lot more animated. Today, the focus is next level. We saw them there for a moment. Kanada and Agers, a duo that if you had said they're going into the lower bracket, I would have said, nice, that's a funny joke. But here they find themselves.
Kanada and Agers, your Chapter 4, Season 3, Major 3 champions, coming straight out of NA, representing. Honestly, yesterday was a little bit rough for them. They were contested by the greats, Thomas and Malabuka, but today it's a different story. They're going to be uncontested, and if there's anything that I know about Kanata, it's that when he is uncontested every single game, he's going to find the damage needed for Storm Surge and find every single one of those end games.
Of course, and I mean, as you saw them on screen there for a moment, the French fans, we got a duo for you. It's Podesai, it's Snazy finding themselves here in the lower bracket, but the fight's not done. That's right. Make some more noise. Mini Miner, what can they do?
Yeah.
What can they do? What can they change to make it happen today?
Yesterday wasn't great for them. It wasn't a great day. But they can come back. They can definitely come back. They couldn't quite make it to endgame yesterday. Surge a little bit of a problem for them. And we're talking about a duo in Snazy who has LAN experience. He was at the World Cup. I think they're going to need those fans today. I think they're going to need them on top form. And it looks like so far they're definitely doing that.
For sure. Now, of course, we've seen these duos yesterday, but there's 25 from the last chance major we have not met yet. So let's go ahead and meet half of them right now.
Our first group of our last chance major qualifier teams, and let me tell you, they hope that is not the last time that you see them here this weekend. They're looking to put everything they've earned throughout the year to the test here against some players that already have the experience on the stage.
Look, just because it's their first time on stage does not mean it's their first time competing. They are familiar with what it takes to find themselves the victory royales that matter most so they can keep their ticket punch for the global championship.
And with their backs up against the wall, they realize the situation that they're in. It is go big or go home. And let me tell you, with a long flight for some of these guys, they don't plan on making that come to fruition. This is just one group of so many superstars you're going to see this entire weekend.
High-profile duo, Janice and Reason, will finally get to take the stage. Now, Mini Miner, what can we expect from this duo from EU?
We can expect excitement, right? We have Janice, the big brain IGL, FNCS winning pedigree across different seasons. Reason, considered one of the best fighters in EU still. And I'm surprised it's taken them to the last chance majors to qualify for today. I mean, after day number one of Major 1 of Grand Finals, they were in first place. They had an incredible performance, but ended up coming third in that major, so just missing out on a spot. They had a little bit of contestation issues in the last chance major as well, so they just about battled their way through, but I'm glad they are here because they can put on a show.
Absolutely, and a duo from NA, Scented, Polarized. Now, of course, we know Scented has kind of shuffled around a couple times, but now paired up with Polarized. For maybe fans that aren't familiar with them, that are watching the Globals for the first time, Vivid, what can you tell us about this duo?
I mean, Scented is going to be the brains of this duo, throwing it back to Invitational, where we saw him alongside Cold. But coming into this year, the search for a new duo began, and honestly, he didn't really find his feet until it was Major 3 where he picked up Polarized, but they found no success there. And then, of course, the last chance major is where they clutched up. If it's anything that I know about Scented, he's going to be looking towards the low ground. He loves being down there, especially when he was alongside Cole. It looked like they just ran through anybody that was in their way. I'm expecting to see more of that today.
You know what I'm expecting to see? The last half of the duos from the last chance major. Arena, give them a welcome.
Last, but certainly not least, our final group of players taking the stage, qualifying through the last chance major. They felt this pressure before, and like Levin said, it either bursts pipes or makes diamonds, and they're trying to shine bright this weekend.
These contenders have already proven that they know how to prevail through a last chance situation, and today's going to be no different. The Global Championship Battle Bus is leaving with or without you. It's time to see which 25 teams will claim their seats.
Those seats are a hot commodity this weekend. Only 50 teams will be able to make it there. We saw half of them qualify yesterday. Today, we will secure our final entrance onto that battle bus. Who do you want to see take it all?
Jacob PR, I need to give you a job as just my hype man. I just need you to follow me around and hype up everything that I do. But man, oh man, now we have the full lobby of players. Now, we wanted to highlight one in particular here for you. It's Kirby and it's Wiggacy. Now, originally, they're part of two separate duos, but their duo mates couldn't make it. So now they've been allowed to come together and form one duo for the Global Championship.
This is a really interesting storyline. Kirby and Wixie, of course, coming from different regions, a little bit of a language barrier potentially there, so they're going to have to sort of use the in-game tools to communicate, landing it to the north side of the map, just to the west of Sanguine Sweets. Really interesting drop spot. I think they might have a few issues with Storm Surge, with teams actually using that massive mountain that's just outside of that drop to take advantage of them, but anything can happen. This is why I wanted to talk about this duo, because literally anything can happen. We've never seen them play together before, so literally, who knows what's going to happen?
That's a little bit of an X factor, right? You never know what could happen, and Fortnite loves to do this thing where when you don't know what could happen, that's when the craziest things happen. A last duo here, FKS and Adapter. What do you want to talk about this duo, Vid?
Listen, I mean, I love where they are dropping. Kenjutsu crossing. Of course, we saw Queasy and Eveno do very, very well from this drop spot yesterday, right? Kind of taking the reins over from them. And honestly, I was looking towards them. I was like, hey, I think they can do very good from this drop spot. But of course, it's the lower bracket. It's Fortnite. It's the Global Championship. We love to always mix up a little bit of drama in there. And I was checking out socials a little bit earlier on this morning, and it looks like Suns and Anon might be switching over to contest this duo. So my eyes are going to be towards that fight as we jump in to these first couple of games.
That is crazy. And if I remember correctly, these guys were at Invitation, all right? So they already have some LAN experience. Do you feel like that could play a factor coming in today?
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about it, right? Any of the duos that have experience, especially the ones that have been, you know, together when it comes to an international event or just playing in person alone. And then, of course, you know, some of these duos, one half of them kind of have that experience as well. So I'll be excited to see, you know, if they can kind of take the reins and make sure that they stay cool, calm, and collected under the pressure.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned they're now contested, because that just shows what the lower bracket can do. Anything can happen. These guys would have been preparing to be uncontested. Now they are contested by Suns and Anon. I mean, that's going to throw a huge spanner in the works, and that is crazy, because they would have been preparing, yes, we're going to rotate here to get our surge, go and landing us, we'll be chilling, we'll be enjoying ourselves. Next thing you know, two Australians, they're flying in, and things are all going out the window. All the plans are like, hang on a sec, what's happening here? So this is why we talk about adaptability so much, not only in the whole game, the whole meta, the whole season, per day in this format. That's when you need to be adaptable as well.
And I wanted to kind of bring it back to full circle. Something we talked about originally was that it's only 5 games. We're used to kind of seeing either 6 games one day or a total of 12, right? Spread across. Only 5 games, though it's one less. It sounds like, it's just one less game. It's actually that much harder.
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely tough. And one thing that I want to talk about, right, when it comes to the mentality that the players must be thinking about, to qualify to the Global Championship, right, for these upper bracket teams, you pretty much had to place bare minimum top 10, right? And that's EU. That was a very, very large region. But for a lot of the smaller regions, it was a lot tighter for that, right? So they're used to kind of like winning or placing very, very high. Yesterday, they had to get bottom 25, right? So surely that's kind of affecting the mental a little bit. But then those last chance major teams, they're used to clutching up. I mean, they made it all the way to the last event of the year, right? The last one to actually make it to the Global Championships, they clutched up. Today is a clutch situation.
Yeah, and one team that are synonymous with clutch, Steno and Lucy. I was speaking to a few people earlier, a few people were around me. I was like, who do you think is going to win today? I think they were Danish. They said Steno and Lucy. And they're Danish as well, of course. This is a fantastic. I'm excited to see how this duo. Yeah, give it a round of applause.
Wow.
Cheer, why not? Yeah, give it. Because, I mean, these guys are fantastic. I really love watching them play. They just seem to know how each other plays so well. They vibe off each other so well as well. And, of course, they have LAN experience as well. They did so great at Gamers Day. I think it was last year they did so great. So I'm excited to see if they can continue and bring that LAN experience, that chemistry that they have in a LAN environment to this event. Because, I mean, they have the fans for it.
Yeah, for sure. So let's say, you know, we know we have these 5 games. Do we just send everything, right? At this point, we've got to make top 25. You could argue maybe just try and do something and kind of keep any kind of strategy secret and just hope that you can kind of save that for tomorrow. With only 5 games, though, is that enough wiggle room, man? I feel like it's just not. You just got to go full send now.
Nah, I mean, if you're holding back now, I think you're trolling a little bit, honestly, right?
Right?
I mean, full send for sure. And that's the thing, though, about Fortnite. And I love the fact that you're talking about strategy, because I feel like we have 2 major different play styles, right? People who like to play a little bit more passive, and then we have those aggressive duos, ones that are looking for those one pop-off games with 10+ eliminations. I'll be excited to see which duos kind of pull out each one of those strategies.
Yeah, and of course, I think you have to just use the strategies that you practice for the first couple of games. If things go wrong and you have to pull out the grand final strategy, then do it. Because if you don't do it now, you might not even make it to the grand final. So there's no point in hiding them away. We saw some great strats yesterday from Zagu and Pepper with using the shield mushrooms to get some extra surge. Some great ideas from these teams that we haven't seen on other regions, and that's what this is all about. Who's going to pull what out of the hat?
I love that too. I mean, social media yesterday and even today was just like, what is their strategy? Yes, that's what we want to see. We want to see what they're thinking, what they're cooking, and then come out tomorrow. And that could be like the difference maker in them winning and becoming global champions. That would just be wild. Another duel, you know we cannot not talk about them. It's King, it's Phaser. They did not make the top 25, but yesterday, King hit just the most disgusting snipe shots. The double back-to-back to the dome to secure Surge as well. What can they do here?
I mean, that's just skill. Seriously, there's no like coach, there's no VOD revealing that'll allow you to hit those shots. So, you know, obviously the skill is on this duo. It's just all about clutching up, right? Finding the cohesion. And I think today they're actually switching up their drop slots. So I'll be excited to see if it ends up working out for them in that regard.
Yeah, they're sort of switching up the way that they drop all the way down there at the Relentless Retreat. We saw them sort of contesting a team there yesterday. It was Cal Gamer and Seven-Man. They're both still going there, but they're doing it in a different sort of way. I'm interested to see how that Osborne goes. I think for both teams, it didn't really work out. They were both sort of stuck in no man's land. What's going on? Are we going to try and fight? Are we going to try and disengage? I didn't even know what was going on there, so maybe they're going to try and be a little more structured today. They're going to either fight or they're going to disengage. I think it's going to be the latter because the stakes are that much higher.
You saw him on screen there for a moment. Kanata, Agers. Oh, let's bring it back, okay? Kanata, Agers going up against Thomas HG yesterday. It felt pretty one-sided, right? They had a couple games off spawn. Are they contested today?
Nope. Nope. And honestly,
they qual.
Yeah, well, that's what I would say. That's what I predict, right? But Kanata, you know, he hit the socials. He was like, yeah, we only made it off spawn 2 games. And both of those games, headshots.
Yeah.
Headshot snipes actually were the ones that actually ended up closing out their games for them in both of those scenarios. So maybe there's something they have to switch up a little bit there. Maybe a little bit of an adjustment. Maybe they're not used to dealing with those snipers, but I'm sure they can do it.
I mean, the biggest problem for this team throughout this whole year was Storm Surge coming out of that racetrack spot. And they were uncontested in Major Number 3 Grand Finals. They fixed their Storm Surge problems, and Vivid, would you like to remind me what happened in Major 3 Grand Finals on NA?
Oh, they won.
Oh, they won, that's right. So hopefully today, if they can find that same mentality, that same way of playing, they'll be all right.
Well, I'm getting word. It is that time. We are about to kick off the lower bracket of Global Championship Day number 2. So casters, take us in.
Now is the moment you have all been waiting for. Game 1 of the lower bracket is ready to get underway. And Taco, if I had a seat here, I would be on the edge of my seat ready to call this action.
You can feel the nerves that have just been kicking the entire time. Everyone here is just wide awake. And the battle bus is as well, because we're already heading into game number 1.
This is it. This is the start of a journey for some, the continued journey for others. We've already seen some drop spots being switched up. Other players are sticking straight to the plan, but we're going ahead and looking at some of these contested battles right out of the game. Reason and Janice going up against Curb and Whiskey a little bit, but it looks like they're actually going to split off. They don't want to go ahead and hold on to one spot, and as soon as they realize it's safe, they go back to the game plan.
Up at the far north side, Giannis immediately heading for this Crude Harbor drop. It seems as though Giannis and Reason, maybe with the intentions of not trying to eat early surge damage, but as we can tell, the 50-50s, they have begun. Teams that got the better drops already letting their opponents know. Chubbs with an early 2-piece eliminations to start the game.
Yeah, this is his continued journey from yesterday. He fell below that top 25 threshold, looking to make up for it here today. Pamstu and Fatch, on the other hand, they thought they were going to have a huge contested battle. We saw it yesterday, but it doesn't look like Stains and Data are going to go ahead and contest them, or at least not right out of the gates.
Stain and Data is maybe taking a moment to reconsider things given how the circumstances went up against Seti and Cammy yesterday, but here at Kenjutsu Crossing, Adapter, KS, trying to be careful. They know that they've got pressure looming elsewhere inside of this POI. And it's going to be Suns and Anon, who actually seemingly switched up. Initially were appearing as though Suns and Anon were going to head towards Naughty Nets, but maybe because of Badil and Savage's presence, thought otherwise.
Yeah, they had it uncontested yesterday. Did not work out for them. So I feel like they're just confident. They're ready to take whatever challenge is going to be before them. They want a little bit more loot, a clear path towards the middle of the zone, even though this time it's on the corner. And right now they're trying to go for the flag, and third-party shots already interrupting this off-spawn battle. That's going to force Adapter back, and he might have to go ahead and loot. He only has one combat SMG and not much to work with. But while they giving him time, that's FKS. They're trying to put the pressure on, so that way his teammate can get a better loadout.
But at the same time, they're just letting the capture point go for free. And in fact, it seems as though there is some danger hanging on over by Naughty Nets. Saw a nice collection elimination there from Steno onto Mr. Savage. That could definitely play some spoiler effects for game one.
But if Fadil finds himself alive somehow, some way, you heard all the nice things Mr. Savage said about him, but make some noise. Clicks and Epic Will contested over towards Mega City, but I feel like that's no different. All season long, they've been contested about 2 or 3 other teams, but there's so much space to work with. There's so much loot to share. As long as they don't get caught off guard, it's business as usual.
But at the same time, there is so much traffic inside of Mega City, and as far as the vault is concerned, there's definitely something worth fighting over. You have to expect that regardless of where that high card spawn is at, people are going to be looking to make sure to take out whoever actually secures that vault key card.
Oh, wow. Actually, they weren't necessarily contested. They were taken out on their drop. You saw Vadil go ahead and get that reboot card, trying to give his teammate a second chance at life. Oak is here, ready to put some respect on his name, already getting one elimination. He's looking for another, but first, he has a stop to make. Let's clean up this loot. Let's try to get as jam-packed as possible. You see the fallen teammate, Deguro, is going to be right above him. He knows no matter what, as he continues his journey, he's going to have to try to get that reboot card, because doing this alone is not something anybody wants to face.
But at the same time, that siphon there for Okis definitely gave him a nice little bit to work with in comparison to Dieta, who doesn't have shields. If Okis wants to pressure this, he's definitely more than capable of doing so, but it seems as though his mentality right now is just to stay on the move. Being in this sort of solo situation, deep in the jungle biome here at Rumble Ruins, especially in this lower elevation territory, he might be able to sneak up on some other teams.
Yeah, I like the way you mentioned Surge as one of the first things, because yesterday, if it's shown us anything, Surge is not the easiest thing to come by in a lobby like this. And uncontested this time around, Canal and Agers getting a chance to fight off spawn, and immediately they go to what they know works from the past, trying to get Surge underneath their own belt, so that way they don't have to worry about it too much later in the game. But Vico and Pink, another team that has experience from day one, contested by Acorn and Cold. This time around, they're ready to take their fights to their opponent. And on the other side of things, it is going to be Bully and Shadow.
But look at this hype battle as well between Pink and Bully, both of them trying to provide cover fire for their fraggers down below. As far as Vico and Shadow are concerned, a little bit of a pause here, not directly trying to challenge. Seems as though Vico is trying to look for a regroup circumstance, but again, you have to keep some form of a barrier between yourself and another team. Bully just trying to do what he can as far as making sure that he's able to suppress Pink in the process, but they're not trying to give up any sort of resources for free here.
Yeah, and you can kind of already see in the mini-map just a little bit. You've seen it here. Bully and Shadow, they had no intention on trying to take that engage. They split up to try to get even more Surge early on in the game before the zone does get too small. Snazy and Podesai probably have the fan favorites on their side in the stadium. I hear them loud and proud already, and they're trying to go ahead and use that energy to fuel them here today. A little bit of a misstep on day one, but they're picking themselves up, dusting themselves off, and ready to put on a show.
Just because you stumble doesn't mean you fall, and it's got to be such an invigorating feeling knowing that you have so many fans in the venue just cheering for you every step of the way. It's not even like these guys are getting a piece of the action right yet. They're just moving, and you've got the French fans cheering for them. It's just awesome to see that kind of display.
One of the best controller players in the lobby. Polarized, teamed up with Scented over on the other side. They're taking a split that in day one belonged to another team. It's probably part of their strategy. use this to try to qualify. We'll figure it out later because that's the biggest things. At this stage in the game, there's no reason to save all your secrets for that championship Sunday because you have to be able to make it there. Mini Miner said it himself to open up the show because what good are those strategies? What good are those tricks underneath your sleeves if you're not able to use them in the biggest moments possible?
Trouble now. Not for Podesai just yet, kind of lurking around this bush. He knows that he's got a couple contenders down beneath him, and as for Shalom and MK Papa, they want to take their time. I mean, kind of tough to try and fight that uphill battle, quite literally. So instead, just continue to wait things out, wait for a better opportunity to look for a rotation out. It can be difficult as well when you're playing right here on the edge side of where these zone pulls are happening because, again, for Podesai, it seems as though the intent is just to prioritize positioning.
One team that changed their positioning overall to another, King, Phaser. You can already see they're over towards Shattered Slab. Zone is pulling all the way towards the eastern side of the map. They have a long journey to go, and you can even see it at the edge of Mega City here on Pink and Vico. So they have even more rotations to go later on in the game. But for now, it's Batman, Booga, and Rapid who beat him to the punch. The top of the hill, just west of Mega City. And they immediately got out of Mega City because that's one of the things we talked about to start the show is how contested it actually is. They could easily take a building on top, but they're taking a little bit of the safer route or what they thought would be because right now Pink and Vico are slowly but surely looking like they're going to try and sneak up and see if they have any opportunity to take over. But if you can see in the mini-map, they're going to choose to go the other way. It's not something they want to battle this early on in the game.
You can already see some shots, though, coming from a little bit of a distance here. Rapid just trying to be wary of his surroundings, and it makes perfect sense why you'd want to ditch from Mega City ASAP. When there's 4 separate teams landing there, again, it's just so much traffic to actually deal with. So why risk it when every single game can be so important? I think for Rapid and Batman Booga, not necessarily getting max resources, max materials, it's not as bad as it might initially look because they can always find the refreshes after the fact because, again, Storm Surge strategies were definitely an issue for a lot of teams in day 1. And this is day 2. It's not like the competition's gotten any less.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot of these teams taking that prime real estate to where they know players are going to rotate into. Deal. We've seen him go for the reboot card onto Mr. Savage. Uncontested nor naughty nets. That's a no-brainer that he's going to get him back into the game. Back up as a duo, but as you can see in the mini-map, they are split up. They called out this strategy to start the game. They're trying to cover more ground. They're trying to take more space away. This also allows them to get better lines of sight around the map for their Storm Surge. They already know what has happened in the past when Storm Surge is lacking. It forces you to make plays. It's almost like you don't have control over the game, and they are trying to do their best to keep control of their own destiny.
It's definitely something that has haunted Mr. Savage and Vidal all chapter long. As far as Major 3 was concerned, even leading into that last chance Major, where we saw them switching up their drop spot even over to Drift Ridge, just because of the fact that Mr. Savage is mentioning he doesn't like to be contested. Sure, they got it uncon then, but it's still never easy whether you're uncon or contested as far as establishing a solid Storm Surge strategy.
Yep, Fornite and Moneymaker. Moneymaker probably one of our youngest players competing here today, showing that anything is truly possible as long as you have a chance, and they've given themselves just that, an opportunity on the biggest stage in the world when it comes to Fortnite. And you can already see the augment that he's choosing out. First Assault, Scope Salvo, 2 of the biggest ones that are needed when it comes to Storm Surge. It's going to allow them to keep their distance and keep hitting those shots.
Like seeing this from Kitos as well. We're talking about augments, but right now the prioritization's onto Snazy. And it's looking good. Trying to see if they can push forward in this box fight. Shots being taken by Podesai as well, just to even trade out so far. No real damage inflicted by either side just yet. But Yuma and Draymond, they can definitely feel the pressure, and Podesai definitely aware of the fact that they've got more company coming.
Who are already taking advantage of their positioning high up on the side of that mountain, trying to third party take some shots onto both Pink and Vico, who took down Okus, adding more to their own Storm Surge. Weapon cache are going to be there, and you can see Yuma and Jaemon probably share that same weapons cache, so they're going to be forced to wait till Snazy and Podesai leave off of this spot to try to pick up the scraps, figure out whatever is left along. but a team that, you know, taking a lot of time towards
Slappy.
Slappy Shores.
Wow.
My only question for them is how is their surge? Because a lot of the teams are on the western side of the zone for now. They haven't begun to rotate over towards Slappy Shores. Not a lot of teams landing here right out of the gates. So for them, that's probably what's on their mind right now. We've looted up, we've gotten everything we need. Now we just need Storm Surge.
And hey, we're talking about Storm Surge so often for Pink and Vico. This is going to be a massive contributing factor. Getting that elimination onto Oak is just taking full advantage of that 2v1 situation. And that's something that's not necessarily going to be easiest to come by at this stage of the game. And for Rapid and Batman Booga, again, we revisit, we talk about the fact they left Mega City so early, and they just haven't managed yet to find that pressure situation to actually secure eliminations for the refreshes that they would like. And they don't necessarily have time to just farm resources either, because there's other teams moving in at this point. There's other teams already establishing good positioning off of earlier rotation. So if you try to expend your time farming resources, you're just going to keep getting lit up.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at 7-man's inventory now, you can already see they won the ball over towards Relentless Retreat, but it's a little unorthodox. Typically, you would grab something to pack a punch, whether it's a Sharp Tooth, an Infiltrator, or even a Maven, but he's going to go without it for now, hoping that that Mythic Stinger does more than enough damage in a moment's notice to be able to survive. It all depends on how you control that recoil, honestly, because I remember that thing go brr.
It's so obvious that the intention, though, is that up-close and personal battle. The question is, will they actually manage to force themselves into that type of situation? And Rift Island can definitely be a location where we'd expect those battles to come, but even all throughout day one, we hardly saw any sort of contestation over this Rift Island. Centered on the way up, though, definitely having some issues as far as maintaining his shields are concerned. Those are going to be completely depleted. Granted, they have ample shield potions to make up for it, but it's going to be Hen, it's going to be Bass actually looking to contest. They don't want to let this Rift Island objective points go for free.
If only they saw the damage that was put on both of these players before they even touched down on the island. Surely they would try to take advantage of it. And you can see one man's trash, another man's treasure. Miro and Cooper sneaking up on the side, trying to take away the position. The French team of Snazy and Podesai also willing to contest this Rift Island. And that's one of the things I was thinking. It was very, very passive yesterday. Even solos were able to take it. But as the VOD review goes on, as time passes, players are going to realize there's nobody up there. But when everybody thinks the same, now we have 4 teams on top of Rift Island ready to battle it out. One of them, Hen and Vask, 141 above the damage threshold. They're going to be the ones to contain it, plus 15 points for them. And that's going to be huge because we already see teams qualify with those points of the objectives.
Every little bit counts, but we've gotten a good idea of what's been happening directly in games so far. However, got a mid-game analyst to give us a little bit more.
Thank you so much, Taco. I just want to catch everyone up on our hometown heroes of Steno and Lush, who were able to get an elimination on Mr. Savage before he even hit the ground. Then we saw Steno be able to find a key, which he used to unlock a mythic shotgun. Quickly, they regrouped, built up a surge tower, and as you can see, they have vision on 2 duos of Jamin and Kanata, setting themselves up for an excellent mid and late game. But let's see how they do.
Only time will tell to see how it pays off. They definitely got themselves a good spot in the zone thanks to those plays.
And that's the thing, too, about those teams that are landing more towards the south side. It is so easy for other teams with slightly earlier drops to just pick you off with the elevation difference. It's one primary issue definitely known about that Naughty Nets area, but you can always expect to bounce back. I mean, we already saw the deal with the successful remove ban onto Savage, so easy to say that anything can happen in these circumstances.
You can see it started at 181 above the damage threshold. Pamstu and Fatch slowly falling back down, climbing back up, trading shots back and forth. You have their eyes set towards Rift Island. They see a giant monument being built on top as Polaroids actually took down Snazy up above. And this is going to be a huge opportunity for them as they're just looking around. Nobody's directly pushing up onto them, even though they are split. They're just looking for these fights that are already underway and just trying to take advantage of it the best that they can. And just looking at the island right now, I didn't see Scented either.
Miro and Cooper are looking awfully vicious, though, in that position. You can just tell that they are waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike, and it's got to be only a matter of time. They can tell that there is so much chaos already unfolding on top of this Rift Island. Teams are just constantly under pressure, both outside and right here directly at the Rift Island. But for Vask and for Hen, again, you have to remember, they're the ones who actually secured the capture point here. So they've got some decent loot to go with it. And Miro and Cooper, if there was ever a time to try and take down another team and, you know, get plenty of refills as far as your materials are concerned and your weapons, that is definitely the opportunity.
Yeah, elimination feed is lighting up. A lot of players being forced to interact with each other thanks to that storm surge. Seeing Vortex go down. Even Duke's trying to rise to the occasion here today after his performance yesterday, trying to qualify for the FNCS Global Championship Final tomorrow. Jamon goes down. Yuma's going to have to leave him behind, but he's only 72 above the Storm Surge threshold, but now he's becoming the focus of multiple teams in this lobby right now. It's not looking good. HP is going to be down low. Shields are going to be ripped off, and the shots continue. Finally, though, he does have a short moment to breathe, but that's only going to give him enough time to pop one Mimi. The Shalom and MK Pop are over on the other side. They probably know that he's a solo. They saw him crash land in with that rocket ram, and this is something that they're trying to take advantage of.
For Shalom and MK Papa, they've just been playing bouncer responsibility on this edge of zone, and granted it just moved in a little bit tighter, but for Yuma, now you can see him starting to get lit up by some of that storm surge. Accountability as far as your surge strategies are concerned, it can be very difficult to maintain it throughout because there is just so much action happening as some of the congestion builds along this edge of zone and teams needing to move even further in. Players like Yuma are bound to get caught out on those later rotations.
Yeah, you can see they're even willing to risk it. Shalom and MK Papa, they got the elimination, or at least they saw it towards the backside of zone, but they didn't have very many materials at all. So it was almost an all or nothing situation if they want to keep as best chance as possible for them to try to stay alive. I see a Vico. I don't see Pink. You got to imagine, yes, he is by himself as a solo, and he's suffering to surge right now. 13 below the threshold. Now he's in zone. Everything crumbling down. Only a few seconds to try to land the shot that matters, and he's not going to be given that opportunity. Down goes Pink. Down goes Vico.
But a massive pickup there for Yuma. Still utilize that rocket ram to try and close the gap even further and make sure that he's maintaining a decent distance on that backside of the zone. Kanata, meanwhile, next to Agers, trying to be vigilant with his awareness. And again, so many teams just trying to keep tabs on where everybody else is in the lobby. Players like Bing, there are a decent amount of pressure here, but they will manage to prevail. Nicely timed shots, nicely placed aim as well with that sharp tooth to ensure that they can acquire that elimination.
Yeah, and since he got eliminated altogether, you gotta imagine Moneymaker went down earlier on in this same game. You saw Polarize, the one that took down Snazy, leaving Potasai by himself. At least he's above the damage threshold for now, but quickly falling below. Now he knows he's going to have to try to find and catch somebody off guard, because otherwise he's going to have no choice but to try to get in the box, slowly but surely biding his time, trying to make sure that he makes the right play. And this is an opportunity for him to really rise to the occasion by himself. And with Storm Surge shutting off for now, that at least allows him to breathe, restabilize himself in that position. Edgy goes down outside of zone. It wasn't a knock. So Duke and Edgy are also out of this game. Action is moving so fast, and we're not even into the placement points yet.
The zone pull, a little bit brutal for some of these teams as it just keeps getting closer and closer to that edge side. And again, for Agers and Kanata, as we get another opportunity to see from where we last left off with them, Kanata's got to be careful with this rocket ram on the landing. So many teams, and right on the side of this hill. It can be difficult. He's trying to work his way back up already. Fully understands the fact that he doesn't want to have to play from the low ground, but he'll be forced to take shelter. You don't realize.
Refresh for Agers, because now he's boosted up in the mats. He has a little bit more HP to work with. The flopper, the med kit he can use in game, and if him Kanata can find a way to reunite, he has the minis and another knock onto QNDX. Agers doing what he did in their championship run. The Siphon's going to be picked up, but he has to get to zone. This is a 5-tick. Time is running out, and another Menmith. Miracle upon miracle landing in the palm of Agers' hands.
He's trying to do what he can to make it across, but this hill phase is just so problematic. Still, the Medness plus the med kit, he just doesn't have the mobility that he'd be hoping for. With so many teams having already pushed in, he might just barely make it in the nick of time. He's got to find another second.
Oh.
This far is more than enough.
I feel like I heard him on stage. Don't worry, Kanata, I'm coming. Don't worry. Medkit being used, minis being dished out, and they are back into the game. The resurgence from day one as we get a replay from Clix and Epicwell. One of the biggest teams everybody came to see. They get aggressed on due to Storm Surge, and they shine bright. Storm Surge is not a problem from them as they pick up 2 eliminations.
Batman Booga's still in here too.
Are at a little bit more isolated than some of these other teams that are trapped inside of all this congestion. Mr. Savage and Badil, though, from Rags to Riches at the beginning of this game, they have done a decent, if not a phenomenal job at putting themselves into a comeback situation.
Some of these teams who you're asking, do you got what it takes to get your ticket onto the battle bus? What about the roller coaster this team's going through from down the mountain, across the river, over towards Naughty Nets? I think best case scenario, honestly, Taco, is it going south, continuing on towards that island. If it goes back on over to the west, this is going to be a nightmare for anybody that doesn't have mats, as Clix is used the last little bit that he does have left. But he finds another elimination on the ping.
These perfectly timed rotations from Clix, managing to find these players who are looking to just find that final push inward. But again, this is the beauty of being able to play from that backside of the zone. Still, Clix, Epic trying to be careful, and we are getting a little glimpse here of a team that's momentarily on high. Whether or not Fishy and DNK are going to be able to hold this is a different question entirely, but for the time being, they look well situated to carry themselves into the top 10 at least.
Even though they have high ground now, they might have to wait for some of those teams below them to try to build that allow them to save some resources, save some mats as they make their way across the roster once more. Podesai 131 below the damage threshold, only a big pop to his name. So right now he's peeking through the cone. He's trying to just get as much information as possible. Where can I get this damage? But time is running out. He continues to fall well below that threshold as Savage picks up another elim. Badil goes down, but it's actually Epicwell who falls to Mr. Savage, trying to keep himself alive. Storm Surge isn't a worry, but it's the HP, it's the zone that's pulling away.
So unfortunate though, Savage gonna be unable to do anything in terms of helping out the deal. Simply has to watch and wait, continue their run. That flopper though, along with the crash pads, does a great job placing him into the zone. Mr. Savage moving through all the traffic, eating shots as well, but doesn't care in the slightest. He's just continuing to push forward. He's making his own path through.
He's not going to be the most healthy anybody in the lobby can be, but he's definitely going to give himself enough wiggle room to work with. His Clix now going to be a solo, probably one of the more prolific solo players.
Oh.
But unable to finish it up. He gets taken out by Podesai.
Oh, Podesai just went off.
He's managed to stay this far into the game as a solo. You just know that he's going absolutely insane right now, trying to keep the run alive. Rocket Rams as well, destroying so many builds in the process. These players continue to rotate through, but that materials refresh is going so far. It's actually Bryce and Chumps now at the top of the lobby, but builds running incredibly low.
Yeah, multiple top 10 performances in the major this year. I think Bryce and Chubbs are one of the teams that are falling under the radar. They're ready to make a statement. Just like
Oh my god, yeah, you don't have Medmiss for that.
He goes down as his Medmiss runs dry.
Kanata, another mini, going to be popped. The patience. It's so hard to be patient through all this chaos as well. It's so easy to get distracted and think, okay, this is the perfect time to strike. A drop down to the low ground here for Kanata. Recognize the fact that he's got some players directly above him. Still has a couple of mini shield pushes he can utilize. Source, on the other hand, won't make it through. Cooper going absolutely nuclear with the back-to-backs here. Cooper just won't.
Oh. Oh, he didn't have it.
Bryce and Chubbs, I call them one of the most underrated teams falling under the radar this weekend. They played phenomenally to make it to this point, and they make a statement here in game 1 of the lower bracket. Frankie, how are they feeling?
How are you feeling? I mean, my friends up in the casting booth would like to know, so I will ask you first, Bryce.
I'm feeling good.
Are you feeling a little bit overwhelmed about the fact that you just took a victory royale here on land in Copenhagen?
Yeah, I'm nervous.
I can understand why you might be nervous. I do have a very scary face, so I'm going to come over to you, Chubbs. Talk me through the last moments of that game.
I don't know. We just took high and we won.
You took high. Okay, well, talk to me about the journey there. Did you feel like the zone was in your favor the whole time?
No, it wasn't at all.
Okay, well, how did you get around that situation then? How are you able to make the most of what maybe wasn't the most ideal situation?
Just we got surge and we had forecast, so we just went where the zone was.
There you go. Simple. Everyone hopefully listening here will find out how to win a victory royale on land thanks to these two. Just before I let you go, do you think you can overcome the nerves and pick up another victory royale today?
Yes, I think we can.
Brilliant. Well, you know what? Now you've said that, I think you can too. Copenhagen, please give it up for Bryce and Chubbs.
Wow.
You know, I thought the games yesterday were crazy. But game number 1 of the lower bracket does not disappoint. Bryce and Chubbs taking forecast, using that to just help them get ahead of the storm, even though they were in the toughest spot. It didn't matter. They were able to adapt. Yes, there's some nerves, but they overcame.
I love that interview, right? Getting asked, hey, do you feel like the zones were in your favor? No, they... Chubbs, they found the high ground in the end, and they made it work.
I mean, these guys land all the way to the north of the map, even more north than Creaky Compound, so high up there. Of course, as they mentioned, they had the forecast, which helped them get the step ahead, and I really love the way they took height right there. A little rocket ram play to knock out Towels and Fishy, who were up there for seemingly a long time in that end game, and from that point on, they were just riding out all of their materials, all of their heals. I think at one point there in that end game, I think I saw Bryce with a fishing rod. You know when you're carrying a fishing rod in the last zone? Things are looking rough, but it didn't work out too bad for him, did it?
Absolutely. Game 1 here on day 2, the victory royale. I'm sure for them, they're feeling a little overwhelmed, and now they just got to bring it back. More of what you do in game number 2. Now let's take a look at these standings. I want to see how this went. Now, of course, there's actually so much to talk about. Really quickly, let's highlight the duo in second place there, Cooper and Miro.
Batman Booga's in 4th. Clicks isn't even in there. Clicks isn't top 10.
Solo rider, still a second place after the first game. That is a way. We hit the ground running.
Yeah, I'm really, really glad you brought these guys up, because yesterday wasn't too great for Cooper and Miro, and I love the way that Cooper played that endgame. Such a clutch moment for him. And paired up with Miro, when these guys got together, I think a lot of people were asking questions. Wait, Miro is playing with Cooper? This up-and-coming player? Miro himself? And I think Cooper has just proved why he deserves to play with Miro, a player of his caliber. He's clutching in the big moments on the big stage, and it didn't quite work out in a victory royale for them, but what a start. That's the exact start we want to see from them to improve on yesterday.
I got to point out, though, it was close, right? Cooper finding the one knock, I was like, wait, it's doable. I think one more second, I think he would have found that other rhythm and clutched it up.
Mad close. Another duel we have to highlight, Aegis and Kanata being uncontested. Man, the way they navigated that last little bit of endgame there, I just love how kind of brave Kanata went. Like, I don't know if brave's the right word, maybe just like crazy, right? Like, let's just rocket ram on the side of this kind of cliff and we'll just see what we find. But once again, man, you're gonna do what you have to do, and for him to have this start, this is the surge we need.
You're gonna say, oh, the way that they traversed the end game. No. This was a Kanata solo clutch, but let's not forget, Aegis had his own just right before this and actually made his way all the way to Kanata. So it was almost like they were kind of like passing the torch, right? It's like, oh, okay, I done solo clutch now. You go ahead and get us a couple more points. 3rd place, and I mean, I want to point something out. Look at the top 4. Look at the NA representation at the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing good. Good to see. I like it. You know, they're doing very good. I mean, we still have time. 4 more games to go, right? I have big expectations of people like Janice and Reason. Even, can I remind you, who took control of the island in that last game? Was it an EUGO? Yes, it was. I'll give you the answer straight away. And that was something that I was really surprised at as well, that island contestation.
Yeah.
So many more teams went up for it, it seemed like, but no one wanted to go all the way and try and claim it. It was Hen and Vasquez who ended up saying, you know what, this is ours. It doesn't matter about anyone else. I think everyone else kind of like half went for it and think, you know what, I'm getting this.
What's odd though is like, yes, for like one moment, right? They're right next door. And then suddenly it's like, you've got Stacey Podesai rifting on up. You've got people kind of hopping over old builds. But why did no one want to take this fight, right? If we're all going to take and burn our resources or do whatever we have to get up there, why didn't we just give that to them for free?
You know, me and Minnie, we were watching sort of the west side of that zone, and there were so many teams that actually ended up being congested on that side of the zone, which means that all of these teams that were actually up on the Rift Island, they were happy with their position because they were getting free damage, right? Free shots off on so many teams below them. So why would you go ahead and take the fight? I mean, sure, you know, the capture point is worth those 15 points, but when you can get that much surge and actually traverse it into the end game, you might as well take that opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. And we were speaking about these sort of storm surge strategies. We often see teams build storm surge strategies depending on how the lobby works. Who's landing where? How can we rotate and get as much damage as we can? These guys haven't had very long at all to prepare for this, right? They haven't had time at all, so I'm expecting some more drama in the next few games.
Absolutely. And why don't we hear from the players themselves? They have their own thoughts on mid-match objectives. Take a look.
The mid-match objectives are really important towards the game.
That could be the difference between you winning and you getting top 5.
Big risk sometimes, but if you're good at fighting, it will make the game so much more easier.
For the first objective of the game, the forecast tower, there's a lot of reward. I mean, you get 2 slurps, a gold AR, and you can see the future zones.
Você pega uma torre que ela prevê a safe, né? Então, isso é uma vantagem tipo ridícula.
電波塔は取ったら1取れるぐらい重要です。
If we see that it's not a big risk, then we go for it.
It makes the game so much more easier if you get it.
But there's definitely a risk, and you might lose all your mats, your heals, and you might even get eliminated.
The Rift Island made the game more interesting for the teams that are going into endgame and know they don't have a lot of loot.
It makes the game more aggressive.
The risk is that many people go for it because of the points.
It can be up to like 8 to 10 people on one island all fighting in one really close area, and it gets really hectic.
The fights at the mid-match objectives are going to be intense because of the high reward, but it can be the downfall of some players if they get eliminated.
It gives you max mats, it gives you everything that you need to win the game. The sacrifice is that everyone can see you if you're up there.
It's a finals lobby and people are probably going to be scared to go for it.
Towards the later games, like when people really need that jump, if they're trying to place as high as possible, the reward will be a lot higher, but the risk is also be a lot higher, so we'll see how it turns out.
命をかけて電波塔はいもう
Those 15 points could just make or break your entire game.
And that could be the difference between 10,000, 100,000, even 500,000.
Se você ganhar o campeonato, você muda a tua vida, literalmente.
So it's definitely something to prioritize and something that we're looking to play for as well.
The 2 takeaways. Forecast Towers willing to put their lives on the line for it, and if you get the Forecast Towers, you're probably going to end up like Bryson Chubbs there in game number 1, finding their first victory royale of the day.
Yeah, and they got 3 points for it, even though it was Hen and Vasquez that were able to get the 15 for Rift Island. That's just showing overall how important it is to plan around these things, but also have a plan B just in case things go wrong. But the right thing is game number 2, and it's about to start now.
Game 1 did not disappoint in the slightest. Game 2, I expect to deliver all the same, if not more, as these teams, some of them getting a little bit of a taste of what that 50-50 contest is like at the start, but we definitely saw plenty of teams taking things relatively slow, really just trying to prioritize their resources off Brit. But for FKS, Adapter, they want all of Kinjutsu to themselves. Suns nearly Eland on the drop, and yet Suns and None just barely gonna manage to get out of this one.
Yeah, and it almost looks like they want to chase him down. They're over wondering, was that bush there before? Is that something new? Shots got fired through. Just a sliver of HP left. He finally gets knocked down. Forget Luton when we could pick up these early game eliminations.
that kind of
There you
leads
go.
on all by himself. But luckily, he was able to get across to the other side of Kinjitsu's crossing. But the timer is on. He only has a certain amount of time before he can get that reboot card back. Luckily, though, Suns hasn't been fully eliminated just yet. So the timer actually hasn't started just yet.
But surely
There it is.
knows Suns merely being toyed with at this point by Adapter and FKS. FKS will finish off that elimination. Wants to collect the Siphon and the 4 elimination points to go with it. But meanwhile, Hall of Whispers could definitely see some action here. Depends on how Yuma and Jamon actually want to play it out. Right now, Yuma, Jamon doing their best to just try and get some materials going, because you can't really have a box fight if you don't have any boxes to build.
Yeah, and it looks like Moneymaker and Fornite not wanting to push up just yet. They're still getting things going, waiting for it to flow. Clix and Epic Well over on the other hand, Mega City, they had a phenomenal first game. They sit inside of the top 25 after one game. If they can keep this pace going, we will see them on the Grand Finals Championship Sunday. Only time will tell, though, because they're actually split up right now. They are so far split to do different buildings of Mega City. Zazie and AIM, Batman Booga and Rapid are the 2 other teams. Nobody really wanted to push the contest just yet, but Moneymaker and Fornite just end up going down low to the low ground, getting chased by Jamon and Yuma, backed up into a corner, very little options to work with, and this is exactly what you were talking about. These bog fights, they need materials in order to be able to come out on top, because eventually, if you didn't farm up as much in the early game, you will run out quick, and that's when they'll strike.
It just seems as though Yuma and Jamon, they've got their prey perfectly trapped here. Fornite, Moneymaker, this is quite a sticky situation. Backs literally against the wall here. Might have an opportunity. Moneymaker does have that rocket ram available. Keep in mind the height that it can cover, but at the same time, Fornite as well, but they'll still be relatively exposed. If they do try to utilize these rocket rams, there is still a chance that Yamon or Yuma might potentially look to take them out here.
EMP grenades trying to just at least snip off some of the shields. Not very many left in their back pocket. Snazy, Bodasai over on the other side of the map, looting up pretty safely. Not too many teams contesting them. Maybe one north of Shattered Slabs. You know, King and Phaser are over on towards their left, and a double contestation on their south towards Relentless Retreat. And they're kind of using all the time that they have to their advantage, so that way they can have these safe rotations. That way they have an opportunity to play out, and they're going to be one of the first teams rotating out of that side. And Taco, I think we've seen this strategy before. FHD and Hero might be doing something that only one region has done so far on the weekend.
Zagu and Beppo are somewhat of an inspiration, one might say, as far as this strategy is concerned. I mean, you can see
Get back in there.
trying to crawl away here, but that's just not going to be a possibility. The damage is
Wow.
hard. We talk about surge strategies all the time, and hey, if it works, it works.
Now he's got to be able to capture that other one, but it does look like Gon was able to kind of get his teammate eliminated. No free search for you anymore, and he's hoping they move off that spot so that way he can get the reboot card back, get his teammate back into the game like we saw so many times in game 1. And we saw how fruitful it was on those reboots. They were able to get far into the game and kind of make it worth their while to go for such a risky attempt at that. Kaizen and Clement split up, looting up, safe as can be.
I don't know. It looked like he lagged.
Doing the same thing. And nobody is nearby, at least for now. But the zone is going to force these guys over towards the east, maybe a little bit towards the north. So eventually they're going to run into some problems.
Hey, look, we talk all the time about players splitting off from each other, looking for opportunities. One might be prioritizing farming out resources, the other looking to try and secure as many surge tags as possible. But when you are this far apart from your duo, you have to be certain that you are not going to have some unexpected company spring up on you, because if that's the case and you're not able to actually provide that backup that you would like, it could be a very quick downward spiral before you have a chance to recover. King and Phaser, on the other hand, though, they're just looking to stick together. Death and Tahi, looks like they wanted this fight.
It's a bird, it's a plane, no. It's just Death and Tahi trying to go up and over King and Phaser. Didn't work out. They land right at the top of that mountain along with them. Shots going through the build for Phaser. Him and King, they've already had their chance yesterday to qualify. And not very many people get these second chances, and they're hoping to not waste it and let it dwindle away. And they're actually separated. They're almost box to box with their opponent with very little space in between. And this is where the strategy, formulating some sort of a plan, maybe a little bit of a bull rush to try to take them out while they're separated, while the strength in numbers is high.
This goes for both duos. You can't get too distracted and tunnel in on one unless you are certain that your time to elimination is going to be fast. Other teams already starting to take note of this battle that started to break out just outside of Shattered Slabs. For Death and Tahi, King and Phaser, well, they've got a couple more problems than just each other to deal with right now.
All around the map, players are trying to rotate to some high elevated positions, grab their spot in zones, so that way they can look back, try to hold people out. Already you've seen where these players are positioned at, towards the northeastern side of the zone. They're kind of hoping it goes over towards Brutal Bash and maybe even Sanguine Sweets, something that they can work with so they can hold their spot and gatekeep these players out. But Pixie, you can see him just putting some shots, not finding too much success, but he's not giving up very many shots either. But Vico is down. Now it's Pink's turn to try to hold 10 toes down. Nice shot, nice knock. Has to reload though. The mistake is after, but he makes up for it. Pink stays alive, but there's still another player, a whole other team hot on their heels, not wanting to let anybody survive in this position. This is what you call a phenomenal third party, but Pink wastes no time trying to disengage. He's trying to get out, and he realized Shalom and MK Papa, they're not going to be on the chase. They're just going to get the spoils of this battle and collect all that loot as if it was their own.
Pink definitely already got what he was looking for, though. Vico's reboot card on top of some initial materials to build with for his escape there. Nice utilization of the crash pad as well, just not trying to waste any further time. He already secured the clutch that he needed to for his teammate, and it's definitely early enough that he could certainly look for a reboot opportunity there onto Vico. We'll have to check back in with them later on. And as far as Polarized and Censored are concerned, again, it's not uncommon to see players willing to just look for these surge tag opportunities, build up a little tower temporarily close to their initial drop spots, try and see if they can tag anybody else who might be in the middle of their loop path. But as far as Polarized is concerned, when there's a push at the top of a building, you know that building's not initially supposed to be there, Jacob. Players are usually gonna box them around themselves while actually moving.
Yep. At least, you know, they're sticking to the game plan. They know teams got to rotate in that position. Eventually, Perza gets tagged up, trying to refarm as much as possible. His teammate doing the same thing. They get themselves a sliver of the zone just on the edge. They can easily move forward to try to get more position inside, so that way they don't fall behind everybody else. In a lobby like this, that's not what you want to do. But down goes River. Skid's trying to make up for it. His teammate's very low HP. He's trying to give him time to breathe. The elimination and the siphon's going to go through, but it goes to Skids, who already was full health. River's trying to battle back with a little bit of that high ground, but he goes down all the same. Skids and Soraf are able to stay on top in that exchange, and now they get so much loot for their efforts.
5 eliminations, by the way, already.
Well, so why not take the mini and then pop from there?
You add that with a relatively decent placement, and these guys could be having the game to really mark themselves on the leaderboard. But the fact that they've already seen so much action, I'm curious as to how well it's going to translate in terms of how well they're going to be able to prioritize their positioning, because you have to expect that their surge damage is definitely well above the threshold.
Yep. Phenomenal performance to start this day. Didn't really go their day yesterday, but first you don't succeed, you try again. Bully and Shadow, you saw them kind of contested. You can see that North America has won 4 of the 6 matches played this weekend. NA is showing that maybe it's not as EU strong as it once was at the Invitational, but this is only the first 2 days. We haven't received or played in the grand finals on Sunday just yet. Things can change, because we know the EU region likes to go ahead and VOD review. They like to practice. They like to save some of those secrets, if I may say so myself.
Still, NA definitely looking like a decent amount of animals for the time being, and Iron Majors hoping to keep that trend going. Keep in mind, their day 1 certainly did not go the way that they would have hoped by any means. But the fact that they've even made it this far is already a testimony to the fact that day 2 is definitely looking better than yesterday's.
See how well it's going for them. This time around, Kanata and Agers off the drop, uncontested, but quickly moving around. Zone pulling towards the east side yet again. It's only a wonder what happened and why they made an opposite decision of what they made last game. But I trust them. They're the ones who made it here. I'm the ones just in the stands. Kaizen and Clement, they're not too far off where Kanata and Agers once just were. They're trying to hope. I think right now the strategy is to get as much surge as possible with a lot of teams that are rotating in from the south, that are rotating from the western side. And that way they could probably rotate later on in the game. They could probably be one of the first ones now that they don't have to worry about it. But for now, they're just getting their loot cache, just trying to go ahead and shield up, ready for this next rotation. Azazi does go down the top of Mega City. He gets surrounded by both Source and Yumi. Aim's the one that's trying to disengage. In the distance, another team on top of Mega City just trying to get their surge there himself. He has plenty of heals to work with. My only worry is going to be that men miss the HP because Zone is going to be pulling forward, so he only has enough time for so much.
This array of heals, though, that AIM just keeps conveniently strolling through. You almost have to wonder if this was initially somebody else's base center over at Mega City. I mean, when you have several different teams that are choosing to prioritize landing there, you have to expect that players are going to be trying to accrue as many of those shield potions as possible, so that way they can maintain a good height positioning to look for those earlier surge tags. So definitely convenient for AIM. Not so much so.
There's still two teams at Mega. Makes me wonder if it was Clicks and Whale, as well as Batman Booga or not.
Over that weapons cache, and Noxie and Chris, that third party is like a fly at a picnic, just buzzing around, just taking some damage, forced them to kind of disengage off the fight that they were trying to be the aggressors on. For Shalom and MK Papa, this is their chance here. They have the opportunity with so many extra heals there. They're already in zone. They could keep that base as theirs. Look elsewhere for Surge. Spot some teams trying to go for Rift Island. You saw them flying through the sky like majestic eagles. King and Phaser are trying to be one of the first ones there. They almost get beat to the punch by Moneymaker. And down goes King.
He's 100% beat them to the punch, along with Fornite. Those two probably not going to waste any time as far as trying to actually face up around that capture point on the Rift Island.
Go lay down.
Also have the convenience of being able to get that overhead view of all these teams underneath. As far as MK Papa is concerned, though, able to spot out another player across the way. It's going to be Miro. And Miro, Cooper, we saw them last time, kind of hovering around this Rift Island. They know that there's going to be a decent amount of players kind of taking note if we're basing it all off how game one went so far. And with that in mind, Miro and Cooper, they definitely were able to get some tags in the process.
Nobody really contested Rift Island this time around. Looks like it could be a possible 15 free points for Moneymaker and Fornite. They're going to secure that underneath their belt and all the loot that does come with it. Hen and Basque were the other team in game one to make that one come true, but this time things have gone a whole different way. They're below the storm surge threshold, slowly falling farther down. 63 below though with nice shots. I think Basque, he got the rocket ram out. He wants to finish and clean up some of those shots, but it's King and Phaser over on the other side, and he's ready to have a crash landing. First one goes in, second one lands right next to him, but a couple of shots land onto Hen on his way there. That's going to slow things down just a little bit, and that could be a blessing in disguise for King and Phaser, because now they have a chance to stabilize.
That's the problem as well for Hen and Basque. I mean, you spot a great opportunity to actually look for an elimination process, and yet on the way over, you're immediately lit up. There's just no such thing as a free rotation in these types of lobbies. But for King and Phaser, that little moment of breathing room might be all that it took. As they look to continue playing through the backside, King's gonna find a good outside peek opportunity. Doesn't necessarily connect though like he would have wanted onto Hen, but Hen and Bax, they're under enough pressure as is. It's Moneymaker, keep in mind, he was the one at the top of Rift Island. Seems as though Moneymaker and Fornite, they're ready to play with everybody else on the bottom.
Yeah, they thought they had a line of sight in their favor to where they were directly under Rift Island. Somehow Moneymaker did find that angle. Like I said, it just takes some time for a player like him to try to heat up. As Hen's now stuck by himself. Luckily thing for him is he's above the damage threshold for now, but he knows that is right around the corner. It's gonna be haunting him like it's Halloween. Check a little bit of a replay here. Way trying to put the pressure onto both Bully and Shadow. Bully gets knocked first. There might even be 7-man trying to steal the loot away.
That is so tough for Bully and Shadow. They are just pincered between two separate teams. I mean, how are you really meant to box fight when you got multiple directions that you have to be checking for against multiple teams? Definitely not the way that Bully would have hoped to go down, but as far as Way and YKZ are concerned, they're definitely happy with that collection of an elimination. Now continue trying to press their way forward. Seems that they're trying to avoid some other players in the process. Gotta be wary though at all times.
Clicks in the Epic well. Quickly rotating out of Mega City this time around, or at least in comparison to their competition that does land over on that side. Firing shots off into the distance. And then instantly closing the cover. Doesn't want to get caught out, even though he wants Surge. He doesn't want to give up any free Surge either. And you can see Pink, he escaped almost getting eliminated early on in this game, and he found a way to get Vico back, but it came as a cost, Taco. They're below the damage threshold when it comes to Storm Surge. Luckily for them, it's only 6. That is barely anything. They just got to breathe on another team, and now they're hot on the heels of Batman Booga. This is the opportunity that they're trying to take in order to climb above the threshold before they fall too far below.
It definitely won't take much for Pink and Vico to get themselves above that damage threshold, but at the same time, I'm looking more so at their materials. Not very many builds for Vico to work with, and again, that's largely due to the fact that they had to go for that remove ban opportunity. They didn't actually have the time to look to farm up as well as they would have liked, given the pressure they were under earlier.
Oh no.
He's also going to eat too much damage in the process. They're trying to make it into the edge of zone, but it's just being safeguarded by so many teams already set in place.
Wow. Nice shot from Pink onto Rapid. Batman Booga there to save the day and instantly going for that revive, judging by the slurp juices as well. Waste no time to heal on back up as fast as possible. And that allowed them to get Surge, even if they might not have necessarily needed it. But from one team down below Surge to another, Clement and Kaizen, but they're in a whole different situation because their Surge is now active and they're taking so much damage, and all the heals have finally been used. So time is running out. Lucy goes for a Pink. Nice shot's going to be landed. Even he is below Surge. These are two teams below Surge going at it. Clement tries to go ahead and bull rush into the box. He gets denied that opportunity. Lucy with only 20 damage to do. They box up Clement. They get that elimination and a huge amount of damage to boot.
It was just a moment of desperation there from Clement, but what other options did he realistically have? And even for Steno and Lucy, they collect that elimination, and it's still just barely going to be enough to put them above that damage threshold. This lobby is moving and not in the direction that they would have hoped.
This time around, you see a lot of players, even if they're above, it's not by much. It's not a feeling of comfortability whatsoever. But they know these opportunities will continue to come later on the game. Kaizen is able to do some damage before falling. Almost taking down Lucy. Steno there to save the day as well. 27 above though. Slowly but surely climbing. But 98 in a lobby like this isn't much at all. But they have to just take it one step at a time. One foot in front of another.
Suns and Anand though. The fact that they're still making this work after how this game had started off for them is definitely some pretty good stuff here. Saw them talking about it earlier on socials. We're going to put Oshi on the map, and that seems to be the intent here in game number 2. But first, they've got to make sure they're able to acquire the position that they need to be in the first place.
Ooh. Oh.
Storm Surge and Mr. Savage and Vidil targeting them together. Gapter's gonna fall. FKS just using as much heals as he can, but Vidil and Mr. Savage, they don't want to let these 4 points and all that loot go out of their way. They're just trying to push themselves into the box, leave no option for their opponent. He's doing what he can to dance around, but the elimination is gonna go through regardless. Even though they did take some damage along the way, they've got some heals, the exotic slap splashes to try to get themselves back up to tip-top shape, and they're going to need it. This rotation is going to be far. We're going over towards the side of Brutal Bastion. For some teams that are already there, it's going to be easy. Everyone else, good luck to you.
Working your way up elevation is certainly a pretty dangerous type of pathway. Snazy and Podesai, though, they look like they're set in a decent spot for the time being. Crash Pad gonna take them a little bit further in. Coming coming up on the backside here of Duke and Fishy. Just keeping in mind some of the teams that they're working their way behind. Podesai, Stacey, it looks as though they want to get aggressive here, but instead Podesai has to rethink, doesn't want to use that crash pad forward just yet after taking such huge damage from behind.
Goes for a cheeky edit, bounce pad junior play, it cost him a lot of HP along the way. Stacey, who didn't have any bounce pad, choosing to use the first of 3 rocket ramps to try to find a safe spot in zone. Leading the way, this could be a good call for them as Podesai finally catches up. The loot is going to be dished around, but you can see the last of their heals. They are running low, so for them, a refresh is imminent. It is going to be needed, and you see Agers by himself as well below the threshold. Kanata fell not too far, not too long ago, but there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, pressure that he's felt before in their major run, trying to capitalize on it. The time is running out. Storm Surge doing so much damage. He's going to be in the same position as the other teams that we've seen. He's using a lot of heals just to stay alive. Even if it's not Storm Surge, that's Stacey and Podesai on the other side.
Storm Surge seems to be Agers' biggest opponent right now, because as long as he's given the opportunity to connect, those shots are going to put him exactly where he needs to be. Just a moment of relief here with 23 above. Roman Redeploy also going to take him in decent ways with that soaring sprints. And again, Agers just barely managing to catapult himself to the front side of the zone. But this is a great opportunity now for him to just look for that brief moment of reset. Looks to try and catch Rapid off guard, but it doesn't just work out in his favor.
And you can see Rapid by himself. Batman Buddha went down, so he's going to be a solo. There's actually 6 solos in the game as of now who lost their teammate. And they have the world on their shoulders to try to make something out of this game. Rapid and QNDX aren't going to be one of them. They're a full-on duo. They've been playing well so far in this game. 1 elimination. The rest is going to be placement points. But as this one goes on, those placement points are going to continue to rack up. We're only into the top 22.
Ooh. Foxcores getting taken out by Rapid and QND. It's sneaky as well. This underbelly type of play over here at the Brutal Bastion. Podesai now looking to work his way through these builds. Only has this heisted accelerant to work with. He's got to be quick with the action, lands the shots, gets the enhanced effects, but just keeps it moving instead. Doesn't want to stick around for too long. Doesn't want to risk the backup opportunity from some of these other duos. He just wants the tags. He just wants the damage, because that's going to buy him more time.
I feel like I got deja vu all over again. Podesai solo going into the end game. He made something of it in that last go around. Can he repeat? 164 above the damage threshold as well. Not too much to worry about when it comes to that part of things. It's all about just staying alive. You don't want to run into the wrong duo, maybe one that's on the other side of that Storm Surge threshold. He knows so many other teams are below him. They're on top and everything. And look, this is almost like a repeat. Price and Chubbs on the high ground yet again. They said it's simple. They said it's easy, and they're ready to prove it be.
Nobody else is going to try and challenge for height. Bryce and Chubbs will be all too happy to take it. Rapid going to be one of the first to fall here. Clean elimination there for Bryce, and now Podesai continuing, trying to work his way back up, but so much fire being applied to his build. He's down to just his last 2 remaining. He needs a refresh of some sort, but whether or not he's going to be able to find it is a different question altogether.
16th place so far. Half of those points come when you reach top 10. The other half are in the top 10. Podesai's just trying to get as many as he can, but he goes down. That's Clicks. That's Epicwell who find the elimination. Clicks gets knocked. Epicwell knows to try to go ahead without him, but a misplay on the bounce pad. He falls as well, but at least they got some points for their efforts. Consistency is key, but it's Agers as the solo who was able to find that elimination and keep him and Kanata alive.
They also got at least top 25 placement, so.
Talk about consistency, and right now for Bryce and Chubbs, so far they're consistently holding on to that high PH Zen. Kitos trying to tarp through some of these secondary high layers. So far, haven't managed to encounter anybody just yet. Agers, though, breaks through the build, and he doesn't want to find himself behind. That's going to be an elimination. Credit to Shalom, is now PH Zen. Kitos try to tarp their way forward, crash pad, get a shot up on height, but it's not enough to actually break anything or knock down Rice.
Yeah, but they're one of the few teams that sees what's going on above. They can easily try to make that a target if it's something they want to do. Quanti and TK, you heard them qualifying in that last game thanks to a big clutch by Quanti, trying to keep that show on the road. Freezing goes down. Jen is trying to make up for it. Elimination's going to be found. Runs out of build, runs out of map. That's Noxy who's going to be able to take him down.
Quanti and TK, they seem to have found a slight gap. Nobody else quite discovering them just yet. PhN and Ketos, though, they've managed to make a resurgence for the high ground. Pixie and Cheatin down below on the opposite end of the spectrum. They're still forced to deal with some of the congestion that remains.
Rice and Chubbs have a chance. Brute win from the high ground, win from the low ground as Pixie takes down PhN. Saving that siphon for later. Now it's going to come in handy. As soon as somebody else does eliminate it, that is going to be TK who cleans that one up. Only one player here left as a solo. Quanti going around, goes for the high ground. That's Keto, the final solo.
There's a drop.
His hands, but he dunks on him as Cheatin picks up that elimination onto TK.
Oh.
Top 2 situation with Cheatin and Pixie being our final duo left alive. Keto's on the other hand using that early high ground to his advantage, but it only lasts for so long. Cheatin and Pixie take the game.
What a way to state your victory royale. Cheatin and Pixie wasted absolutely no time with taking over the low ground, and we've got Frankie standing by to get into their minds.
I do. To be honest, that looked like quite a calm victory from you, Cheatin. How did it feel on the lobby today?
It's really nice. Like, we are full sec the whole game and just played it out.
Yeah, you did play it out. You almost made it look easy, but it's not easy to take a victory royale in front of a very loud crowd here in Copenhagen. How are the nerves right now?
Feeling a bit nervous, but it's fine.
So how did you control those nerves when you were in those final fights?
Yeah, we just went for low ground and just won the game from there.
Do you think that low ground is a strategy that can work for you all the way to Sunday?
I'm pretty confident that we are doing good on Sunday, so we just keep going.
Well, you're doing good right now. For you, how did you get ready for this experience of being on LAN?
We practice customs a lot and just play tournaments together, so yeah.
Any customs you'd recommend?
Noble.
Noble, there you go. Custom Noble, check it out. Guys, congratulations on making it this far. I do need to ask, do you think you can take another victory royale now you've already got one?
Yeah, 100%.
All right, well, I love the confidence. So, boys, I'll let you get ready for the next battle bus as we head back to the desk. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Congratulations, Cheatin and Pixie, a victory royale. Well, Vivid, that's an EU team.
Yep.
That's an EU team that's got a victory royale. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. And it's going to be on top. It's fine. How do you feel about that one, Mini Miner?
Been great. I mean, what a win. What a way to close it out. Really happy for these guys as well. Of course, qualifying to that last chance major. We haven't seen them yet this weekend, and now finally putting on a show. We know that this duo have what it takes. Going down on that low ground right there, just fragging out so many limbs from these guys in those latter stages. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, I love this, actually. Being so resourceful here is Pixie and Cheatin, right? Look at all of the splashes that they have, somehow, by the way, managed to keep onto, and eventually they're like, you know what? There's no reason for us to continue to fight for low ground. Why don't we just go ahead and play this storm, right? We have all of these splashes utilized. They did so at the perfect time, ended up working out.
Yeah, it really did. And I love that from this duo. It just shows the brain that they have. Just knowing, you know what, let's get into that zone. Let's close out this game because PhN and Ketos did a very, very good job there, taking height at a great moment. Didn't quite work out for them getting second, but great job from Cheatin and Pixie.
You talk about PhN and Ketos. I mean, I just want to take a moment here to highlight this duo. They take ultimate height here over ice. You can't build up there. You can't break. They're like, we're up here. I don't know what in the world Ketos is doing, okay? But did you all see that shot? He lands. He's going to fall. Builds are broken. He's coming down. It's either me or him. And for him, it was him. He is him.
Yeah, I mean, hitting that falling shotgun shot. We see them sometimes throughout Fortnite competitive history, but that one had to be like the best one, right? He was literally falling, ended up surviving with 1 HP, but the only reason he had enough HP to actually survive the fall is because he hit that shot, got that siphon.
So disgusting. Here are the standings as we take a look. Remember, if you're just joining us, we're looking for top 25. That's where we want to end the day. Chubbs and Bryce picked up game number 1 in the VR.
So Clicks is now top 10. Batman Booga's still in top 10.
Suddenly up 13
Mr. Savage made it into top 10.
High ground clearly is doing well. I mean, we're talking about Bryce and Chubbs right here, taking high ground at a really, really nice moment. Again, this was another one of those zones that was actually closer to them. Of course, they're getting that forecast power in some of the games. In this game, it was a very, very nice zone for them. We saw in the first game, it was not a very nice zone at all, so far away. So this just brings excitement for me when it comes to this duo, because they've performed when the zone is absolutely miles away. And yet again, they've performed with that 3rd place finish right there. It's a really, really exciting duo if they can keep it up.
Yeah, they figured something out, because every time I'm watching from like 5th and 9th zone, I'm like, oh my gosh, these zones, they just keep pulling further and further away, which usually in this type of meta, they have to use all of their builds to actually make some of those rotates. But Bryce and Chubbs just seem like they're always in such a healthy position when it comes to how many materials they have. I have no idea how they're doing it, but it is working out great. And then obviously the transition into the height takes, so good.
What's crazy to me is after game 1, Bryce and Chubbs, you know, you could tell they were definitely nervous. It's a little bit overwhelming, but as we're playing out these games, man, they look so on form. I mean, if they can bring that tomorrow, how far could they take it?
I mean, hey, listen, you know, we've seen some teams already, and particularly yesterday, I think Queasy and Venom, right? They're pretty good at higher ground, so contesting them up there, that'll be a tall task to try and tackle. We still got 3 more games to go through, though, so I'm excited to see who else maybe tries to contest them up there.
Well, let's take a look at the high ground. Bison, Quitos, we got to come to the Brazilian region to take a look at how this all unfolded, but from their own perspective. Once again, just disgusting play we are seeing. And what I love so much about the competition, boys, it's not just one duo. There's so much action across the map, so many duos all looking to perform.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at this duo right here, going for so many of these little pre-edit refreshes. That's how they were able to get, of course, the builds to go all the way up on high ground. You can see what it means to those guys. Of course, not quite closing out the victory, but they know exactly what happens when it comes to those end games. If you can consistently make 1 or 2 end games in this 5-game tournament, or this day, I should say, I mean, they're looking good for qualifying to tomorrow.
Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. Guess what? We have Levin 2K. He is standing by. Let's go see what he has for us.
Yes, Zeke, I am here in the arena with M8 Nikov himself. Nikov, you've got to tell me, man, how you feeling, how you enjoying the event so far?
Hello, I'm very happy to be here. It's very good and I love them.
It's very loud. You can say that for sure. Tell me, who are you supporting for? Of course, you're representing M8, so I'm sure you're supporting them. But tell me in particular who you're looking out for.
Of course, I support the best team in the world. Gentlemen, look this new jersey, very beautiful, and the best crowd. Look at them. Look at them.
They are the best crowd, it feels like right now. You've obviously had experience playing on stages like this as well in your career. You competed at the highest level before. Do you have any advice for any of these players on the stage here right now?
I don't know, but I think no, just focus on yourself and your game, and that's it. Huh?
Advice for his favorite players. Everybody else, he doesn't really care too much. Fair enough, fair enough. And I guess the only thing for me is, do you have anything to say to the ultras?
I know. What can I say? Like, this is the best community in the world. French, look at them.
Allez blue, as they say. Back to you, Zeke.
They are going crazy. Thank you so much for that. I mean, apparently the French community, they can cheer the loudest Denmark. I don't know, but I'm getting word we are ready to just get right back into all of the action. This is game number 3.
I just have one question. Do you think they would accept me? Can I be French for today or maybe even the weekend? Because that is absolutely insane. I'm across the stage. I got headphones on, and I hear them like I'm sitting right next to them.
I'm sure they'd be more than happy to bring you on board, Jacob. All you really need is a matching jersey at this point, right?
Ooh, I might have to grab me one of those because Stacey and Podusai have been playing crazy. And let's that continue here in Game 3 because it starts now. This is officially the halfway point. Game 3 3, where teams will have their backs up against the wall if they don't reach inside of that top 25 or as close as humanly possible. I say humanly, though, because some of these guys are playing like they're robots. They're, like, insane out of this world.
And hey, for some of these teams, keep in mind, entering game number 3, the cutoff threshold right now for that top 25 is looking to be 36 points. There is a decent amount of ground to cover, and game number 3 would be the perfect opportunity to try and find your place on the leaderboards if you haven't already.
Yeah, quick to the punch. Moneymaker getting one side of Mini Bastion, getting some minis. He at least got a silenced pistol. You see the shield getting boosted up, the turrets getting tossed down. That's at least going to give them information if they cross any one of those paths. Moneymaker cuts off the launch pad, doesn't let them go anywhere. Shots are getting fired in from multiple angles, and Moneymaker strikes first. Even with the shield turrets doing so much damage, he's able to do what he can, but it's blocked off. They went for it again. Jamon's getting trapped. It doesn't matter what help you have on your side, because Moneymaker comes out on top.
The 200 IQ play to place those cones preemptively. The moment that Moneymaker saw Jamon make that initial escape, he was like, it's not happening again. Just a beautiful cutoff that leads to 2 easy eliminations there. I mean, when a duo self-isolates, what else are you really left to do? And Fanai Moneymaker making the most of that opportunity.
You can see Suns and Anon changing it up yet again. Said enough flying past Kenjutsu. We're ready to take it over as their own. But FKS and Adapter, they have a little bit of elevation. Things are working out just as they planned up until this point. A little bit more loot towards the top, even finding the Sharp Tooth, breaking through the walls, possibly trying to cut off their path, so that way, even if they do try to escape, there's nowhere to go. They go ahead, see each other there. Suns repositions. Anon does not, though. He gets caught off guard, but he's trying to draw them in. The turret there to spot him out. At least his position is going to be known. Suns doing what he can, trying to burst through those builds, but Adapter is there for the bait and switch. He gets spotted out as well. These turrets are given so much information, but it's just not enough. Both Suns and Anon go down again.
That just looks so awkward for Suns and Anon. Suns especially seemed as though he hit that moment of hesitation for whether or not he should actually try to challenge up on that balcony. But hey, as far as Kenjutsu Crossing is concerned, that's not going to go Oshi's way in the slightest here. Opposite side of the map, though, at Sanguine Suites, Peterbot and Byla recognizing the fact that they're under a little bit of pressure from that mountain just north of Brutal Bastion. And again, for Peterbot and Byla, you have to consider, Peterbot's been talking all week, top 25, that's the easiest thing in the world. But we're here in the lower bracket, and it's not looking that easy to actually be in the top 25.
Yeah, they've already pushed that one team off, trying to get Sanguine Suites as their own, but a fight that we saw in that last time goes a whole different way. Crispin Noxie able to take down P8 Sin, leaving Kitos by himself. And if this has any indication, any sort of resemblance towards that last game, it's no worries. Kitos is as strong as can be. He already picked up a second place by himself. And since it's so early on in the game, there's so much opportunity for him to go back, get that reboot card, get his teammate back up, because it's already happened countless times on the day so far.
But also, as far as Kitos and PHZen are concerned, they've built themselves a pretty surmountable amount of points here. Heading into game number 3, they had 138. Were leading in that second place position on the leaderboard. Have to consider them relatively safe as far as their spot in that top 25 is concerned. So maybe not as much pressure there onto Kitos as far as whether or not he'll be able to get that reboot off onto PHZen. For a team like Noxie and Chris, that's just another 4 points to get them that much closer.
Yeah, yesterday we saw 25th qualify with 91 points. Can't say that's going to be exact here today, but at least they have some sort of goal to achieve. Anything is definitely possible. And you saw to start the game off that it was both Wixie and Curb on the other side, putting some shots down over towards Sanguine Suites. But now the tables have turned. They try to get aggressive, but it's the angles from both Cheatin and Pixie, the game number 2 winners, that are trying to chop him down to size. See Pixie trying to go in, but he gets pressured as well. Everything comes to a standstill momentarily, waiting for somebody to make the big move, but hopefully it's not a misstep. They're separated. This might be
the saving grace for both Kirby and Wixie, because they're two players that are two different
Ooh.
regions. As the shot gets fired off, he's ready to finish this fight, breaks into the box, and takes down Cheatin'. This is what we came to see. A duo from two different regions coming together to make one. And already coming out on top. Another shot, but that backs Wixie down.
Wixie, though, will finally get knocked. Siphon going to be immediately taken there by Pixie. Kirby, though, with another massive shot off that sharp tooth. Keeps pressing inside the box. Pixie down to 1 HP. Kirby low enough as well. He actually thinks better of the immediate push in. Whoever comes out on top here might just have the opportunity to look for that reboot card, reboot opportunity, but Kirby faring certainly significantly better than Pixie for the time being. No, Pixie able to find the refresh that he wanted as far as materials are concerned. These resources taking him so far. And Kirby just unable to build up right away. He knows that he only has a limited amount of time to work with here before his opposition starts trying to close in himself.
You see him taking this time. Try to pick some augments, seeing if anything helps him in this exchange.
Relatively even, though, health-wise.
And actually, no, Kirby had, even though, so they're relatively even health-wise, but Kirby at the bottom has materials. He has the extra heals. So if he wants to try to build up to take this, drain Pixie dry in terms of materials, that could be good. But you see over towards the right side, Sanguine Sweets. That's Peterbot and Bylaw. If they look on over, see this action going down, that's a possible third-party opportunity for them. Maybe even 2 eliminations. So they have to be careful which way they travel across this mountain. But it does look like Kirby is going to be the first one to try to disengage. Got the reboot card and trying to stay alive so that way he can get his teammate back into the game, because we talked about the strength in numbers is huge in an event like this.
Pretty decent tag there from Pixie, but it is going to give Kirby a decent indicator as to how far up Pixie actually is. And Kirby seemingly trying to farm out even more resources. It's clear that Kirby would like to go for the disengage, probably recognizing the fact that that pressure from Sanguine Sweets might come sooner rather than later. But we're talking about pressure here at the Creaky compound. Sorif and Skits, they're dealing with a good chunk of aggression out of Raru and Greedy.
See, it's pausing for a moment, rightfully so. You said slap dab in the middle of Creaky. There's so many teams around them, even more pushing in. They are on the edge of zone, so you have to be very, very careful. And I think they know that, and that's why things have come to a halt. If they make that wrong move, it might not be even the original opponents that were fighting that does the front force of that damage. And it continues to kind of push towards the east this time around, but instead of the north, it has a southern lean when it comes to the zone. So they realize their journey does not stop here. They want to get as close to it as possible. But sometimes in this game, Taco, you have to wait for your opponents to begin that rotation before you can try to escape yourself.
As far as rotations are concerned, though, for Pixie, it seems as though he's willing to take his time here on that mountain just north of Brutal Bastion. The problem at this point, though, Jacob, definitely starts to become just how much time is really worth investing here. Because it seems as though Kirby is definitely cool with just letting this go through and disengaging entirely. But I guess we do have to listen in to get more insight for as to how the players are really thinking.
Maybe we can sneak on Billy. I'm down. Shall I come now, get this fast? Yeah. Okay. You guys here, come, run. This is all like, on me. 40, I'm crackling on him. Yeah, I'm on you. Don't come right side. Cracked him. Dead? Nice, bro. Don't worry. Got him.
Nice find by both Pink and Vico to take down one. And that's a team. When they went down in Game 5 yesterday, they were in 24th place. They were forced to watch every team that got into that top 25 pass them and send them down to the lower bracket. King and Phaser, they're trying to have a second chance at life. Skits and Sorf is another one. Yesterday definitely wasn't their day. Today is a whole new chapter in their story, and this is one that I'm excited to see finish. But they're still stuck around both Greedy and Raru. Neither team really able to rotate just yet. And I think when push comes to shove, at least Greedy does have that rocket ram to try to get out of a tight spot. But if Raru doesn't have one himself, That could be possibly why they're waiting for the moment that the players above them try to rotate first. And everybody in this position is going to have to rotate because we get another far pull to the east side. So this is going to be huge.
At the same time, though, you can tell that Skits and Soar, if they want a piece of the action, if they can make it happen, they know that their surge strategy has definitely been difficult to come by. So 1 or 2 eliminations right now would put them in an excellent position to just prioritize positioning. Rotations can just be so make or break at this stage of the game, especially when you factor in that there are going to be teams throughout the match looking to acquire those forecast towers that have been such a huge help as well.
You saw that stat that popped up, 1st and 25th, the exact same amount of points through these 2 matches as they were yesterday. And if that continues, you got to look at that threshold from when they qualified. 25th yesterday in the upper bracket, had 91 points. So that's the threshold they're looking to come close to, even past, to give themselves the best chance to reach our global championship final. First place is $1 million split between 2. That's more than enough money even I know what to do with.
Well, it depends on who you're asking.
True, I might just buy food. $1 million worth of food. Noxie, Chris trying to rotate away, and then Vasquez trying to make up for that last game. At least they have the Rift Island underneath their belt from game 1, giving them a 15-point boost. They just have to try to continue that pace. They've done more than enough work in the first half.
Sometimes it really feels like nobody wants to be the first person to shoot. When you can tell that there are so many other teams surrounding you, the moment that you sound off shots, it just draws so much unwanted attention. And then you have to split your focus. And how many times already have we seen teams where they try to separate a duo? Maybe they're temporarily successful, but even with that circumstance on the mountain north of Brutal, but more on that later, because right now, Skit Sorif, we're talking about them wanting to get a little bit more active here. Shot not going to connect in the way that they would have hoped. Maven Auto primed, ready to go here for Skits. He looks to reposition, wants the high ground over Raru and Greedy. Crouch walking, just seeing what he can come across here. Greedy, Raru. Got to be suspecting of who's going to drop into their box. Maven Auto shots are firing,
there it is.
but it's going to be Sorif who comes out on top. Ultimately, the tag team damage more than enough, and a nice, quick and clean double elimination process here for Skits and Sorif.
Like a double elbow drop off the top rope. Cleaned house, Fishy and DMK. Trying to go for Rift Island. DMK taking some damage. And that's the thing. Even though there's a lot of elevation, a lot of line of sights over on the top of Rift Island, for the players that are in the distance, for the ones that did build their surge base, that also allows them to go for those shots onto you on that Rift Island. So far, nobody really contesting it. Maybe one team nearby thinking about it. But I don't think that one's going to come to fruition. So for them, it is going to be a free 15 points. A whole lot of loot on top of that as well.
And a pretty decent spot to look over the rest of the lobby. Maybe catch wind to players like Savage and Medeal, who've got their split bases right now. Not too far off from their initial dropping point as Medeal, Savage, or at least for Medeal's concerns, he seems like he's more primarily interested on trying to get some tags in on these teams in Mega City. And I like this approach, though, from Savage and Medeal, because they're both trying to just buildings here in Mega City.
They've already got their spot inside of the top 25 for now. It's all about holding on to it, staying consistent. But at least they got a ton of the hard work out of the way. MK, Papa, and Shalom. Kind of looks like a free rotation in towards the zone, almost 300 above the Storm Surge threshold. So for them, it's almost looking like smooth sailing for now. Not much to worry about, but as the zone continues to pull in that direction, if they don't get it, they're going to have to battle through some of these teams.
It's looking like a predominantly dead side rotation here for MK, Papa, and Shalom. And the question is, how much surge were they actually able to acquire throughout that process? Because we've seen plenty of times teams, they'll have great positioning because of dead side rotations, but they won't have the surge to go with it. And then they're forced into moments of desperation where they're essentially forfeiting their ideal positioning and oftentimes their lives in the process, because what other option do you have when you've got that Storm Surge damage raining in on you?
Man, you see Clix looking towards the backside of the zone. He's trying his best to not to have to worry about that Storm Surge. Doing good so far, 259. Rapid and Batman Booga were the ones positioned behind them. You see them, the yellow markers on your mini-map down below. Since it is going to be in the storm, they're going to have to rotate, give up some of that elevation. That way they can save some of that HP and those heals for later on in the same game. Kaizen and Clement. A lot of teams kind of falling behind in this game when it comes to the zone. At least 4 of them right before our very eyes, taking damage. Each second pass is going to make it harder for them to try to survive. Forced to use a lot of those resources in order to get that HP back. But if you look at both Kaizen and Clement, they have more than enough heals to make it possible to get in toward the zone.
Decent amount of teams also looking to conglomerate over at the Drift Ridge. When Racetrack is this poppin' and you see teams like Clement and Kaizen that have to run through that territory, you have to expect that it is going to be incredibly difficult to actually make it through unscathed. Or they might have a nice opportunity to look for some of those third-party circumstances. Only time will tell, but right now, the story for Fatch and Pamso definitely seems to be as if they are already situated, a really nice elevated position so far, well ahead of where they need to be. Vico and Pink could definitely be in some trouble here.
Pamso and Fatch, they spotted out a rift far along that ridge, waiting for somebody to try to go for it. Probably being their plan A, waiting for the zone to pull in. That's where they're going to put their eyes back on it. As King and Phaser, they're just trying to reunite, get the most out of those splashes. We've already seen King put on a show yesterday in the upper bracket with that sniper. Trying to do it here yet again. And you can see the difference in augments between the two teams. First shotgun is going to have the commonality between the two, but now they get aggressed on that high ground. Phaser trying to reposition. That's AIM and Zazie, who aren't afraid to take a fight against Brazil's best, and they come out on top for now. King goes down. Another team drops in. That's Cal Gamer and 7man. They take advantage of the third party, getting all the loot, all the resources, and they already had a good loadout as well. The MK Alpha over towards Relentless Retreat. They're just adding each tool to their tool belt.
That's just salt in the wounds there. To have to watch your opposition just reap the benefits of your bounty. No celebration time for eliminations in certain situations. 7man, Cal Gamer, though, definitely more than happy for what they managed to stumble across. Other teams, though, that would certainly be happy if they could add a couple more points, a couple more eliminations to their count. Duke and Edgy, certainly one of them. Team that definitely struggled throughout day number 1, but here in day 2, hoping to have the resurgence in order to find themselves in that finals lobby for the Global Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and you can see where the zone's heading on this game as well. Very, very similar to that last. We're going up mountains, down water. You got to be able to prepare for that, and luckily for them, it did just happen once before. They got to be able to try to mimic the blueprint if they did make it far, change things up if they did not, as Kanata and Agers this time around trying to rotate as a full duo, leaving nothing for one person to try to handle. And so far, it is looking well. They're trying to go up the side of this mountain where not too many teams are positioned so far, but they run into both Lucy and Steno momentarily, who are getting caught sleeping there for a moment. So that gives them a free path towards the zone. And for them, that's a little bit of a blessing. On the other side, Rapid, not feeling that same thing. The Slurp Juice is going to be popped, though. It runs out just as we tune on board. So it's going to be up to them to try to find some sort of a refresh. You see QNDX trying to shoot above with the Breacher, maybe to drop somebody down because they realize without no builds, without any heals, now becoming the focus, they have to think outside of the box to make this happen.
Right now, QND is just hoping that somebody else can divert the attention of some of these teams surrounding them, but it is a relentless amount of suppressive fire into these box edits, and QND Rapid, they finally get a moment to focus, but they're not the only team that's found themselves in sticky situations. You've got other teams as well, still looking to power through, still looking to make their way, cheating, turn and burn situations. Don't know who Fahad thought he was shooting at alongside Hero, but cheating, he had everything in his arsenal to make some magic happen. Granted, Hero and Fahad were relatively low stepping into that engagement, but cheating not one to stray away from a clutch situation.
That he might be the hero, but I'm the villain of this story. He's just looking around. 45 materials, 5 minis, but it's the HP that is really lacking because you can see the Storm Surge is well above the threshold as well. Everything going their way, and that goes to show that these early game battles, it is a risk, but it has a huge reward on it as well. As a lot of these teams finally make it to the zone, but most of them are stacked up on the west side, a little bit more on the southern edge. As Batman, Booga, and Rapid, they made that rotation around Mega City, trying to dodge line of sights of both Clix and Epicwell and everybody else on the side of that mountain. They've been doing a good job. They were at the top of the leaderboard, and they're holding on to their position. You see them there in 6th place. If they can continue this consistency, remember the 91-point threshold. It isn't official, but you got to imagine it's going to be close.
But depending on where Batman Booga actually chooses to throw that business turret, he might be able to catch some of these teams off guard, or at least get some decent information. So much congestion, though, building up in some of these mid-tier layers. Mr. Savage, Badil, looking for a way to tarp through. They know they're going to have to take some fights first before they can get anywhere. Clownski, Grolls, going to fall right in front of their very eyes. Pink and Vico surrounding Mr. Savage and Badil as well. It's going to be 2 players trying to enter the box. Ursa eliminated off a rip. Mr. Savage did not come to mess around. And Badil, immediate backup fire. These two are just tearing through right now.
That was huge. They didn't even look the direction of Mr. Savage, not even once. And that was 2 huge shots that he used to his advantage. As Clix and Epicwell finally find their way in towards zone, but as soon as they do, it pulls towards the left, where a lot of those teams are congested on that side of the map compared to the north side, and they're ready to fight their way through. But very, very little heals to their name. At least Epicwell, once it slows down just a little bit, can throw that business turret down, try to get some information, but for now, they're trying to beat everybody else to the punch. They don't want to be the ones that are being held out by more than half of the lobby, and you can see the different elevated teams, some high in the sky, others far below, but they're finding any nook and cranny to go through, but it's Clix who actually falls to Badil. Even Bylop picking up an elimination. Kaizen's left by himself. Epicwell trying to survive. He's doing everything that he can because placement points haven't really set in. A huge shot towards the back, and he goes down before able to stabilize and use that slurp juice, and that's going to be a huge treasure for somebody to find.
Massive for Lucy and Steno, as they're the ones we saw a little bit further towards the center of the zone, but now it's going to be a scramble. Everybody's got to get a move on in order to make it, as the moving zones will become all the more problematic for these players to deal with. But Badil and Savage, they've done an excellent job at just holding down their positioning in that mid-ground.
I was going to say it looked like a safe rotation, but don't be fooled. Players are hiding around every corner. Shields are going to get dropped. It's Cal Gamer and 7-man showing up big here on the high ground for now, but 9th zone, we've seen so many teams get tossed below due to rocket rams and sneak attacks. Kaizen's trying to break in and do one of those himself, recycling a bounce pad, hot on the heels of Frosty, but he doesn't go as high, so that player's going to be able to escape for now, and you see Kaizen, he's trying to recycle as many builds as possible, but he gets tagged up, forced to use, down to 5. At least he has some heals to work with, so he has a chance to stagger himself, but only for so long. He's down on the threshold. MK Papa falls, leaving Shalom by himself. He has more than enough to work with.
But that's only temporary, because 25 builds can be gone just like that, especially when there's so much pressure being applied both above and below you. Shalom just trying to figure out which direction he wants to go next. Maybe spotted out Hen directly next to his box for the time being, but Kaizen, he's still making the most of things. Lash, splash, going to be used, but a rocket ram to quicken the rotation. Jess has to hope that nobody spots him on the way back down. Miro is going to be the first that he comes up behind. Kaizen actually finds the knock onto Miro. The elimination siphon, a little bit of materials refresh, but Cooper with a quick revenge.
Almost a huge W for him. Into the top 13 we go. Majority of the placement points have already been picked up to this point. But if you want to make sure you qualify, you got to continue going. Badil under pressure. Mr. Savage said it himself. Badil is someone I trust to frag out at the end, to pick up these points. If he has a moment to stabilize, he could get some HP back. Shields on top of that, but running out of resources, fresh out. He's going to have to think of something outside of the box,
inside of somebody else's box into the distance, lands a shot onto Source. That gives him a little bit of a speed boost thanks to accelerated Maven, even gets a knock onto Peterbot before going down altogether.
A sabotage, though, from Badil onto Peterbot. That's going to stop Peterbot's run for the time being. Kanata, though, still keeping things moving right now, all by his lonesome. Doesn't have Aegis with him, does have a nice pick-off view, but won't be able to connect that Breacher. So good at destroying builds, but can definitely be tough to land some shots.
CalGamer on the top, along with Nutty. Hopefully they don't run into each other, but CalGamer knows where his teammate did go down. Even though the reboot card, some would say he's going after, but it's all that materials into the top 5. 3 players are running around as solos. Bylaw is going to be one of them, but the Kings on top of the castle for now is going to be polarized and scented as they fall down below. CalGamer was another one. A nice shot's going to be landed, but no resources continue to build up for polarized. But Scented is there. They put the pressure on. A lot of damage, and the Siphon goes through. They clean house to take him out. Bylaw flies next. 2v2 situation. NA versus NA. Duke and Edgy versus polarized and Scented. But this is going to be drawn out just a little bit. The building of Mega City, it's indestructible. It's hard to break through, but Duke finally finds the wall that he can bypass. A little bit of builds, a little bit of resources left.
Duke and Edgy, they know that they needed this one. It's been a tough time so far in these first couple of games. And for game number 3, this could definitely be their moment. Polarized and Los, though, they're not looking to let it go anytime soon. Up the center and immediately taken back down. Edgy stood no hope here. Now it's Duke left in a solo clutch situation. 2 of NA's finest directly above him.
What?
Massive shot, though, onto Scented. Duke with the back-to-back, and it's a victory royale out of nowhere.
I thought their finals run was insane enough, but they have topped it tenfold. Probably one of the best clutches we have witnessed in Fortnite history. And I'm going to throw it on over to Frankie on the stage to pick a piece of their mind of what just happened.
Duke, that was one of the plays of the tournament so far. The 2v2 situation, you're left solo on your own, and suddenly you jump and you get that shot. Talk me through it.
I'm just in shock. That was like, I don't know, I just one-pumped the first kid and side jump and just hit the other one. I don't know, that was crazy.
It was Scented and polarized. You took out your North American brothers. Does that make it any more satisfying?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
And I've got to come over to you. That must have been terrifying watching your partner in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going for a play and it didn't really work, but I'm just playing the best player in the world. You just won it. I don't know.
So, Edgy, what's happening then when your partner is solo? Are you talking to him, or are you just letting him feel and listen to what's happening?
I mean, since I'm knocked, I can't really see much, so I'm just kind of letting him focus, do his own thing. But I mean, if I was spectating him, I'd be able to help him out a bit, but right there, I wasn't able to help.
And just how much did you need this victory royale today?
A lot, just so like I could get the qual out the way. Yeah, needed a lot.
And hopefully we will see you in Sunday. I mean, the chances are now very high. What would it mean for you to raise that trophy tomorrow?
It'd mean the world to me.
And you?
I mean, it's just my dream. I just want to, it'd be amazing.
Well, Dukes, I hope your dreams come true. Thank you so much, Edgy, as well. Congratulations, Copenhagen, let's hear it!
Dukes, what on earth are we seeing transpire here on LAN? There is no world where stuff like this can happen, and Dukes just says, watch me. My gosh, the story of this as well. Scented up against Edgy, old teammates. Edgy goes on to win an FNCS. Scented looking for that title. Old teammates head-to-head, and Dukes is the one to slam the door closed.
I mean, I think we all knew that Dukes had it in him. We've seen him perform on a high level for such a long time. To lose Edgy in this moment, and like you said, the edit with the one pump right there, the side jump, and then another was absolutely incredible, Levin.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was getting ready to come up here and start talking about how I didn't think that was the best play from Edgy, and I was wondering why he decided to go up on his own and Dukes wasn't there. But Dukes just completely throwing out the window, right? There are no situations where you expect the solo player to win that, right?
I mean,
like, you you know, you don't expect him to go in and just hit both one pumps just so easily.
You saw Duke's reaction. I don't even think he expected to be able to do that. So I cannot wait to see how far they're going to be jumping up now. And that was just such an incredible end to that game. You know that's going to give them the confidence boost that they need.
Yeah.
NA going head-to-head for that last victory royale moment. Now, of course, I didn't forget one big key factor here. It's 11-2K and Kelly Link are joining us here on the analyst desk. You guys can give them a big warm welcome, but my gosh, that was insane. Let's jump to the standings. Remember, if you're just tuning in, this is the Global Championship. At the end of the day, we're looking to come top 20 to move on to tomorrow. Chubbs, Bryce, they started the day with the Victory Royale, and they have not let go of that #1 spot. But as we take a look at this leaderboard, I mean, this stuff is changing. Agers and Kanata. Yesterday's performance, lackluster. Today, though, a top 2.
Yeah, I mean, Kanata definitely having a better day now that he's not having to go up to the likes of Thomas HD and Malibuka right there. But even when he does lose Ager, you know that Kanata is focusing in right now and is able to grab some great eliminations with Agers.
Yeah, and I mean, he's repaying the favor, right? It was only a couple games ago where Agers was the one that was, you know, doing his best solo sort of efforts to try and survive in these games. I think the big thing here is, like you said, right, they're not having to deal with the pressure of going up against Thomas and Malibuka. Kanata himself said, look, we're going to come in today, we're going to be much more prepared, and they're definitely delivering on that right now.
For sure, for sure. Now, just a reminder here, we are halfway through the competition today. So the players will have a little bit of a moment here to get up, go grab a snack, go talk to the coaches, whatever, decompress, because we have 2 more games before we call today close. Much to discuss so far. I'd love to kind of get your guys' thoughts. You've been watching the games. I wanted to kind of see where you guys are at coming in so far.
I mean, for me, I think we've seen a lot of incredible performances from teams that I think a lot of people kind of wrote out. And I just want to talk about Batman Booga and Rapid. Batman Booga has been a player that has grown over the last few years right here. And jumping up into this 3rd place spot, I think showcases it so well.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's not an easy situation, especially coming into this stage of the competition when you're in that lower bracket. It's very, very, very difficult. Of course, you see now the effects for Duke and Edgy in terms of that performance hasn't on them, right, where they're now sitting in 14th. They're a lot more comfortable of a position for them. But then when you look at some of the other names here, you know, there are a couple of these names where, even though they're currently in that top 25, they need, you know, to continue that because they are definitely names people will expect. And just sitting on the bubble there, Podesai and Snazy, 23rd. I personally want to see them qualify just because I want the M8 fans here on Sunday. You know what I mean? I want to hear them going loud. But of course, very, very close to being on the edge there.
Another big team that we're looking at right now, and that screen was Fatch and Pamsto, another fan favorite right there. Very close to the bubble of the 25 that are going to be moving forward to tomorrow.
That's right. And I think something we need to call out from yesterday is in the top 25, yesterday was 91 points. That's the target that got people in yesterday. Now, of course, today's a different day. That's fine. But still, we know if you can even just break 100 points, you very well might be guaranteed to go to the Global Championship Grand Finals. Levin, I wanted to pick your brain a little bit. So right now, yesterday and a little bit of today, we're seeing NA maybe show up a little more aggressively than we see EU has. Why do you think that is?
A big part of what I've seen in these games that's been super interesting is just actually how the mid-ground and low-ground lanes are being played, right? I think one thing about the NA teams that we've seen that's been so effective for them, a lot of them being a lot more proactive, right, in these moving zones, making sure they're getting ahead, looking back for refreshes where possible. Even in situations where we're going into these end games, a lot of the time the NA duos are together, right? You look at some of the teams from other regions, a lot of solo play having to go on, and it's not an easy lobby to solo clutch in, right? Whereas these NA duos good at very much staying together, staying ahead of the zone, and being able to capitalize there.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that we're also seeing a lot of these NA players kind of pulling out some not necessarily unheard of strats, but I do think that they're kind of surprising the rest of the lobby in this situation.
Yeah, do you guys feel like nerves are playing a factor? Because it just feels like this is the time that we need to be pulling out everything we have, right? With 2 games left to go, we have to make sure we do everything we can to be in the top 25. A lot of duos outside of that bubble, that time, that window is closing very, very rapidly. So what are just a handful of things we can maybe change up? Is it the off-spawn fights? Is it Storm Surge? Like, what is getting in the way?
Well, we've already seen some changes, especially in that game where J-Mod decided to change his drop spot from Clicks to Moneymaker, and obviously that didn't work out for him because Moneymaker was able to grab that elimination. So I don't know if a lot of these teams are going to be trying to change their drop spots, more so how they handle their drop spots instead of going for the 50-50, maybe backing off a little bit. And we are seeing a lot of these duos have a good time where they know when to disengage.
Yeah, for sure. For me, I look and I go, it's going to be a lot about what happens in the mid game, right? I think that's where in any sort of global competition, when you have so many different teams from so many different regions, the difference making a lot of these games is what you can actually do, the places you maneuver, how you get your surge, right? Certain teams are accustomed to doing things in their region, right? They know the team in a POI nearby is going to behave in a certain way or take certain positions. You come into this lobby, it's completely different. You know, certain places where you would typically go for big damage that go to your surge total, you can't go there now. You're not getting that same damage. How do you adapt to that? That's why a lot of these teams are struggling, and that's where you're going to have to, you know, make up the difference if you want to start pushing yourself into the top 25.
I love this conversation. We'll continue to talk about this, but first, Mini Miner. We've got him standing by with Amar. Mini Miner. Let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Absolutely. I'm here with the legend, Amar himself. Everybody, we got a little bit of a round of applause there. I mean, you're a legend. I mean, let's go. Okay, give it up then. Okay. He's a legend. I mean, we don't need to tell you that. But, I mean, you are a legend in the EU scene, right? It's a global competition. For those that don't know you, what do you do? What is your role in the community?
Basically, I'm doing like viewing parties for like, I think 4 years now. I was playing competitive myself. I was Summer Skirmish winner week 6, I think, back in the day. So I was a pro, kind of, but then I just got too old, too bad. Yeah, and then the stage is like for all the young people, you know, making their bag, their living out of it, and being with passion about it. And same with me, but I'm doing viewing parties, you know, and this is what I do, and I host my tournaments, and yeah, some in-game stuff. That's what I do.
I love it. Now, of course, you are here in attendance doing a viewing party yourself. Tell me what you thought of the game so far. Have you been enjoying it?
Oh, I'm saying yesterday was crazy. Like yesterday, every end game was hilarious. Like you couldn't predict who was winning, who was on top, and you know they're making clutches. This Siphon is the best invention ever. I think everyone should applaud for Siphon here in this hall. Siphon is the best invention ever because I think the clutches you can make with Siphon is crazy. Okay, sorry Epic Games for saying that, but I had to do this. But yeah, I think like today was also like really focused because like a lot of German players are playing right now, and I'm cheering for them. Vidil just qualified with Mr. Savage. Like, I just love this. Reason has to qualify with Janice, and Vico has to qualify with Pink. Same as Click, so, you know, I'm cheering for a lot of players. Hen as well, yeah. My boys are over there.
That's great. Now, we know who you're cheering for. Of course, you're doing a viewing party. What has your chat reaction been like? Tell us, give us a little insight into those vibes. Who are they cheering for?
Oh, same as me. I think that's why we're so similar. And also for the Frenchies, of course, for Snazy, Partizan, you know, make it up for them. Gentlemates, great organization as well, yeah. They're doing good stuff.
That's great to hear. Now, thank you very much for coming on this interview. Just quickly before we go, where can people find you online?
They can find me anywhere with Amar, yeah.
Amar, easy as that. Thank you so much for coming on, and we'll leave it back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Amar. It is fantastic to see you, and we're happy that you could be here for this event. Man, oh man, there's still so much to talk about. We have about another 9 minutes before we start kicking the competition back off. Let's talk about Storm Surge. You kind of talked about it a little bit, but I want to break that down more. It seems like a lot of these duos are having these issues. Now, of course, I do want to set that to the lens of this is a global championship. These are the very best duos in the world, so I'd imagine Storm Surge is definitely difficult.
I mean, it's definitely difficult, but if we're going to talk about the best players, then we got to talk about Savage and Vidil, of course. What they did in game number 3 to deal with their Storm Surge is that they were able to kind of split up just a little bit so that they were getting better angles onto Mega City, especially with how the zone pulled, making sure that they had every position covered there. So I love that strategy that they went with.
Yeah, it's a game of numbers, right? You know, you want to try to have that bigger field of view as possible so you have the chance to see as many teams. And it's no good just seeing them. You didn't have to connect and hit, but it's Mr. Savage and Vidil we're talking about here. They got the ability to hit them kind of shots.
another great strategy was what we saw 7man and Cal Gamer do, where they just third-partied 2 teams there. And that definitely seemed to work out for them, being able to make it all the way into the end game.
Yeah, for sure. There's so many little things, like even carrying a player down onto the slurp plants, having it help regenerate them, and then continuing to build up that damage. Our players, how have they been dealing with it? Take a look at this listen in.
Watch out, there's more people in Tilted. How many white did you bring?
I have you have two medkits on you. I have 2 medkits too.
Okay.
I brought 4.
Look north. People are gonna get ahead of us north. We fry them. Northwest.
I'm staring at north.
40 crack.
Yep. The recheck hole, look.
Yeah. No, I can't.
Go. Take them.
30.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get to the ridge. Come. The peeking. Flip. This is way here, then we just crash pad, I think. We need to look for some surge wall. There's a team right here, by the way. I'm waiting for them to move.
60.
Nice.
Maybe we can sneak on Billy.
I'm down.
Should I come now? Get the stats?
Yeah.
Okay. He was here. Come. Run. This is all like... On me. 40. I'm crash padding on him.
Yeah, I'm on you. Going from right side.
Cracked him. Dead.
Nice,
Don't
bro.
worry, don't worry.
Got him.
Crazy stuff. Storm Surge, all types of ways of dealing with it, but you have to deal with it.
Yeah, 100%. I think that was the key, right? All the different types of ways, right? We saw certain players making these sneaky plays where you're trying to sneak up on a team you know is not maybe going to be aware of where you exactly are. You have teams just basing up, straight up. You have players actually just waiting for anything, right? When you're shambles with Surge, you'll just take anything you can get, right? We saw that kind of situation as well. So many different ways to deal with that.
Fantastic. Oh, there we go. Well, guess what? We actually have a very special interview. French community, I feel like y'all are going to be really excited. We got Frankie standing by with Stacey and Photoside.
I do. Stacey, what's it like hearing your fans out in the arena?
Yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, all of fans.
He says merci. And they hear him and they love it. I've got to come to you, Podesai. I need to ask, what went wrong yesterday?
Yesterday we have a problem with the Storm Surge, and we didn't play our game, so we did a bad game. And today I think we play already better, but it's not finished. There is 2 more games, and I hope we qualify.
I hope you qualify too, because you've given me this interview, so now I have to root for you. You're currently in 23rd position. I want to ask about the first game. We saw you go to Rift Island, but you didn't really fight Hen for it. So tell me, is that something you're intending to do going forward?
Yeah, we take the island because we want to farm more, because we have a lot low mats, and we got below third. We need to hit some negate, and we try to fight someone, but I die, and Podasai clutch this game.
Podesai has been left on his own early in games 1 and game 2. You definitely struggle with mats as well in game 2. Tell me how you feel when you are left to solo clutch it out.
I think solo I'm the best player, so I'm very confident, and when I'm solo I'm unstoppable. So I clutch every game, and that's it.
Well, I can't wait to see if you can clutch out a game later today. But before I let you go, because the fans are out there cheering your every answer, would you like to say something to them in French? I'll let the two of you stand side by side and share the microphone.
Can I say it in French?
Bien sûr.
Merci beaucoup à tous les fans de Gentleman, ça fait vraiment plaisir que vous soyez tous là. Vous nous apportez beaucoup de soutien, on vous voit tous crier quand on arrive et tout. Vraiment, merci énormément d'être venus. Et puis on va essayer de se qualifier pour vous rendre fiers.
Une dernière fois, les gars, gentle.
He's going for the win. Merci à tous. Thank you so much. Thank you, fans, as well.
Thank you so much, Frankie. What a fantastic interview. You can see the French community going absolutely crazy. I believe the saying is "Allez les bleus." Is that right?
That's all the French I know, really.
That's it. That's it. I hope that was enough for y'all. We love y'all. They're so passionate. So are the players. The fans here have been absolutely amazing. If you were able to make it out here, man, the energy here, the vibes here, it's just unlike anything else.
And you have to feel that that's definitely inspiring the French duo with all these players, all of these fans respecting, giving them shout outs and everything. And I think that in an instance where they might have had some tournament jitters, I think those are now gone.
Well, yeah, you'd say that, but then again, it's like they're 23rd right now, sitting just on the edge, right? It's getting close for them. They have to make good use of these last couple of games. I think they can do it, though. I think they've shown today that in a clutch situation, one of them is going to step up. Of course, it's been Podosai a couple times, but I really do believe in these guys and their ability to make it through.
I mean, definitely with that high-set accelerant shotgun right there, he was able to not just grab eliminations, but also move through the zone as a solo player. Mobility is so important. So being able to do that, being able to just get a few more points with that was definitely beneficial.
For sure. Another duo that jumps to mind, Janice and Reason. Amar actually talked about them on his recent interview. Another duo looking to end the day in the top 25. How do you guys feel like they've been performing so far on the day?
I think you'd probably say they're near enough safe, right? I think that's what Amar feels. I think that's probably what they will be feeling as well. Realistically, Janice and Reason are a team that I don't think should have been playing in the last chance major whatsoever, right? I think this is a team that is more than good enough to have qualified straight for the majors. In fact, if you rewind your memories all the way back in Major 1, after day 1 of the grand finals, they went first place. Like, they should have been here when you think about it, right? And so I think, you know, these guys will be happy knowing that they've probably done enough to make it in there, and they'll have a big chip on their shoulders coming into Sunday, because definitely a team with a lot of pedigree, a lot of fans, a high status, and all the ability in the world.
So you're already calling that they're making it into Grands tomorrow.
Wait. Is that 11 2K guarantee?
I can guarantee that Janice and Reason will be playing tomorrow.
Well, we have proof. We have proof.
The script is leaked.
That's it. The script of the future is leaked. But of course, for all you fans, if you believe in duos out there, please just shower them in love and support. Tweet at them, send them all kinds of messages on all social medias. Just support them, right? These are some of the very best players in the world. They've worked so hard to be there, be here. So please just send love their way. We are getting closer and closer, and all my heart can think about is that bubble, the pressure. If I am anxious, I know these players are.
Well, I think a duo that's probably not too anxious right now is Chubbs and Bryce. And although they didn't have the best game 3 that we saw, I think they went around in zone 9, which again is pretty good after their performances in games 1 and 2 right now. I think that they're feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, no, these guys have been very, very good today. And that's an understatement, right, when you're in first place. Chubbs and Bryce, they've just been so locked in, right? I've been to the player lounge a couple times throughout the event, and every single time I always see Bryce just there, grinding, locked in, ready, practicing, because they knew coming into today, they were not going to let this moment slip past them, right? They came in with clear intentions, and they're showing that they're going to be a formidable team come tomorrow.
Yeah, is there anybody else that kind of stands out or you know, you would argue is going to kind of affect the lobby as a whole? I mean, Mr. Savage, the deal, right? Currently sitting in that top 10. Probably a lock. I'd say highly likely, 99.9%.
Stop jinxing these
My bad. Caster curse, my bad.
Nah, they are locked.
Yeah.
They're cool.
Is that 11? I'm just kidding.
No. We're not doing that again, mate. We're not doing that whole spiel.
But sure, you know, these guys being able to come through tomorrow, again, maybe a duo that probably should not have made it as far as the last chance, but it should have kind of gotten through before, but...
One placement off, right?
One placement off, right?
In Major 2.
How can we maybe see them affect the lobby tomorrow?
I think, honestly, that they're doing a pretty good job showcasing their ability today right here. They've kind of shown a lot of strats that showcase why they are in the position that they're in the top 10 right now. I think they're doing a great job, and I think they just kind of need to keep going with what they're doing.
It's interesting, right? Because when you talk about the effect they can have on the lobby tomorrow, I'm going to expect something very different from them. I think when you look at the way they've played throughout the year, the way they've even played here, it's been impressive in terms of then maybe shaking up what we expect to see tomorrow. I wouldn't maybe go that far, right? Maybe with the Chubbs and Bryce, it's different because we've seen in these games the way they're playing height is a bit different to some of the NA teams. You know, we've seen the EU teams dominate. Not many of the NA teams been playing for height. Those guys were. So again, when I see shake-ups in the lobby, I think, okay, how do these guys come into the equation? Savage of it was more of like they slot right in, right? You sort of know what you can expect from them. They slot right in. A couple end games here and there, you're going to see them popping off. Obviously, as a Mr. Savage and Vidal fan, I want to see more than that, right? But I think that's where they sort of fit in. It's a lot more of a comfortable fit for them.
Well, you're saying, you know, they're not really going for height right there, but with all the performances we've seen from the low and mid ground these last 3 games, I don't think they need to go for height. They're grabbing eliminations, and they're also able to take that first place spot from the low to mid ground, which isn't a typical thing we see.
That's right. Well, we are getting word. Games are ready to go for us. Wait, just kidding. That's in a moment, but I do want to highlight here. Let's talk about Clicks.
Oh, yeah.
Clicks fans, Arena,
Oh, yeah.
let me hear you.
Clicks fans, are you guys awake? Are the Clicks fans awake?
I think they're awake.
They're awake. Clicks and Epic Whale currently in 22nd. The job's not done, right? We're right here on the bubble. A single mistake could have them fall out of that top 25. But for the duo right now, are they performing at your expectations currently?
I mean, you know, Epic Whale has that 6X on his name for a reason. You know that he's an incredible champion, and Clicks, obviously, a great player as well. And they're making it to the end game pretty much every single time. They're just having some issues getting into that 11th zone, 12th zone position there. But they definitely have the aggression. They're not having any issues off of drop or rotations in this moment. And honestly, I kind of like that Epic Whale is setting himself up for any situation. We saw him carry the turret there into the end game, which we also saw Batman Booga do as well, which just gives you a little bit more safety.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about that duo is that I actually don't think it's been one of their best performances, but they're just doing enough right to stay within that threshold. I think we're having to see it come down to a lot of individual brilliance from each one in these end games, right? How many games have we seen now where Clicks is hitting a couple big back-to-back shots and he goes down, or Epic Whale's doing the same thing? Again, it's like they've not been playing the best, but they're making things happen. They're making things work. What happens in these last couple games, Kelly, when they maybe do start to play at their best?
I mean, I'm excited to see. I think the only issue that we're having here is that these mid-game engagements that they're having, they're using a lot of mats and then not able to recover that towards the end game.
Yeah.
So if they're able to kind of work around that a little bit, they're going to have a much better time in our final 2 games.
And on top of that, many duos, right, finding themselves in these situations where it's just a solo rider. They're kind of finding these engagements where they're trying to split up the map as much as they can, and then suddenly a duo's waiting. They strike, hey, this person's by himself, take them down. I feel like, you know, is that the kind of route we want to go? Is that high risk, high reward worth it? Savage earlier on, the very beginning of the show was like, yeah, it's a risk, it's a reward, but is that worth it?
Which route would you go, Zeke?
Nah, man, I'm too safe.
Zeke, I just want to know, like, which route would you go?
I would go safe.
It doesn't matter what route you go. We don't care about what Zeke has to say.
See, I walked into it.
I don't care what Zeke has to say. Look, if you are one of those players, I think ultimately in crunch time, because this is crunch time now for a lot of these players.
Yeah.
You just got to go with what you're used to, what the formula is. I don't think you should do anything too dissimilar to what's gotten you here. You've been such a phenomenal player, you know, at times this year. That's why you're sitting on that stage right now. Don't switch up anything too crazy. Don't get too, you know, insane up there.
And I think we are seeing that from a lot of our solar players. I think we actually saw it from Agers in game number 2, where he was able to use incredible rotates through his augments. And even though he was kind of dodging all of these players, he was able to use exactly what he had in his toolbox and use that to his advantage and be able to place even higher than what we would expect him to in a solo situation.
For sure. Kanata there. He's just doing him, you know, being him. There was a duo I did want to highlight. It's Cal Gamer and 7man from Middle East. Right now, it's looking like this could be the second Middle Eastern team to qualify, going to grand finals.
Yeah.
That's huge.
And we saw how confident Cal Gamer was yesterday, right? You know, when he was being interviewed, you know, the most confident man in the arena potentially, you know, how confident he was, and understandably so, right? They've you know, had success in their region, you know, back-to-back major champions over there, and now sort of looking to deliver here. And I think it's been a much better day from them, right? We've been seeing them over, you know, being able to claim the mythic weapons and sort of go about their day in a much more controlled and comfortable manner.
Yeah, that mythic MK7 definitely helped them out just a little bit, but also their positioning, even in situations, again, right here, when we see him in a solo situation, able to do whatever he can, grabbing 6 eliminations before being dropped, and using these opportunities also to third-party other players, grab as many elimination points as they can too. I mean, again, I've said it a few days ago, Cal Gamer is an incredibly intelligent player. He just studies the game more than anyone that I know, and that's showcased today.
For sure. I wanted to highlight Brazil here for a moment.
Oh, yeah.
We saw them performing well just a couple games ago. PH Zin and Kitos. I feel like you know, we haven't quite had the BR representation as we did at Invitational, but I still hear y'all up there, which is crazy. For PHN and Kitos, I want to see more of their play. I kind of want to see more of what they're capable of.
I mean, we saw what they were capable of in game number 2 there, grabbing a handful of eliminations and finding at the exact right moment on the mid ground to make their move to the high ground. And that's what put them up into the very final moments of that game.
I think the interesting thing with a team like this, right, is the pressure that comes with having done well at an event before, right, where people sort of come into this one going, hey, we expect Kitos and PHN to come in and do their thing. And obviously, you know, when you're playing here in that sort of lower bracket, it isn't necessarily where you'd want to be and where you'd want to have to do it, but they have still showed up where necessary today. And I think that's been impressive. Some of these shots here were absolutely spectacular. And so more of that tomorrow would definitely be ideal for sure.
And of course, another Brazilian team, King and Phaser, showing up so huge. See, there we go. That's right. We got to give the French community a run for their money, BR. That's what this is about. Thank you.
You're trying to start rioting there, man. You gotta calm down.
I just want, we all are here because of our love for Fortnite. And if that means we go crazy, we chant, we cheer, we laugh, we cry, I'm about that life. But for King and for Phaser, King has surprised me. I feel like for me, King is one of those guys. It just doesn't matter what his situation is in. He's like, oh, I've got nothing. Doesn't matter. All I have is 2 sniper rifles. That's crazy. How about double headshots? Like, he just is so adaptable so quickly. I don't know how anyone could deal with that if they were to go all the way.
I mean, we saw King set himself up for success as well, and I just think that it hasn't really worked the way that they wanted to just yet for today. Obviously, we saw the incredible snipe headshots yesterday, and we saw him again earlier on in the day today with, I think it was 2 snipers, so he's definitely prepping himself for that moment once again, but he's just missing the mark a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because, again, it's like the highlight plays have been there. You know, no doubt about that. We're getting them highlight plays, but we want to see more by way of the actual standings on the leaderboard, right? 43rd place. We want to see them a lot higher than that. We want to see them competing tomorrow, ideally.
For sure, for sure. Is there any duos that are standing out to you we haven't had a chance to cover yet?
I mean, Batman Booga. I've already talked about them, though.
Okay,
yeah,
you can't. Get with the NA West. Kelly's always like, yeah.
Any opportunity.
Talk about a duo? How about someone for NA West?
Oh, you know what? We talked about them yet? I don't know if we talked about them.
Okay, all right. What do you want to talk about Batman Booga besides him being incredible?
He's incredible. That's all I wanted to say.
Any opportunity to bring up an NAS team. Let me just bring up a random EU team. Just bring up any EU team and let's just talk. You know,
that's why I have all of you separate. It's like I want to talk about NA. Yeah. It's like, oh, Vivid, where's he? NA West. Kelly, where's she? 11-2K, Mini Minor, EU. It's just an easy little moment there to do. I wanted to kind of highlight here a listen in from Dukes and Edgy. Wanted to see and catch up with their comms in one of their plays. Take a look.
30 minis. I'm like pretty shambles.
We just crash quit in from here.
Okay. Look for surge. 55 above. Look, hard left.
Okay.
Got cracked. 30 blue.
Here.
These teams are getting it. They're coming. Right. Look. Spray this.
100.
33 white.
Dead.
Can you crash on us?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah. I'm throwing it.
The curve's to the left. I'm in.
Nice, I got 2 kills there.
Man, I still just cannot believe that moment from Dukes earlier. I just look at Edgy going, oh my god. We did not get to see that before. I'm so thankful we have a million cameras pointed at the stage because, man, just to celebrate and bask in that moment, like a Victorial, let's just be clear here. Your duo doesn't always need to get a Victorial to place high, right? Consistency will always be king. But man, does that Victorial feel good, especially in an arena like this, in front of these fans.
Yeah, that's the joy of a man who knows he's been saved at the end there, you know? when Eddie went down, he was thinking, oh no, it's 2v2, I've just gone down, oh my goodness. And then Duke clutches and he's like, let's go, you know? He realizes in that moment, like, everything went to plan, you know, nothing wrong there. And of course, right, both incredible players, you know, we saw them during Major 2 and they won. And a lot of people, you know, sort of looked at them and went, yeah, man, it was a bit of a fluke. I don't know how these guys did it, but they're here to prove people wrong, right? You know, it wasn't a fluke. These are very good players, top players within their region. And I think they can keep hitting shots like, you know, Dukes was hitting towards the end there, boy, oh boy, we're going to be in for a treat.
Yeah, it was absolutely an incredible run. Dukes himself just didn't seem like he even knew what he did right there or how it happened, but he should be feeling good after that.
Just like an instant, like instincts take over, snap headshot, victory out. Just another day in the life of Dukes. Now, a duo, I feel like y'all Danish fans would be excited about Steno and Lushi. Looking to qual here. Yeah, Danish fans. We got Danish fans, BR fans, French fans. We got it all. Collecting them all like Infinity Stones. Fantastic stuff. But these guys right now sitting in 8th place. Talk to me about this duel. Maybe some fans are just tuning in. They've had a kind of a long day. They want to catch up on some Fortnite. Talk to me about it.
Listen, Steno and Lushi started the day off strong, and I'm ready to see them in game number 4.
These guys do what they do. It's typical Danish duo, very consistent, very efficient in their actions, and they're delivering today.
Well, speaking of delivering, it is time. Game number 4 is upon us. So let's kick it on over to the casters to take us in.
Thank you so much, Zeke. Great games we've been having. I'm joined with the great Monster D-Face as well.
Hey, man, listen, when you see us, you know the games are just about here, and it sounds like we're going to be gearing up here shortly. I can't wait, especially after those explosive clutch moments from Dukes, and it sounds like game number 4 is ready. Copenhagen, let's get right back to it. Game number 4 is underway.
This is the moment. We saw it yesterday. Big games in game 4. Outside of the bubble, teams were able to qualify. The same thing happened in game 5, but now their backs are up against the wall with no choice but to go big or go home.
Go big or go home is the name of the game. We have these bubble teams contesting one another. The Shattered Labs, the story of Snazy and Podesai is only just beginning. They are not quite set yet, but neither is Tahi. Neither is Death, who are just to the north of them, all of which are on that same exact threshold. Here we have Jamon, Moneymaker, Yuma, Fination, just nearby. They go for the pickaxe play. It's not going to be enough. Down goes one. Can they get the second now?
Yeah, that's tough. They're in 20th place, Moneymaker and Fanayan, to start this game off. So if they go down here, that's going to really put things in a tough spot. But Yuma and Jamon, they're definitely picking up the pace, especially after that loss off-spawn battle in that last game. They're finally figuring out where he's hiding. And Moneymaker's really just thinking outside of the box. Any nook, any cranny that he can fit in, he's going ahead and trying to hide and trying to keep them on the run, going in and outside of the same covers. But eventually, he's going to have to go ahead and run into both of these players unless he can get the launch pad and get out. And that's exactly what he's going to do to stay alive.
Wow. Yuma is going to spot him, though. He puts a couple tags down. Very crucial, but not enough to finish the job. Alba, Yuma, and Jamon, of course, representing for the Asia region. That elimination alone jumps them up 3 or 4 spots, putting them in the upper 30s now. That just shows you how close the cutoff is for top 25. This truly is the story now on the back half. It's the race to the finish line, but for some, they might be gasping out just trying to get there.
This is huge. Another battle off spawn towards Creaky Compound. Bahad and Hero, who's trying to make up for all that lost time early on in the day. Quickly trying to capture Creaky Compound. And there's a strength in numbers, I've been saying all weekend long, but it's here on the flag as well. As long as both of them are standing in it, they're going to get it much faster to try to get that loot as we try to capture everything that's gone down. You see Hero already with 1 elimination, and Skits, that's going to be the second one. And that's a must-have because Skits and his duo were having such a hot streak out of the gates, much better than they performed yesterday.
Absolutely. Crazy to think how many performances have been seen as far as above average from the NA side. So many of the NA teams are literally putting themselves closer and closer towards the finals. I don't think that's been emphasized enough how well of a performance they've had, and I'm here to champion for them as I'm, of course, been rooting in the background. But Vatch and Pam still, of course, if they make it to Sunday, they will be giving Cammy and Seti an issue there, so we'll see what happens. All these qualifications do matter. Staying in data still, sneaking up.
Taking a page out of Misha and Teeny's playbook, something we haven't really seen anybody else do but them. Instead of hiding in a bush, though, they're ready to pounce.
They realize they are separated just enough for their liking as they continuously try to creep in. Fahad's going to try to get away, but the shot strike, more than half of his HP is going to be gone. And that leaves Hero to try to run, cover the distance, get there as fast as possible. And I think this is going to come out into a 2v2 situation with Stain and Datas having the advantage early on.
ME versus Asia right here, right now, but a third party comes in to put their influence into the mix. That was almost a perfectly coordinated attack from our favorites here, Stain and Datas, and now the problem lies in their side. They've been hurt big time here. The compound no longer safe, and there is also a solo in the mix here, making his way south through. Meanwhile, we jump over Wakitos here, setting up the ambush onto Raru.
Trying to go in, nice little sneak shot, but he ain't gonna fall for that bait. Keto's quickly trying to back up, take the high ground back. Jin is right there by his side, but Greedy's trying to chop him down to size. Both of these duos try to reunite one another. Jin, not very many heals left, and instantly it's Ketos who shares. Oh, but the snipe from the side. Wow. They forgot about the top of the mountain. Jin goes down and leaves a lot of pressure on the Ketos to try to clutch up. Raru and Greedy, they're the ones trying to take advantage of it as well.
And the awareness from Raru to understand the snipe comes in and it puts them at a disadvantage. They didn't miss a beat there. They turned things around immediately. Talk about a lucky save for them, as they were on the backside for a moment there.
Oh, what are these just third parties, one after the next?
Oh my gosh.
Greedy gets chopped down to size as well. Raru has to kind of about face. He can no longer go after Ketos, who has a solo, because he has to reunite with Greedy. He doesn't want to have his game end here very, very early in match 4.
For a second there, it was looking like the warm-up games, like straight W key.
But we got a listen in with Hen, seeing how he's doing in the early portions of this game.
On the right, like towards 50.
Yeah.
You're killing me there.
Come on, please be AR. I got AR.
Nice on the right.
Dead. Kiri.
Absolute clean elimination right there. That's the way you want to start your games off, picking off damage. Question is, can he get the finish there in time? Either way, 8 players already eliminated here. That's 3 full duos and some fragmented. Let's take a look here. Zone going far north. Things mixing up here for day 2 so far. We'd like to see some variety.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some northeast. We've seen some southeast. Now we're just going to have a straight north for now. It does have a little bit of a western lean, but it could definitely center up. Figure out where it actually goes later on in the game. But Bully and Shadow changing up things just a little bit. Don't want to go against Peak and Vico far too often, but that's 7-man and Town Gamer that they're going up against, and they're on a hot streak. They're on a hot streak for sure, climbing up that leaderboard to try to get their spot into Championship Sunday. And all Shadow wanted was a couple of tags thanks to that surge, and now he's going elsewhere.
Oh, Mr. Savage has to be careful here, though, deep in the zone, but he is holding things down. Can he get adapter? He does! Swatted out the sky. Nicely done for him. And FKS now back against the wall, hurt as well. Vadil, one of the best to ever do it. When he sees you hurt, he comes in and closes it. Makes it look easy. Let's see, Savage comes from behind here. Yup, he's boxed up. It's only going to take one more shot. FKS is fighting. He's fighting hard, but for how long can he last?
Yep, quick moves by Mr. Savage as well, dodging a lot of those shots.
Okay.
Might have cursed him there, but he goes down nonetheless. Vadil is the one who gets credit. He just took too much damage trying to get that reboot off. He goes down to the storm itself so early on. But that's Vadil and Mr. Savage. This is what they've known best. Even though they wanted uncontested, well, they got it.
Best part about it is they need those points to continue to give them the cushion to go ahead and stay in the money, stay in the save zone. It's nice to be in top 4 now. Should be all he needs. Take a look now at Batman Booga. Rapid, of course, a favorite. NA puts in a lot of work here, but Pink on the other side says, hold that thought. We got action, and we have it now. Finds Rapid there. The duo of Batman Booga. Now back against the wall. Just a solo here. We'll have to retreat for the moment as there is a duo lurking above.
I'm waiting for this third party. It's actually Kaizen and Clement who are trying to go ahead and use those berries. So that way they don't have to use too much of their own heals. It is working out. That could be the distraction needed for Batman Booga to try to stay alive. And for Pink and Vico, this is a moment for them to stabilize themselves. They started this game in 32nd place, almost a repeat of yesterday with 2 chances left. They have to lay it all on the line. No regrets, no excuses. The time is now.
That's right. Fresh duos rotating in the surrounding vicinity as well. Clement's going to go on up. They say, hey, look, we got the solo singled out here. I think we can go ahead and take advantage here. If they do just that, could put them in the position to have the surge they need. There it is. They trap him from underneath and force him out the box. Batman Booga expending all the metal now. Backs into a corner. The double shot comes through from Kaizen and Clement, and the synergy here, you have to respect it now. This Elim is worth 4 points. They want to close it out or give it back to Vico, potentially now. And Batman Booga will not give it up without a run for it. Kaizen and Clement secure the deal there and earn themselves 4.
You gotta be careful though. Now it's Pink and Vico territory. A lot of that real estate is gonna be owned by them, and they know it. So Clement and Kaizen immediately get out, build some fresh spot for them to go ahead and try to regain composure. And with the zone pulling forward, a lot of these teams are going to have to continue to rotate towards the north side of the map, which means Pink and Vico, they have the advantage. They are full health as well. They have all the heals, so they either could stay, try to camp above Clement and Kaizen, or try to rotate first and hold them out nonetheless.
Pink and Vico do need several more slots to go. You can see they're just holding that 30th placement. That's with the 4 that they earned this game off the elimination. So truly and surely they have to get more elims. More importantly, they have to stay alive as Vico is severely damaged here. It's Clicks and Epic Whale setting up the ambush nearby, and they would love to pick up some of that sweet material, but no, instead going to prioritize to rotate out. It's going to come at a welcome surprise, I think, to Clement or Vico and Pink there. They were definitely damaged.
I would say I do like this change-up coming out of both Clicks and Epic Whale. It was in that last game. They were stayed too far in towards Mega City, let all the other teams bypass them. So by the time it was their turn to rotate, they just got held out. They got separated and taken down as Chubbs and Bryce land a monster of a shot. They don't want to continue this fight as solos. Bryce is yet to go ahead and reunite with his teammate. So that's going to be Chubbs just backing up. Bryce, he has his shoulder. I'll watch it. You try to get out. And it's a fight for the forecast tower. So it's definitely something worth the risk if you're ready to gain that reward.
Chubbs and Bryce have had an incredible showing, as have Shalom and MK Papa every single time I've tuned in with this duo here. Today just really has been them finding their stride here amongst some of the greatest. Already at 2 eliminations, a big 8-point game. I'd say this is definitely a team that is jumping onto the radar here now.
That was Pam, Stu, and Fatch that they just took out of this lobby. Pam, Stu, and Fatch have about 48 points, 29th place. The only place they can go from here, though, is down. They leave it up to the last and final game of the day to try to qualify. And from one fight to the next, they run into Pings, who quickly bounce pads out. He doesn't want to have any of that noise. He is a solo, so he's probably looking for a least contested part of this zone to try and go ahead and get his teammate back.
Let's take a look at these elims here that MK Papa and Shalom picked up, because the significance here, they go from top 25 to top 20 here by eliminating Fatch and Pam here on the rotate around the storm line. A very significant pair of eliminations for them here. That could be the difference to their Sunday ride. But now with Fishy and DMK also at 3 elims turning online, they find Epic Whale, and that's a huge punishing blow, forcing them to stop now and heal. We already knew they didn't have many white heals. That's why they were playing the shrooms. So now Epic Whale is truly hurt.
Yeah, this is going to be tough because they don't have the elevation as well. Luckily, though, they are by this Rift Island, so a couple of teams might try to contest it, which leaves an open path somewhere for them to try to find and try to get on track. They started the game in 15th, then they moved up to 10th, but at that last game, they fell all the way down to 22nd place, and the time is definitely ticking for a lot of these teams to claim their spot on that battle bus for the grand finals.
Well, Jacob, let me tell you, the 3 or 4 duos I see nearby all absolutely need this Rift Island, and if you think back to that content piece, this is when it is the most dangerous. You have to be the most cautious going for the Rift Island right here, right now, because you know those 15 points are going to be worth fighting for right now. Datus and Stain recognize that Chubbs is hurt here. They try to go in, but Gab Zero's not missing a shot at all right now. A very, very great job. So far, so good. But remember, Chubbs and Bryce, they're good. They have the ride to Sunday. They're going to do okay.
Just about practice for them. Still on the international stage. Every moment matters. You said it himself. He's nervous. Now it's time for him to shake those nerves, get ready for tomorrow. And you hear the crowd going wild. Bushi and Steno, they got themselves a nice bit of elevation, but just on the corner of the zone. And that's exactly why they're going to try to disengage off that spot, rotate deeper in. And depending on what teams have the forecast tower, they might try to beat them there, but it is across the map from that Rift Island. So you already know around the 4th, the 5th, even 6th zone, it will pull away from Rift Island.
This is incredible. Snazy, Podesai, Clicks, Epic Whale, Stain, Datus. An incredible amount of variety here. Trying to play for the Rift Island. At the most dangerous time to do so as well. This is going to make or break a tournament run right now. Who will secure it?
Even Chubbs and Bryce, they say, I want a piece of this pie. We may have won a game, but we haven't captured Rift Island yet. This could be our chance to continue to add to our lead. And they're ready to fight for it. You see shots coming down from a bottom. There's about 4 teams, maybe even 5 on top of Rift Island. Clicks and Epic Whale, they got pushed off of that flag, no longer able to contest it, but at least they have the position high above the rest. And it looks like they're going to try to fight for some piece control, some real estate, anything that they can get their hands on before they look at the edge of the island for more Storm Surge.
A little too passive, though. They're playing the launch pad and not the actual objective. They do have to be careful. You have FHD and Hero looking right on down, slowly maneuvering their way inside. Clicks and Epic now second-guessing the decision to be here. Eliminations could be very well worth it, but securing the point seems unlikely at this point, as Chubbs and Bryce are like, hey, we would love to be #1 for the day. Why not put the risk on the line here? Why not risk it all?
Literally have nothing to lose this situation. This is exactly what I thought Clicks and Epic Whale were going to do. They have just the edge of the zone to continue contesting it, and now they're looking on down below to try to get that Storm Surge, but you can see their awareness. They're constantly looking around. We saw Vasquez go down early on. PHZin and Kitos ready to finish off this duo, send them back to the lobby and try to jump up that leaderboard. That is a huge amount of confidence ready to be built.
Vamos Quito and PHZin, well played. Big set of eliminations. It's going to put them in a good spot. Here's Clement, Kaizen on the move. We already saw the very tough spot they were put in when faced off against Pink and Vico, trying to secure the elimination on Batman Booga. It cost them a lot of material, and now they're pretty much a foot behind. Meanwhile, Pink, Vico coming back here. They drop Miro, take down Cooper shortly after. Look at that. Already done in wraps, and Pink and Vico absolutely needed that one. Huge, huge pickup right there. And for Cooper and Miro, who are inside the top 10, I think they'll be all right, but they'll surely slip down coming into the last and final game here.
It's definitely going to put them on the edge of their seat, and you can see what they're fighting for. Not only the 2 eliminations, which is H points, it's that weapons cache as well to try to bolster their loadout as much as possible. The main thing is going to be those slurp juices to try to keep them alive. They don't want to wait to the last game to make their qualification possible. Way and Frosty, they're stuck on the edge of zone, just outside as well. They got a couple of feet to cover before they find some safety with inside. But even then, once they get in towards zone, their journey doesn't stop there. The zone continues to pull towards the far north side of the map.
The majority of the players are down here as well. Big congestion happening here. It's going to be a very, very difficult rotate for the bulk. Let's see what happens here. But back to the Rift Island.
It's still
back
contested.
to the most contested island. The island where all of the teams on the bubble lie. Mr. Savage has 2 elims. Guess what? One of them is Bryce. Can they get Chubbs here? Can they find their 4th elimination right now? Badil already working his way in. Looking good. Chubbs goes down, but it's not to them. It's to the hands of FHD and Hero here, a team that equally needed those elims. They needed those points, but who secures the loot?
Yeah, I heard it get captured there at the tail end, but I don't know who actually got credit for the capture. You see the loot falling through. Badil and Mr. Savage trying to steal as much of it as possible. Might have been Fahad and Hero who grabbed that one. Clicks and Epic Whale long gone off of Rift Island. You saw them cover up that bounce pad, and now they're trying to use it. Suns and Anon trying to make something of their last opportunities here on the day. They saw Alex and Worthy qualify out of OCE, and they don't want to leave them as the lone team in the grand finals representing their region. Nice opportunity here to pick up more points. He's going to slip on through. That's Chris on the other side. Suns not only needs the points, but he needs the refresh. He needs that loot that he has in his hands, and Anon, him, can't stay too much longer in this zone before they go down.
Also recognizing the additional damage turning on here. Look at how quickly they're falling underneath the Storm Surge. Storm Surge will, of course, turn on just about 10 seconds. Start dealing tons of damage to the lobbies. Huge tag right there, though. That might be a game changer. No, it's only worth 100. Into the zone they go. Here it is. Let's see what they can do.
Heroes right next to him. At least Suns made it in, giving him a shot. The Storm Surge taking him down. One more tick before he goes back to the lobby.
Wow.
He's doing what he can. 40 below, and he barely goes above by 81. The risk versus the reward. At least he stays alive.
That was actually so impressive. Swings through, finds a tag, and slips out before the surge can actually hit him. He was just a moment away from hanging out in the lobby for a second there. But trouble still looming. Trouble still on the horizon here. Pink and Vico don't stop, though. They are looking to make the dreams and wishes of their communities come true as they're coming right back to it. Let's relive the moment. Let's recapture that. Vico walks in, takes down the two from the side. He gets both elimination credit there, and look at that. Feeling very good about it.
I mean, Pink said it himself. What do diamonds make? Well, it's actually diamonds are made from pressure, and he's feeling that pressure now in the moment, using it to fuel himself. I think this might be one of the best games they've had all weekend long. And Monster, at this stage in the game, there are more teams alive outside of that top 25 bubble than teams that are inside. So they're trying to take these last two games of opportunity and really push themselves to the limit.
Really changing the narrative right now. Pink and Vico are in 28th now. Right there. Really trying to change this whole story around. Half the lobby has just about been eliminated, including some of our favorites, like you said, up inside the top 10. Most of those teams are down and out. So this is really going to allow the funnel of points to flow south to the bottom of the standings, which is going to make the final game that much more tougher to break through into the top 25. You know, it's a very different game when even those that were at the bottom are now starting to pick it up. It only takes 2 games, 2 good games.
It's a recipe for excitement. Players are cooking up a final opportunity here. 27 players left alive, 27 teams, so that means no placement points have been granted so far. And it's really up until that top 10. Half the points are outside of the top 10. Majority of those points are inside of the top 10. So for some of these teams, just getting these placement points isn't going to be enough. They're going to need top 10 performances, maybe even back-to-back top 10s if they're looking to continue their journey on towards Sunday. Kaizen barely above the damage threshold by 66, but he knows not to make the wrong move, especially this late in the game with so many other teams surrounding.
This is it. This is his chance. This is his moment. If he can take off here, if he can make a big end game, a top 10 potentially, it might just be all he needs. But first, though, he's got to survive here. He's barely up. He might just be able to find DeGuerra here. Great tag there, and he does take him down and out. Rocket rams his way on, up, and out. Can he get all the way to the top? Close enough.
Wow.
Perfectly there. It was nearly over, but even finds a zip line to get all the way on inside. There goes the elimination credit. Alive long enough to find it. Meanwhile, Reason also finding eliminations too. I know we got to interview with our good friend Amar. It seems like all of his hopes and dreams are coming true for the German community out there.
Talk about the Brazil community. King and Phaser finally have some sense of high ground. Saw them far low on the leaderboard with 2 opportunities left. This could be their chance to boost up the leaderboard. Even if they don't get inside of the bubble, as long as they get close, they're keeping the hope alive for their entire region. But just like Perza here all by himself, 5 eliminations so far, 6 as a team, 34 points with a couple of those being placement. He's just waiting for the last possible moment to try to go ahead and rotate. He does have the front side of the zone, so there's going to be a lot of players passing by he could try to get an elimination on, because with 7 builds, he might need one.
This one, he's going to have the pick his poison, go for elims, go for the loot, or play for extra. Let's see what he decides to do here. Still trying to make that decision. Not looking to get greedy, though. Instead, he's going to focus on positioning here coming shortly. This is the last charge in his rocket ram. Meanwhile, Kaizen flying all the way to the front side of zone, puts himself in an excellent spot here. He just sees so many chances to find tags.
Just biding his time, trying to play the smart game, even though he's below the damage threshold. He's not trying to make that leap all in one bound, even finds some minis along the way, gets above the damage threshold before it goes away altogether. Top 30 player situation. He's going to be one of them, trying to put the team on his shoulders, but King and Phaser still find a way to hold on to that high ground. Put so much damage on Yanis, who tried to contest him up there, sends him back down low into the mud.
What a game for Shalom and Papa here. Also, ranking their way all the way up right now. Getting very close, getting very comfortable, but Shalom falls is all up to MK Papa here. Has to put the teammate on his back quite literally. They decide, hey, you don't have to save me. I'm going to try to stay up right here. Clix is going to fall. Epic Whale has to do it by himself in the end game. He has no build. Shots come from everywhere. Down he goes to his NA friends. TK there. And now, Snazy, Podesai, another end game for them. This is their moment. This is their chance to do it all.
I know everybody at home can hear the crowd through our mics cheering loud and proud. We already seen Podesai get a massive amount of points as a solo. This time, yes, his dynamic duo trying to go ahead and lead the charge into the qualification spot along with Pink and Vico. They've been doing so much damage all around the lobby all game long, and they don't intend to stop here, especially with 7 eliminations. They already got themselves into the top 10. Now they're trying to grab the last half of those points.
And only 1 build left. He comes all the way down to low ground. They'll be alive for a little bit longer, but 4 duos remain. One's a single solo in the mix here. In this entire game, Shadow from the shadows, the back of the leaderboards, all the way on up. Here to play Epset. He makes an end game. This is going to surely put him in a true chance for the bubble spot. Down he goes to the hands of Pink and Vico. Pink and Vico have rocketed their way up. It's going to be such a contentious final round. But first, who will win this one? Who will secure that dub here? Podesai will surely get eaten alive by the storm. And he fails to build there. It's unfortunate here. Comes in through the side. Down he goes. And it's now a 2v2.
That's gone, and Pingu at the bottom. Fall damage is real onto Vico, but he gets the trade at the bare minimum. And Pink and Vico take the game. That could have been it, Monster. That could have been the moment where they qualify to the grand finals on Sunday. They're knocking on the door of Acorn and Cold. So I'm going to throw it on over to the stage where we have Frankie standing by to pick their brains.
I think that might have been the most important victory royale we've seen so far. Boys, I think you were 30th on the leaderboard going to that one. And you, Vico, had the game of your life. How on earth did you manage to get so many eliminations?
It's because Pink's just the go to tarping and everything else. He fully clutched mid-game, I'm not gonna lie.
You did clutch. Talk me through what happened.
I had 7 kills, Vico had 4.
Oh, this is what I've just been told by the producer in my ear. I am sorry. Justice for Pink, everybody. I apologize. I mean, 4 elims is pretty impressive. All right then, Pink, what was your favorite elimination of the 7?
Killing Mero and Cooper, because we had nothing, and I just killed both of them, and it just revived the game. I don't know, bro. God, it's the greatest, bro. All my mum's life. Oh my God.
How did you manage to get yourself together to get those 2 eliminations, though? Because you were on the back foot.
I mean, a duo like me and Vico, like, we don't need loot. Like, we have the fragging capabilities. Over the course of the last 2 days, we haven't been able to show it. But I just told Vico, just keep a positive mindset. Like, no matter what throughout the game, don't give up. We'll get them kills. Like, we're good enough. We got them kills. We came back and we won the game. I can't lie. I knew that we would qual. I just had to put the belief into Vico.
Why do you think it did take you so long to put up the performance we know you were capable of?
We were struggling with Surge a bit, and we kind of choked some mid-games, but we got it now. I figured out, and yeah, it's going to go better now.
I did speak to Pink yesterday about how you became this unlikely double act and how he's taught you a few things in game. Why don't you tell me what you've learned since joining this man?
I've learned how to use my brain actually, and not just like use my capabilities of being able to fight and my mechanics. So I'm actually thinking more now, and I'm capable of using my brain cells. So
I'm glad you've learned to use your brain cells. I've got to head back to the desk, but before we do, I know your mum is in the audience. She's always by your side. Have you got any words for her?
thank you for always supporting me, and thank you for being the best mom in the world.
Well, hopefully that is enough to get you into tomorrow's grand final, because I don't know how you beat a performance like that. Everybody give it up for Pink and Vico!
Let's go! As they stated, they've been trying to put up this performance for 2 days, and now what a better time to do it than on the penultimate game. Double-digit eliminations, Pink and Vico. Let's go, boys! And this is all off the back of Vico's recent win, right? Getting the Red Bull contested overall win. Now, I mean, I don't even know what to say. Levin, what do I say here?
It's just spectacular from these two. The game sort of started, and they were lingering around that 40-point mark, and I was looking at them and I was going, I don't know how these guys are going to call right now. It's not looking good at all. I was getting really worried. Then all throughout the game, Kenny, I just keep seeing their names in the feed, right? You know, Pink throughout the mid-game, seeing his name in the feed. I'm thinking, I know what's happening here. I know exactly. I've seen it so many times from Pink in particular, even with previous duos, but obviously Pink and Vico, where he needs a clutch game, and he's like, let's just key. Let's W key. Let's just go in, and they can do it. They have that fragging ability.
Honestly, Pink is so excited right there, but I think Levin was even more excited. It was great watching that game with him. And I know that you and him talked about the mid-game, but honestly, it started from the early game there with Pink and Vico going up against Batman, Booga, and Rapid. They were able to take one down, but then played it safe. They didn't go on the aggression, which worked out really well for them, because then there was a third party that came in and did clean up Batman, Booga. But then, of course, we saw the eliminations that they got in the mid-game, and then in the end game there, they played the mid-ground really well, waited for it to be around 7 teams left, and then that's when they went for the high ground.
I think Pink finally knows what pressure makes. It's diamonds, right? And these guys are diamonds, and they've been shining in that game. I mean, the pressure on them. You mentioned, right, obviously, you know, winning Red Bull contested for Vico, what a moment that was for him. Obviously, Pink last year won Gamers 8, right? So, like, these are two players, a rare example of two players on the same team who have won lands before. They had that experience in this stage, and I just really wanted to see them actually then be able to deliver. So to see them do it now is really satisfying.
And I mean, the whole arena just erupted right in that moment. I gotta relive it, but this time, let's do it with a listen in.
50, 30, 1 HP, 150 on him. The gingerbread.
My wall.
Conan.
My wall.
Cracked him.
Go.
Get body. Just play for body.
Got it.
So pop big. Give me mats and I'll lead. It might be a solo on height, by the way. We have height.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah, we have height. Spray. Pop big, I'll spray.
No,
zero build.
take my scraps. Right now.
They're fine.
Top two.
What, 2v2, we should drop down and get side pump. Drop down.
50 white. Let's go!
The passion, honestly, you won't see passion like that anywhere else. And it's just such a testament to how much Vico has improved, because if you've watched Vico for a while, right? The old Vico before he started playing the Pink, at some point during that end game just would have just lost his head and just gone and tried to W key someone he shouldn't, overextended, completely lost the game, right? The new Vico, right? He knows when to pick his spots and he takes them perfectly.
And look at that right there, moving up 26 placements to now be in 7th place. That showcases that even though they may have had a rough 3 games, by grabbing a double-digit elimination victory royale, that gets you over 100 points, Z.
That's right, and I talked about it right before. 91 was the threshold yesterday, right? All you need to do is have one amazing game, and your duo could fall or jump up from outside that top, or bottom 25 rather, for Pink and Vico. What a moment. But now we have to start thinking about, this is it. We're getting ready to go into the final game on the day. The bottom 25 will be going home. As we turn attention to the bubble, take a look. Frosty, KZ, and Wei sitting on 84 points, currently and just start to look out at these names. In 30th place, Moneymaker and Fanyan. Anytime we've seen these guys on a screen, this arena has gone wild.
Oh, yeah, and deservedly so. What an incredible duo right here. And all they need is just a few more points. With this being the final game of the lower bracket, I don't think that they're going to be doing anything too crazy. I think they're just going to be going with what they know best.
The pressure truly is on right now. I wouldn't want to be them. Look, I love, high stakes moments, but I love to watch them. These guys are in it. It's going to be tough.
I'm getting word. This is it. As much as I want to break down more, we are ready for the final game of the lower bracket. So Marina makes some noise as we go up to the casters.
This is the final countdown. It's almost like these are gladiators in the arena right now, putting on a show for us and everybody at home.
Yep, that's right. And that last game really has crunched the standings here. It's going to be so difficult now to make it into the top 25. Here we go.
This is it. The very last chance for any one of these teams to try to make it to Sunday and keep their dreams alive. They got the Axe of Champions up for grabs. The lion's share of $4 million. And I think just as important for these competitors, calling themselves the best in the world when it comes to Fortnite.
That is absolutely correct. The standings, the minimal points required will probably be much higher than 91, because if you compare the top points from yesterday, it is so much more closer. That threshold is much, much tighter. This is by far a much more difficult qualifier round to get out of. But first, Yuma, Jama, Moneymaker comes in. Looking sharp as ever here. Gets the first tag, but his teammate is also hurt. Swings around. Can he go ahead and put it all together here?
This is a big battle for both of these teams, because this decides if they have even a chance to keep themselves alive, and they immediately get disengaged from Jama and Yuma. Moneymaker's just hot on the heels, though. He may not know exactly where he's at, but by going this route, he knows now he has to be in that direction. He spots him out at the tail end on top of the roof. Shots gonna be fired. Jamon taking a lot of that damage. Fanai in there to finish the job. They keep it alive, Monster.
What a well-played elimination right there. Comes in, finishes the job nice and easy this time. The shoes on the other foot. They are here to change the narrative, change the story, and they have an actual chance. Well, we already know you can be all the way at the back. One win can potentially take you to the top.
Yep, and with some of these teams already have their ticket on that battle bus ready. We've seen some reckless play to try to defend their drop spot, but a nice shot from Anon and Sons to deal a load of damage on their opponents. All about how you capitalize on this opportunity now. And you can see the crouch coming out from Anon. He's trying to hide exactly which direction he's going to come from, but FKS doing the same exact thing, trying to peek through one of these windows, and he has a gold sharp tooth. He could definitely one pump either one of these players.
I'm sorry to say it, but FKS and Adapter just really representing as far as their drop has been better. They have really, really out-dropped Sons and Anon every single round that we've seen here for the most part. This is the first time those Sons and Anon have found a very good and promising loadout here at the Temple.
But the positions have switched. Usually it's Sons and Anon playing from the low ground, which hasn't really worked out for them. Now he has the side angle and a lot of damage onto Adapter. He's trying to follow it up with combat SMG, trying to get him to expend as many of those resources as possible to make the fight that much easier. A little peekaboo shot from Adapt. FKS trying to clean that one up as well, but they just get pushed right back into the same box. Shields are going to get dropped. One's going to go down. Adapter trying to hang on his final lifeline, but Sons with another angle. They win the most important battle of their day so far.
What an incredible win right there, and all of a sudden now, that could be the run. Dreams shattered. Hopes being made at the same time.
Not too many contested fights actually go down over here towards Brutal Bastion, even though it is contested. A little bit of a north and a south split between the two teams, which kind of maybe explains why they might be lacking a little bit when it comes to Storm Surge versus other contested teams here in the game, but they don't know exactly where their opponents are at.
Bowles has the loadout that he wants. He wants to go ahead and pick up that big pot. Side sets the sniper. Cheatin' and Pixie are so far away, and they have that elevation, so it's not going to be an easy find to take advantage of. While Phaser, he found something. Tries to go for a quick couple of early shots. Snazy immediately builds up, takes that elevation away from Phaser. King is a little bit too far away, so if they're able to pounce rather quickly, that'll be 2 separate 2v1s. But it does look like Podesai is going to go for a disengage momentarily, which allows Phaser to kind of stabilize, reclaim his position, and reunite with King.
Very, very important set of engagements in front of King and Phaser here if they want to make it to top 25. Ping, Kyrie need to do the same here, and the Eclipse State is starting to get a little expensive. A lot of teams nearby. Meanwhile, Edgy falls there. Fights happening here. All in the last game. Pink and Vico taking that heated streak here directly into the next game. Already in a battle. Already trying to turn online here. You know, feeling pretty good. It's up against Shalom. Shalom made an end game there as well. That was a big, big turn of events for him.
See Pink and Vico right now. Now that they've more than likely punched their ticket to the finals, playing a little bit more loose, a little bit more reckless, trying to repeat the fragging ability that they had in that last game, going a different direction than some of the other games that we've seen so far. Third party coming in, making NK Papa's job that much harder as Vico continues to go ahead and push them in, take away a lot of their territory. Pink is on the other side, but he needs to be careful because he's running out of resources to work with. But it does look like it is going their way continuously.
One false move and it can be all over for Shalom here. He has to hit this shot, but he's missing it. Vico finds his first, and down goes MK Papa first. Shalom now solo, but there is a duo starting to fire in. That might be the saving grace here, as they did not get the full finish with Shalom. Back against the wall here. Vico continuing to push in. He's heated up. It's looking good, but these are not his walls. Hurt now from the third party. Back down to the low ground. Vico and Pink back up. It's cost them so much. Heals, material, and everything in between. We know they're top 25. But at the cost of Shalom's game potentially here now.
The mini-map is showing that the third party is getting fourth partied, making sure everybody has an invitation to the celebration, and that allows Pink and Vico a little bit more flexibility to continue the 2v1 onslaught, and they finish the fight. They send him back to the lobby and end the run for Shalom.
Shalom and MK Papa were right on the 13th spot. But if you just took away 10 points, they would be on the bubble, on the line inside the top 20. So we'll see if it can hold up now. They'll have to hold their breaths until the next game. If we saw a repeat of last game, it's going to be tough.
No, it definitely is, especially now that they have to sit and watch. Only place on the leaderboard they can go is down, but at least they've secured their spot thus far. Source taking a little bit of damage, taking a few seconds to try to heal up here over towards Steamy Springs. We see Bully and Shadow in their lines of sight. Just Shadow, actually. So this kid give Bully a chance to try to alleviate some of the pressure or just continue to rotate as Skits and Soref do go down to Duke and Edgy. Duke got to be feeling himself after that huge 2v1 against his NA counterparts, and just gotta ask if he has the reboot card because there's a chance to get Edgy back into the game, as it does look like he's going towards the edge of the zone where you'd think some, or at least the least amount of players are at.
Duke, by far, the play of the weekend, that clutch, incredible, coming out of game 3, securing them inside the top 10 so far. Now, the team that probably needs the crowd's energy the most, Epic Whale and Clix are on 24th position. And we want to emphasize, to get out of the lower bracket, you have to get to 25th position or better. They are just on that line. One mistake, and it is over.
You just have to figure out a way to dig deep, get that energy. River and Gazer going up against another duo here. Rapid, Q, and DX. Shots also coming in from around the map, making it that much harder to try to take this one in a convincing manner. But the piece control goes on over, but a great shot by Rapid to go ahead and get a knock onto one. Quickly going to clean that one up for the Siphon. Getting that refresh on the mats as well. You can see he's max. QNDX ready to continue putting down the pressure, advancing forward every chance that he gets, trying to cut him off. River's going to be by himself. A little bit of a miracle is going to be needed, but he's quickly keeping them on the run, going up elevation. Definitely one box at a time, trying to tear down the walls of his opponent, give himself some real estate to work with, trying to stabilize his position. And momentarily, he's going to do just that. And another shot being fired on the Rapid, so the bait and switch is going to come in, and they played that one to perfection to take down River.
Let's go. Well played for Middle East right there. Meanwhile, Tahi has to clutch up for death. This is it. They're working together right now. They find DeGueda there on the rotate. Very nicely set here for the rest of the game now. They can pick up these materials. They can pick up the extra finds here. Get right to the zone. Plenty of time to work with as well. This will put them well within the surge comfort for now.
Saw Kaizen go down in the feed. Clement was also out, but they've positioned themselves on the leaderboard in 15th place. Got to be confident that it is going to hold, but only time will tell as Anon goes down to the deal. Suns as well, so another duos run here this weekend comes to an end, while another one is shining bright.
Love to root for death. Young kid from the Bronx alongside Tahi, but jumping over to Okis, who's trying to put up the solo clutch here. For a moment there, he had a bit more on the standings, but now pressured in by Kitos and PHN. They're working the pincer maneuver here. One wall and two, and Okis now runs, trying to stay up. The early med kit here, they don't want to risk anything, making sure that they put themselves in the most optimal position to win this fight here. You have to respect every pro player that has made it this far in the stage. The best of the best globally here gathered for the weekend's tournament. There is no easy set of eliminations, but Okis is gonna fall here now to the hands of PHC. And just like that, the Brazilian boys gain another. Well played.
Trying to continue where they left off yesterday and go up that leaderboard. FHD and Hero does look like they got a little bit of a slower rotation compared to most in this game. Almost uncontested towards the north side of the map, and that's where they're putting their money on to see if it is going to go in this direction. But the only question I really have, Monster, is how much surge do they have? Because if you're going on the slow side, you're not going to have very many opportunities to pick that one up. And even though they have a good amount of wood, full brick, right now they're just trying to get as much metal as possible because they know how useful it is in that end game.
Meanwhile, we get to watch this back one more time. Tahi and Death, how they managed to find their eliminations right off the rocket ramp to set up the angle. Tahi, who came back from an extended break.
riding themselves right before our very eyes. You see Vortex and Belusi go ahead and capture Rift Island, and that is going to be a must for them. They are right now positioned in 46th place. So not only do they need that Rift Island, they need to continue strong in the rest of this game, pick up a huge VR for the placement points. Now, I even feel like their job won't be done there. They need to sprinkle in a couple of those eliminations as well, but anything is possible. We've already seen it yesterday.
Caught a glimpse of Peterbot there as well. Big strides for Peterbot and Bala in the last half here. And they keep up the pace, but first, YKZ have to do a lot more. See what Frosty's can do. Frosty's got lots to work with here, but the pressure is on as he is on that line. He is the protector of the 25th line, if you will. He's got Rauru just next door, Death and Tahi. All teams that would love to go ahead and find these eliminations.
Have to have a little bit of that goal line defense. Not let anybody squeak past them. And that could be a different type of pressure itself, knowing you are in 25th place. Anything can happen. Peterbot and Byla have shown that as well. To qualify to this stage, the different weeks of qualifiers and the grand finals, they fell short with different teammates. But they went ahead and remembered the recipe for success. When they were teammates, they got a first place finish in FNCS Championship. The following season, they got a 6th place finish as well. So they realized what works. And I feel like they're trying to put that to the test here.
This is a duo that was highly regarded on NA to be an elite force, undoubtedly. Now they're joining forces here again today. I got to touch base with Peterbot, and he had a lot to say. His on-camera demeanor doesn't quite show it, but the kid's got a lot of heart and spirit. So far, he is holding that line as well in 21st. King and Phaser, man, they have a huge task in front of them. They need an end game. They need a big, big moment here. So does 7-Man. 7-Man is by himself. That is also his biggest problem here, is that if he makes it and 7-Man makes it, they will be contesting one another. That's the reason they're here today, a very difficult upper bracket.
Yeah, it just really goes to show how much all of these players are tested, not only throughout the weekend, the day, and in this game. Decent amount of, I'll say, the bottom half of the leaderboard. Some of them are in a big situation with their backs up against the wall. Cooper goes down to 7-Man. Can he clean up that elimination? That's the question we're going to be asking ourselves. And I feel like I've seen Pink and Vico positioned next to Bully and Shadow almost all game long, all day long as well. They're trying to aggress onto him instead of going away.
This is crazy.
Into the box, but he falls too far down. That leaves Bully by himself on the high ground.
The wild part about it is Shadow has that, like, all that potential to really finish the job. We've seen him come back with late tournament strides and key his way through teams. That is where he plays best. But unfortunately, he's caught out trying to go against the fired up Vico and Pink. They're just, you know, in the zone, in the stride right now. And it's truly showing. And they'll find themselves this elimination. This will surely secure the deal now. It's over, it's done. Bully has to put the rest of the tournament on for himself here. You know, they have to at least be proud that they went from being one of the teams placed last up into the 30 spots.
Yeah.
Can he push a little further? Solo is going to be a crazy task. He's going to have to dig deep to perform that.
You see a lot of the teams that were on top of Rift Island or around it, they get that far pull towards the south side of the map. Cooper and Miro actually do both go down. 7-Man's going to clean up both of them. Bully falls as well. Batman Booga trying to hold on to his position. And then we got Snazy and Podesai over on the other side. It does look like they're on the hunt. They have at least one player around him. It does look like he might be a solo. And I wonder if that's 7-Man who's already been heating up. Well, quickly answered.
7-Man is playing so well. Those are 8 points. Those are 8 points. He was at 26. That's going to jump him up. He was 190 damage below. He already found the knock. He finds up Miro afterwards and crushes them at the same time.
Look at his loadout. He doesn't even need any variation of the shotgun either. He goes in for that mythic stinger over towards Relentless Retreat. I questioned it. I questioned it yesterday, and my answer is here today. You can see why he's doing such things, but he's still below the damage threshold, continuously falling. He needs to figure out what he's going to do, and right now he's just trying to pressure a team across the map. Hope some of those shots sneak through. but he has a couple players on the backside. Hen and Vasquez, Bryce as well. And this could be his opportunity as he looks back to try to get that surge.
Well, one thing's for certain, this is the best performance we've seen come out the Middle Eastern region as a whole at any in-person event. They have just continued to get better and better, and 7man is truly showing us why they are champions of their region. Although CalGamer is down right now, but he's got to do it again. He needs more surge. 2 eliminations was not enough. Next up might just be Bryson Chubbs, but first, he's got to pick his poison. He's got to move here now, and he's got to move soon. He's one of the last persons here on the backside of the zone.
Yeah, it does look like he's going to attempt to out-heal it, wait for those opportunities for these players to try to go ahead and continue moving towards the zone. That's going to be his best chance to try to strike. He's trying to contain the Storm Surge, but he's still 100 down, 133, continuously falling. A lot of his heals are going to be expended in this situation. But what choice does he have? He's a solo in a world of duos.
Yeah, and that damage that shows just slowly slipping away, getting further and further, looking for any of that leftover loot. He knew that he had something here. There was stuff to spare. Has to pop the slurp juice, take the double. I was going to say the double movement potentially, but no. Needs the shotgun. He's got to do something monumental now. Will it be a solo? Will it be a duo he lands on? Let's find out. He finds a team rotating here. It's Belusi and more, but then into the box, and he almost does it. It was so close. He finds Q&D, but Rapid was there to seal the deal, zip him up, and unfortunately, that's it. That's Rap. So what a performance. You have to be so proud you made it that far.
Yeah, just outside of that bubble in 26 is where he went down. And he's doing it with an unorthodox playstyle, not really carrying a shotgun until that final moment.
Oh no, this is everything.
Epic Will, 139 below though. They realize the situation that they're in. Even though they might want to back off, they have no choice but to go forward. That's PH Zen and Keto's on the other side. And this is where they're just trying to back down. They're doing just enough, 1 foot in front of the other. But if they continue to wait for too long, Storm Surge will activate, and they don't have many heals between the two.
This is so scary because PHN has been on fire, but he doesn't have shields. Clix has to do it. He has to do it here and now, and he does. Puts up the numbers. Well played, but it's not enough. He's still 5 below. He's going to have to heal here and find a tag. Can he get it? No. Shots from above. It's Hen who plays upset. Pam's still here. If he doesn't find a tag, it's all over. Epic gets it in the nick of time and enough time to potentially save his duo. Oh my gosh. But Clix is dropping everything. He's saying, hey, you have to stay alive. Play for yourself. Do it here and now.
Yep. This is the final moments. We've seen Epic Will clutch out before in the past, but that's exactly it. He doesn't have any heals to work with. Neither did Clix on his down body, so it's all up from here, but unfortunate. He's just trying to go ahead and use those bounce pads. Every tool he has in his tool belt to try to get there, and maybe even try to sneak attack one of these teams that might know he's there. Perfect rotation coming out from Epic, not really getting tagged up. This is his chance. He's barely on that mine. He's barely on the threshold trying to stay alive.
Stay alive a little bit longer and you can get the placement points. That is truly what he needs to do. He's in 27th. Once he breaks past 25th, every team that falls will be a difference maker. It's all or nothing right now. He is only 91 above, just barely there, but the chance, the opportunity, the hope is still alive. So is Death, another solo who needs to stay up. One more team will be it. Phaser's already down. That means King is on his final leg too. King falls as well. And they are down and out. Epic Whale is now on that absolute line here.
Wow. He pulled zone as well.
Oh my gosh.
Talk about a blessing in disguise, a miracle even. That's going to allow him to let some of these teams go ahead, go over his box, under his box, and this could be the perfect moment to catch somebody off guard, but he has to be careful because a lot of these teams surrounding him are going to be full-on duos. You can even see Batman, Booga, and Rapid there. There might be one player towards the bottom that you try to take advantage of, but it doesn't look like he's going to peek in that direction. He's just biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
2 points already given to him. 2 more points now.
No.
Top 23, but the surge updates as teams start to fall here. He's the final line. He is the one below. To his left, to his right, players everywhere, but the zone is behind him. And now, off he goes, 200 builds in front of him, showing you guys why he is a 6X FNCS champion. Can he clutch up? Surely he can. There's a player there. He sees the builds come out. It's fresh wood. Can he break it? No. Decides to go for it. 18 seconds now before the zone starts to close and move in. Players jumping everywhere. Zone's on his tail side. Crash pads in front of him. He takes one. Left exposed. He's nervous. Tensions are high here.
Time is definitely ticking. Only a few seconds left before Storm Surge activates. This is going to be the moment right here. It's all or nothing for Epic Well, trying to stay alive. 293 below the threshold. He's trying to move forward. He sees a couple players in front of him. The damage is there. He's trying to do just enough. Playing a game of peekaboo, but he's still below the damage threshold.
One tag, but no! Bila finds him! But did he do enough? Did he get to top 20 or not is the question. It's going to be so very close. How many points did he earn? Back into the game, though. The line is there. Peterbot is firing his way up to the top, and he's still going. Finishing the job that Epic left off. A clean finish there onto Rapid.
He's hoping and praying that every one of these teams are below him are getting eliminated by people who already have their spot secured, just like Peterbot and Bila. They're inside of that top 25. They're trying to push themselves even further, and he's hoping that it's them who take down some of these players. Moneymaker, Fornite are going to be right below Bila. That's one of the teams that needed a big game here on the day. High ground's going to be stolen away from TK and Quanti. One of them's going to go down. The crash landing comes through, but Peterbot just dunks him out of the lobby.
Peterbot turning online now, but he loses Bila in the process now by himself. Peterbot has definitely done enough to get to Sunday finals. At this rate, it has to be. But Groles on the low ground here for Clownski has to put up the numbers. This is incredible. If he does enough, he can actually push players out of their top 25. This is one of the few players that needs a little bit more. But Deal's in front of Peterbot. There's still a few top teams in the running here.
Yeah, there's only just a couple of teams outside of that bubble that need these big points. Top 7. Every single player left is going to be solos. Peterbot falls. He was just on the bubble as well. Noxy getting an elimination onto Lushi. Final 4 players. This is it. These are the moments. Noxy falls. 1v1 situation. Vidil versus Groles. A player who already has a spot versus a player who needs a big win. Groles goes down. Vidil takes him out. But who qualified? That's the question we're asking.
What a well-played fight it was, and Vidil and Savage get a win like we know they should. Absolutely deserving, and you have to give him the crown. We'll be seeing them at the finals.
You can see the celebration, the loudness. Frankie on the stage, let us know.
Vidil and Savage, not only did you just take the victory royale, you have also topped the leaderboard at the end of day 2. Congratulations, Vidil. I know you feel a bit on a high right now, but can you put this moment into words for me?
I don't know. It's just funny. I don't know. I just solo win. I don't know. Like, I don't know what the other people doing, but I guess it worked. Yeah.
You were winning. That's what you were doing. Savage, what was it like watching this man solo clutch?
I mean, I'm speechless. Like, this guy has to be the best player in the world after what I've just seen. Like, I just can't believe my own eyes.
There was a reason that you wanted to duo with him, but did you imagine this moment when you first reached out and said, let's duo?
I had no idea what I was getting into, but this kid... Oh, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll allow it this once. I want to come to you, Vidil. This is your 8th LAN, I believe, so you've got plenty of experience under your belt, but you have never lifted a trophy before. Can you imagine yourself now at the front of this stage lifting that trophy?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Easy.
And what does it look like to you? What was that feeling in your brain when you think about lifting that trophy?
Well, I don't know. Like, I would be so happy and like so proud of myself. And then, yeah.
And I want to come to you one last time, Mr. Savage, because there have been people in Copenhagen cheering for you all day. What would it be like to hear their voices tomorrow?
I mean, if we could do this tomorrow, that would be, that would be crazy. So, yeah, I'm going to go back to the practice room now, focus on the day tomorrow, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, we'll let you get back to it. Copenhagen, please, one more time, Mr. Savage and Vidil!
I mean, come on! How else do we want to close this lower bracket? From first place in the last chance major to first place in the lower bracket. This is a story in the making. Congratulations, Mr. Savage and Vidil. I know y'all heard the crowd erupt here in the Royal Arena. My gosh, to come down as well to a solo fight.
I mean, the thing is, though, is that time and time again, these guys have seen themselves in a solo situation. In game number 1, it was Mr. Savage. In game number 3, it was Vidil. But look at Vidil right here with so many eliminations already, and then going into a 5-1v1. He was prepped, he was ready. These guys have already shown they can do it, and then they did it once more.
So locked in, so focused, so ready for everything put in front of him. Again, you mentioned it, right? All throughout the year, we constantly talk about these guys in solo situations. And this is what they do. They deliver. They have these big clutch moments. They like to leave it late, clearly, right? You know, last chance major winners now winning the lower bracket. Doesn't get quite better than that. Can they now win on Sunday as well?
Ooh, I mean, that's the question, right? But really, I just want to talk about how supportive they are of each other.
Yeah.
How much they have each other's back. And look at that. First place coming out of the lower bracket with 249 points, but also Agers and Kanata coming in second. We all knew after Major 3 that this duo had it in them, but then they faced the impossible task in day 1, going up against the likes of Malabuka and Thomas HD, but we all knew that they were capable of showing up.
100%. I think when you look at all of those teams that were there on that page, right? You know, a lot of these are names that we expected to make it through the lower bracket when given that opportunity, and they have not disappointed. Of course, the main man himself here walking up, soaking it all in. How can you not? He's had so many fans and supporters here today. Almost everybody you speak to says, yeah, I want to support Mr. Savage. I want to see him qualify. Looks like he's going to be playing.
Mr. Savage, I know you can hear me walking away right now. I want to make sure that you never do what you did on the stage again, and that's sell yourself short. I know he's like dealing in the moment, but Mr. Savage as well put on a performance for us. So I'm just looking forward to seeing them tomorrow.
I cannot wait to see. You know that they are feeling so good right now, and I think this momentum is going to carry them into the competition tomorrow.
Let's do it. Let's do it. We got to know the 25 players who has made it on to Global Championships Grand Finals. Here is a look at your list, and I would want to call out one duo in particular. Bottom left, second from the bottom, Rolls and Clown. These guys literally battled it out there in game number 5 of the day, and they literally found themselves in that top 25. They were outside, and in a single game, they said, Grands, we'll be there.
Well, looks like Clicks got eliminated, so tomorrow will be Booga and Batman Booga with Mr. Savage going at it.
Can put on a performance like Rose put on there, and boy did it come at a good time, right? You know, I spoke to them before the competition started, and I actually asked them, between the two of you, who's the carry, right? Is it Clown, is it Groves? Who would you say is the carry? And Groves looked at me straight and said, look, I'm going to be the one that steps up, and here in that last game to clutch up, to send them through to the final seek, it was Groves once again.
He played it so smart and so aggressively too, and obviously that just gave them the right amount of points that they needed. But also Stain and Datas just barely scraping by. We saw them have such hot and cold games throughout the day, but when it mattered most, they clutched up.
Such a good story, and of course, Danish fans rejoice. Steno and Lucy will be going on to grand finals as well. There is so much representation. There is so much on the line tomorrow. My goodness, my head is racing. Like, I'm just thinking of everything, all of the things. But what's important about today is for the 25 that did go through. Now you have to level set. You have to figure out what's the plan going into tomorrow. We know there's 25 duos there. What do we need to change up to prepare ourselves?
Well, I mean, the teams that have competed here today have either competed in day 1 or at least got the chance to see how the teams have competed. But that also works inversely, where the teams in day 1 now got to watch all the teams compete here today. So any kind of secret strats they potentially have, is probably not going to be used anymore. They have to go to the drawing board, look at the VODs tonight, and you know a lot of these players are going to be studying up because there is $1 million on the line tomorrow for that first place spot.
Yeah, 100%, man. Everyone's going to be scrambling tonight, figuring out. Let's establish now what the map's going to look like even, right? Because certain teams, right, are they going to switch up if they're going back to a spot that they were contested at? If you're Vico and Pink, do you now go back, keep going to your spot, and try and deal with Akon and Cold? If you're Cammy and Seti, you're seeing Davis and staying qualifying, and you're going, oh my goodness, not these guys again, right? So, you know, again, you're going to have to spend the night really thinking about how tomorrow's lobby is going to play out for you.
So many things to break down. First, let's get a temperature check. We got to go back over to the Creator Lounge. We have the birthday girl herself standing by, Mama Benji Fishy.
Thank you so much, Zeke. You said it right there. The birthday girl herself, Mama Benji Fishy, the wonderful Mama Benji Fishy. Can we get a bit of a cheer for Mama Benji Fishy? It's her birthday, everyone. It's all for you. Now, of course, this is a global competition. So many people know you from the Europe region. Tell us about yourself if people aren't aware of you.
Okay, so my name is Mama Benji Fishy. I mainly play competitive Fortnite. Obviously not at the level that is here, but that is my aim. That is what I'm aiming for. And my son Benji used to play with Mr. Savage.
Of course, you mentioned Mr. Savage right there. Yeah. I mean, you know Mr. Savage well. How happy are you for him to come out on top today and, of course, get that fifth game victory royale?
Oh my God, yeah, that is like the birthday present I want. Actually, to go ahead then tomorrow and win the whole thing would be amazing. But yes, brilliant. Yeah, that's what I wanted.
I mean, overall, you've been watching from the stands. What's it been like to be here in person, watching the Fortnite event go down?
The atmosphere is amazing. I mean, all the crowds up here and everything, it's not the same as being at home or whatever, just seeing the whole crowd and meeting the fans and everything and supporting the players and the parents is great.
That's what we love to see now. I'm going to come to you with a question. Do you have a prediction for an overall winner tomorrow? We're hyping things up tomorrow. Who do you think is going to take it all home?
I would love to say Mr. Savage and Vadil, but I don't know. There's so many good teams out there. Obviously Malabuka, Queasy, but then they're being contested, like Canada at Racetrack and things. So who knows?
Who knows indeed. So many questions to be answered, but thank you so much, Mama Benji, for the wonderful interview. We're going to go back to the desk, though, for some more content.
Absolutely. And again, happy birthday, Mama Benji.
Happy birthday!
We love you. Thank you for stopping by. Man, oh man, tomorrow is going to be insane. I want to ask first, how did you guys find day number 2, the lower bracket?
I thought it was interesting. It was a little bit different than what we saw from day 1, which was to be expected. These strategies obviously have to be a little different for the 25 teams that failed to be able to make it straight from day 1 into day 3. And to me, I'm looking towards Agers and Canada. We all had such high hopes for them. We knew that they were able to perform on such a top level, but day 1, obviously, they just faced Titans. And now in day 2, when they had a lot easier of a go at it, they were able to get a second place spot. But Levin, are they going to go back to Racetrack?
Look, that is the question mark, right? That is what everybody will be wondering. I think the big thing for me here today to conclude the day is really just commiserations to all those teams that didn't quite make it, right? Of course, so many winners in their own right who failed to make it through, right? That's going to be a hard reality to deal with. And I think for all those players, you have to understand things didn't quite go your way here, but you don't give up, right? You keep going, you keep grinding, you keep hustling, and your time will come again. But I'm so excited for tomorrow. I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Yeah, and I mean, just to touch on the fact that some of these players are going home, they are still 75 of the best duos in the entire world. So if you are out there and maybe your favorite duo didn't make it and is going home, please still send love their way. They would appreciate it. We appreciate the fact that they were here to compete at this level. I know you're entertained. Now, before we say goodbye, I wanted to send it on over to MDF and Jacob PR to get their thoughts on the day.
This has been probably one of the best days of Fortnite in the history of its existence. I feel like it's my birthday, and these are the presents I've been given game after game after game.
Yeah, it really was a day of celebration. Of course, if you made it this far into the, the stages, this upper bracket to the lower bracket, congratulations, of course, on your year. Well played and well spent, of course, competing. But tomorrow we gear up for our top 50, and the dynamic has changed like we just already touched on. the players that are introduced now into the finals lobby, we'll just see who's contested now.
Yeah, but that's going to do it for myself and the great Monster D-Face. Back to y'all at the desk.
Thank you guys so much. A fantastic set of games on the day, and now we start to wrap things up. The only thing left is to start focusing on tomorrow. These players will have to review. They will have to come up with plan for tomorrow's FNCS Grand Finals of the Global Championships. Don't forget, we're back tomorrow, and as well, as I teased earlier, I've got two very special friends coming tomorrow's halftime show. Please don't miss out on that. As always, Fortnite fam, we'll see you here tomorrow. Stay safe. We love you. We'll see you on the battle bus.
And that's going to do it for the lower bracket. We will be streaming live the championships tomorrow morning. It will be the same time frame. If you did like the video, go ahead and give it a thumbs up, as well as subscribe to the channel. Further ado, see you in the next one. Peace out.